It's hard to believe that the last week of the season is here on ECN, the 45th week of consecutive cricket, and there's plenty of action still to come as the 8 Group B teams fight for 5 places towards next weekend, and then of course the final day is only 6 days away. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now.
Bus.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big week in European cricket. What's a big week? It's also the final week of season 2022. It's been huge, well over 1,000 matches once again this year, and it's culminating in 7 more days of cricket that will basically crown the final ECS champion of the year right here in Barcelona. So it's a bit of a milestone day today. Of course, this is the last week of the season. We'll also hit 100 matches in Barcelona in this series. That's later on today. Also, I do my 2000th match, so it's a big day. Hopefully you're ready for a party. I'm dressed for it, and well, hopefully you enjoy the show at home as well. So we are starting the day with match number 97. This is a match between Ali Young Stars and Hawks. Let's see who wins the toss. A little bit earlier, it was Rob Kemming who was with 2 captains.
Your call? Yes. And heads is called. It is heads. Ball first.
So the Hawks have won the toss. Their captain Cameron Zia has elected to bowl first. Interesting decision, I think. They have been okay chasing at times. Other times they've kind of struggled with the pressure of the chase. But I think early in the morning, I think often we do see teams just wanting to kind of get out there, run around, warm themselves up a little bit, but fielding isn't easy in these conditions. And the Hawks, well, they're right in the danger zone. I think probably need to win both of these, and still think they might need some other results to go their way if they had to survive the group stage. But still, it's a good opportunity for them to go out and show what they can do. Ali Young Stars, well, I mean, they've been a bit of a surprise packet, I've got to be honest, in this series. Only had 4 players with previous ECN experience, but I think their captain, Mohamed Tanzir, he won't mind that he'll be batting first, and I think that he'll relish the opportunity. Like I said, not easy to field in these conditions. Don't really see a lot of dew around this morning, so actually I think it might be a good toss to lose for Ali Young Stars, and they are really pushing for playoff berths, and they had a good couple of wins to start their campaign over the Ada Tigers, and since then, okay, it hasn't been all their way, but I still think they've been pretty impressive for me. Anyway, talking about the conditions, like I said, pretty cold. It's the last week of the season. It means the temperatures are coming down. Currently, it's only 4 degrees, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of 14. No worries with rain, though. I think it's pretty clear sky. I think it'll warm up a little bit later on, but I wouldn't want to be fielding first with a hard ball because he's a little bit nippy, have to be honest about that. Well, here's a man, he is pretty refreshed after his Sunday off, I'm sure. Rico Full, I can tell you news from the toss. He matched 97. It's the Hawks. They've won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the last week of ECN 2022.
Muy buenos dias. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Yes, it is another cold, chilly start here in Barcelona. Only about 4 degrees. But things will warm up pretty quickly. And I tell you what, looking at the view around us, well, that starts to warm you up straight away. It's absolutely fantastic here. Our last week in Barcelona, the last week of our stellar year. And, well, what a week it is going to be. Well, we've still got a few more matches to play in the group stages here of Group B to see which 2 teams will be joining the likes of Barcelona Shaheen and also Hero Sabadell in the final on the 11th of December. We're getting ready to start here, and you can see there the pitch looks absolutely marvellous, and well, the scenery around us is great as well. This is what we got coming up first this morning. Yeah, I think the Hawks, I'm a little surprised that they have elected to have a field first. I think it's not going to be easy out there first up, and certainly like Mr. Maximo said, I think any kookaburras flying your way in the morning, you're going to reluctantly put your hands in the way of them. They are going to sting. But let's talk about both these 2 sides. When the Hawks, the last time we saw them, they had a difficult encounter against the unbeaten side who were sitting top of the table, Catalonia Tigers. This is what the bat versus ball, all things 106 to 104 in favour of the Hawks. So a little bit surprised here because you can see there the timeline. The Hawks haven't had it all their way. Look, they did push Catalonia Tigers pretty well. I mean, came within, just 6 runs of victory. But, yeah, they lost both those matches, whereas the Young Stars, they had, 50-50 sort of winning streak against River Sporting. Let's have a look at what we saw last time we were here. Match number 93, Fateh took on the Yearda Tigers. And the Yearda Tigers, well, they won their first ever European Cricket Series match. Fantastic, 91 to 89, winning by 10 wickets as well. Player of the match, Umar Mohammed, hitting 62 not out of 22. It was quite a remarkable victory for them. Fateh, though, they did bounce back, and despite a hat-trick in match number 94 from Naveed Riaz, Fateh still were able to defend the 98 that they put on the board, and that was really thanks to, I think, Randeep Singh, who came out the last 5 balls of the innings and blasted 22 off them, and that made a difference because it was a victory, 98 to 83, and Ranjit Singh also, he bowled beautifully, 3 for 18. So that was even Stevens, and then we saw the same in match number 95 and 96 between Rava Sporting and the LA Young Stars. Rava Sporting first time round put a low par score on the board, just 73. And again, that was thanks to the captain of the LA Young Stars, who we're going to see today, Mohammed Tanzir. 3 for 17 for him, winning that one with 5 balls to go. But it was Raval who were to bounce back, because in that last match of the week, LA Young Stars were the team that weren't able to get the runs on the board, 77 for 8. And, well, player of the match was Ishan Patel. Not only did he bowl very well, 2 for 12 he took, was good with the bat as well, 35 not out of 25. Taking Rava Sporting to victory with 8 balls to go. So it was a good end to the week with the teams sharing the spoils, if you like, and that left the table looking like this. Rava Sporting with that defeat means that even if they go on to win all their matches, and so do the Tigers, they'll finish in second. Of course, finishing top is key. You get that automatic pass into the final, and you get the double chance as well. LA Young Stars, you can see where they are up against the Hawks. Both these two teams, well, they're looking to finish outside the bottom 3. Do that, and you get an opportunity to make it into the Group B finals day. So everything to play for both these sides. Hawks, as you saw there, are a few points behind the LA Young Stars. So very important that they can try and get their campaign off and running to try and make it into that Group finals day. The umpires, Asif Zia Mughal and Safwan, are out there ready to start the match. And we just wait for official timekeeper Frederica Constant to give us the thumbs up. So, welcome to everybody. A lot of people in the chat early this morning. A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us once more. Looking forward to a fantastic week of cricket. And it is, sadly, our last week of the year. But remember, you won't have to wait too long, because in about 8 weeks' time, we'll be back here in Barcelona to kick off what promises to be an outstanding mammoth season. More on that later. But let's get ready to start here and tell you that the batters to open up here will be Shahid. Shahid's batted really well, though he was not in the best of form last time. Shahid Nazir, he'll be facing the first ball. And it will be Sunny. Well, hopefully it will be Sunny later as well. But no, it will be Sunny Ullah to bowl first. Big grunt. I hope you all had a lovely weekend. Thank you for a lot of you asking how our weekend was. It was very nice, thank you. Wandered around and had a few, went to a few restaurants, had a bit of Catalonia tapas here as well, and got a bit of extra sleep in as well, so that was very nice. And of course, watch some of the footy. Well, this one has been floated right up in the air, and the catch has been taken, so it's a wicket. And I wonder if they're going to just check the height on this, but I don't think there's any issue at all. Well, this is well, look at that. No issue with the height, because it's gone up a long way. It's come down, and then, well, batter's given it a hit. It's gone straight to the fielder. He'll be very, very disappointed, Shahid Nazir. And, like I said, he was somebody who couldn't quite get going the last time we saw him. He's a very, very dangerous batter. We know that. He scored a half-century in this series already. But, well, that was an unusual way to get out, wasn't it? And it was that Sunny Ullah just tosses it up and says, there you go, hit me if you can. He hits it, but straight to the fielder. So it's an early morning duck well, a duck to start the week. No runs on the board, but we have another wicket. And Group B is being very much dominated by the fielding and the bowling side. So disappointment early on for the early young stars. They lose the first wicket without any runs on the board. Captain Tanzia is at the non-strikers end. And he'll be hoping for better from a new bat who comes in. And I tell you what though, it's not an easy catch first thing in the morning. So well done to Umar Latif. I've said already, anything coming your way in this, well, I think it's probably still not 5 degrees out there. It's chilly, it's cold. You don't want that cook coming to you. It's a good catch by Latif. Another grunt from Saniullah. He's just grunting for fun, but runs on the board. And Mohammad Riaz gets them off and running. Look at the field. The man who took the catch, Latif, is on the boundary along at mid-wicket, along with Mohammad Sohail. This is a Gandhi ball, and I think it's going to be more than just one wide. It's going to be 5 of them. Oh, this one comes out completely wrong. The wicket-keeper, well, he goes running up to the bowler and saying, hey, what are you doing? Of course, wicket-keeper captain, Kamran Zia. Yeah, that is Gandhi. And it rolls all the way to the boundary, 5 wides. I think that one was searching for the exit door. Yeah, he's got to get it right. Not a good delivery at all for Saniullah. That's better. And hardly any pace on this delivery at all. It only barely just gets to the batter. And Saniullah feels it himself and has a little shy at the stumps. Someone's here just adjusting his man on the 45, wants him a little bit wider. Slow, well stopped by the fielder, gets a hand to it. And that's Amir Hamza. It looks like he's got a change of shirt. Amir Hamza's got all the 8s on the back of his shirt now. Somebody who's been bowling really well, hasn't quite batted to his full potential. We've seen him once or twice getting the runs, but not always. Looking to have a good day here today. And, this one just nips back. Tanzir, the captain, quite happy to take the single. And that will be the end of the over. So a mixed one, a wicket, and 9 runs off it with that single. But they have got the wicket, or did pick up the wicket cheaply, of Shahid Nazir. And yeah, went for the big hit. And just didn't get the right timing on it. So Saniullah gets the breakthrough. Just have a look at some of these stats here. It's only young stars. Nazir, you can see, you've got to get him early. 138 to him. Got Ali still to come in, and Umar Mushtaq. They've been good performers for the early young stars. Early young stars, they're a team that are making their debut in the European Cricket Series. All right, they've got the experience of 1 or 2 players that have played European Cricket Series before. This is going to be a wide. New bowler, and well, if it's a good throw, he's in trouble, and he's probably going to just get there. Well, Mujadi has a chance. I wonder if has he missed the battles here, or has he just decided that the batter was in? Well, either way, I think it was closer than it looked, you know. He has. Lucky. Worked away. We'll take a single, so both these two just seem to be quite content at the moment to just rebuild after that the early loss. But Tanzir, who's a good hard hitter of the ball. Mujadi once more. Gets this one wide of the batter, who has a big wild swing. There's Riaz. But straight through to Kamranzir, the keeper. The dot ball. Nice to see the sun finally reaching us up here at the top of Montjuic here in Barcelona. Takes a while to get up here. You can see down below plenty of sunshine on the buildings down below, but not quite up here yet. But well, you can see those shadows. The sun is starting to appear, and well, as the sun starts to come out, so do the big shots. Monster hit there from Riaz, and just right in the slot. And he says, "Thank you very much, fetch it." And it does go all the way into the practice areas. The first boundary of the morning. And it comes in the shape of a Maximo, 6 runs, good hit. So we're off and running in the boundary count. Match number 97, 100 matches will be completed by the end of today. Quite extraordinary. Mujadi tries to go a little bit wider to keep it out of the swing of Riaz, but goes too wide. In fact, no ball is called, so this one doesn't hit the pitch at all. So free hit signal. The batter says, "Okay, umps, I'll take that." Let's see. And yeah, good call. Free hit. And it's beautifully bowled. Really good delivery from Mujadi. But that's what he tried to do with the ball before. Didn't get it right, and then gets this one in. I love the look of surprise on the batter. And he sort of looks at he knows this is a good ball, and he just looks at the umpire and says, "Go on, do me a favour, call it, will you?" Oh, I like that look. The umpire says, "Don't boy looking at me, you missed it." Oh, well, this is he's filthy with himself. Absolutely filthy with himself. Now, Muhammad Riaz, behave yourself. We don't want to see any of that. He makes a step across because he knows where Mujadi is going to get the ball, but all he succeeds in doing is chopping it back onto his stumps. He's not a happy chappy, is Riaz, as he literally gets himself out by knocking the ball onto his own stumps. Well done to Mujadi. Pick up another wicket to the Hawks. Going to make a slow walk back. He's angry with himself. He's annoyed. An experienced campaigner, Muhammad Riaz. But just got a little bit too excited. They just takes the step across. Probably the right thing to do, but not the right shot to play. I mean, stepping across and going across the line. So Mujadi gets the breakthrough. And has a ball to go in this, the second over, and be bowling to Mubashir Ali. Mubashir Ali, he had a good time, you have to say, last time we saw him with the bat. We saw his name up there as one of the key batters as well for his side. This one will be called a wide, so once again, aiming to squeeze the ball in just inside that wide line. And this time goes a little bit too wide once more. So really, Hawks will be knowing that got Usman Mushtaq to come, who's probably the other recognised batter that has scored, or has managed to score runs in the series. So a couple more wickets here, and they'll know that they're into the names that haven't really performed yet or done anything with the bat. So he's got to say, with the score 19, but 2 wickets down, and the wicket of Nazir and also Riaz already back, that it will be Hawks that will feeling the better here. But you can see where they are here. They're only just above the Jaeger Tigers. Played 8. They really need to get going here. You want to finish outside the bottom 3. So they want 2 wins here and start to put a bit of pressure on Fateh. Mohammed into the attack. And could start with a wicket. And oh dear, not a good look here for Mohammed Sohail. It was one of those where I think as the fielder, you got to decide quickly, what are you doing with this? You taking the catch or you trying to save the boundary? In the end, he decides not to do neither, and he gets nutmegged as the ball goes through his legs to the boundary. 4 runs. The bowler will be none too pleased with that effort. The fielder, well, he's lucky that ball doesn't hit him on the legs. 'Cause I tell you what, if that hit him, he'd be still running around the floor. 4 off the first ball. And this one could be another. It's short, it's Gundy, it's filthy, it's put away. Nice shot from Tanzania, the captain. And he got a bit lucky with the boundary before, and now he thinks, okay, it's ready for me to rock and roll as he pulls this one away. So Umar Mohammed, 2 balls, 2 fours. He was unlucky with the first, but that one was just a little bit too short. And he hasn't got the pace to be bowling that line, so an easy hit. And now he goes for 3 in 3, and he'll get 3 in 3. And this one goes past Mujadi pretty quickly, who's in the inside 30-yard circle. And once it gets past him, it gets past the man who's coming across quite a wide mid-wicket. Can't get there. So another 4. Now the young stars finally starting to get out of second gear, and is their captain. He moves on to 15 now. And that was the 6th delivery that he faced. Mir just tries to get it just inside that wide line to try to sneak in a dot, but goes too wide. They'll have to bowl it again. So 13 or 3 deliveries. Umar Mohammed under attack. Chance in the air. Can the keeper get to it? He's got to find it first. Oh, he does ever so well. This is such a good catch. And Tanzania, well, he wanted to keep pressing. And, well, the captain takes the captain. And Tanzania, after got a bit greedy maybe here. He's already got 13 off the first 3 deliveries. But the 4th one, he's looking to send this over cow corner. And, very good catch from the captain, Kamran Zia of Hawks. I mean, that ball has gone up in the end. You can see where the keeper starts and where he ends up. But it does well because it goes up. He's got to find it above his head first, and then the ball is also swimming around. Just have a look at this. Look where he starts. Goes a long way up, and then finds it, catches it. So captain takes captain. Tanzania, after hitting a few, had a ground 3 fours and a wide before he gets out in this over so far. He'll go for 15 of the 7 balls that he's faced. So Usmir, all of a sudden, this over and his day looks better. Nice looking shot. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs for this. This is all about placement and timing. Well, what a start for Mushtaq. And I said that he's probably the last of the recognised batters to come in. And he starts with a beautiful shot. That really is nicely played. This one Mushtaq scored 21 of 15 in the 77 that they put together against a Raval, which was the last match of last week. And it was day 9 of Group B. Chase is a wide one, and it will get called wide as well. So Umar Mohammed is having a few issues in this one. First of all, Tanzania took a liking to him. He did see the back of Tanzania. Now it's Usman Mushtaq who's taken a liking to him. So, well fielded, not easy. So he went for the fuller delivery. Good contact made by Mushtaq. So gets behind it and makes a stop. Well, that one was going to sting for a bit. Power play comes to an end, and you'd have to say, especially with the wicket of Tanzania also going in that over there, it was a good one in terms of runs of it. 18 came off it, but they also did get the 3rd wicket. So losing wickets every over at the moment, that's what they've got to try and stop. 37 with 3. Power play comes to an end, and at the end of the power play, it's a fine time to welcome into our little frosty little chiller box. It's time to say good morning to Mr. Maximo. Vinny, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to all of you. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And yes, last week of the season. I want to say big hello to all of our viewers in the live chat as well. Eastern European Cricket Network on YouTube. And to everyone watching on FanCode in India, I hope you're enjoying your day so far, whether it's the morning or the afternoon. All right, here we go with Majadi in over number 4.
Yeah, Majadi keeping or sticking to that offside line. He's got the field set for this, and he's bowling good line, really.
So already just spotted in the chat a few people talking about the Bangladesh-India result. Yeah, that was I suppose it is an upset. Anytime Bangladesh beats India at the moment. India, a very good cricket team, but Bangladesh at home. And yeah, Shakib Al Hassan had an absolute blinder of a match. 5 for in a 10-over spell. Pretty good work.
This one's been clipped away and will go all the way to the boundary. And yep, it will be a maximum. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Just helps this along. And just straying slightly down the leg side. Mujadi's been very good so far. Had bowled a nice consistent line outside off, but a little bit too short. Down the leg side, gets whipped away. Good shot.
That was just the line, wasn't it? The line made it quite simple to swivel and just turn that round the hip. It was just inside that front hip. It was a nice put away from Mushtaq. He's looked dangerous early.
And he goes over the top of the infield, out of the offside now. So shame that he can play shots to all parts and around Usman Mushtaq. We did like the look of him. A number of times we've seen him for the other young stars. He is renowned for playing his shots, and that's exactly what he's shown here. Started with the boundary of his very first delivery, and now picks up his 3rd boundary. So despite losing wickets, the other young stars are also picking up the run. So they're going at a good rate. Partnership's what's required here. Mujadi needs to get his line back right, and he goes too wide this time. So under pressure, Mujadi. Bowling his 2nd. But Mushtaq, yeah, playing some lovely shots. But one thing that the young stars can't afford to do here is lose another wicket. You got the last of the 2 recognised batters in. And Mushtaq made a good start. Mubashir, fairness, only faced just a couple of deliveries. He's quite happy just to watch Mushtaq stroking the ball around beautifully at the moment. That's another nice shot. He'll take a single. Mushtaq just trying to find the gap there, but sees that Mir Hamza making the stop.
Yeah, so you mentioned, I think I heard you saying you'd gone checked out a few little places around town over the weekend. Is that right?
It was, yeah.
Sleep as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, caught up a good bit of sleep, which is nice. Oh, another wide.
This is where Cameron Zia's positioning is perfect, because you know how he starts wider than any keeper I've ever seen. He doesn't have to move for a ball like this, barely. I think any other keeper, that's 5 wides, if I'm honest. Even if I took a normal position, I don't think I would have been reaching that one.
Yeah, I mean, you would be diving for your life to try to get to it. So it works in his favour. He is very wide, isn't he? And he then skips across. Well, this one has been smashed beautifully. What a lovely pull shot that is. And it's an opportunity for Mubashir Ali to get his first boundary. Nice shot. And Mujadi, well, he's under attack here. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He just hasn't been able to get his line right in this one. He picked up a wicket in his first over, and it was a good over as well, a challenging one. But this one, he's lost it. He's just spraying it around. That one, a little bit too short, and it's picked up beautifully by Mubashir Ali. It's
funny, normally in your second over you have a bit more of an idea what's happening, but it seems like Mujadi's gone the opposite way.
Asking the question, but I think there's enough doubts here for the umpire to say not out. Probably is cutting across. Maybe it's going to go missed leg. The bounce would be an issue as well. End of the over. And well, good news for the early young stars is they haven't lost a wicket in that one. And by not doing so, means that is a productive one. The 50 came up in there as well. 55 for 3. And you see, it's important these two get that partnership here again. I mean, Nawaz Sharif, he's somebody that can hit the ball pretty big as well. We know Haroon Saliq can as well. Haroon Saliq, actually, he's the one that, well, he's very important to him last time around. He actually probably, you'd have to say, won the match against Ravel Sporting, and ending Ravel's unbeaten one with 21 on 11. So I'm quite surprised that they don't actually go with him higher up. He'd be one that I'd look to see maybe come up in the power play, because he is a big hard hitter of the ball. But they've got batting to come, but nobody's been consistent. So this partnership is very key.
Yeah, but the job's being done at the moment, isn't it? particularly by Mushtaq. Run rate's good. This is good as well. It's going to get over cover. And this is going to be for Cuatro Carreras. And this is why I said at the toss, not a bad toss to lose, because if you hit the ball hard, it's not easy to field. Got to say, the Hawks are taking their chances pretty well so far this morning, but that was nicely elevated by Mushtaq.
Yeah, lovely shot. And I think here the Hawks and their captain, Kamrazia, got to decide what field they're setting here. As you see the bowler coming in again. This one is worked away and is a good stop on the leg side and the direct hit, and he would have been out. Well,
it was great fielding. I mean, in these conditions as well, it's kind of on the looking into the sun on that side as well. It was hit so hard, and Mushtaq was the dead duck, and Cameron Zia just couldn't get there in time because it all happened so quickly. Got hit to the fielder so quickly, threw it back in so quickly. Yeah, half a chance, but good fielding.
Yeah. And this time, it's going to be another opportunity. And this as well, I think if it hits, would have been out. So, well, 2 opportunities given by Usman Mushtaq to get himself run out. First one was at the keeper's end. This one, look, he's really slow going. Then he realised he's got to hustle. Yeah, that would have been out. That's a direct hit. He would have gone. So half chances, and sometimes though, if you take those half chances, they give you the opportunity to go on and win the match. So then look back at some of these. Sumir comes in once more, and he goes wide. This has been hit perfectly, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And that goes back to what I'm talking about the field. Look, all right, a lot depends on the line that the bowlers bowl, but Cameron Zia is thinking, okay, guys, I can either get another man out of there on the offside, but then you've got to bowl this offside line, and I can bring a man in from the leg side. At the moment, he's having to try and protect both at the boundaries. Yeah. Bowlers are letting him down. They're not bowling a consistent line. You see this one now, he's been put away on the leg side. And, well, the fielder who made a great stop last time stops this one as well. Hasn't he done well? That's Zafar Farhan.
I gave him no hope of stopping that. That's a very, very good piece of fielding.
And I tell you what, he must be made of steel because he's showing no sign of hurtness with his hands.
It off, didn't he?
Yeah, that's twice he's made 2 valuable stops.
But with the field, sometimes if you're trying to cover everything, you're covering nothing.
Yeah.
You need to have a plan. Right. The bowler needs to be aware of that plan. Well, there's the slip, and there's the hit, and there's the ball. It's gone. And I think that's 4. There's still very good finish to the 5th over. Mushtaq has come out and he's hit the ball crisply from the get-go. He moves to 24. And we're halfway through the first innings of the day. It's day number 25 here in Barcelona. 69 for 3 after 5. I want to say very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico for a few milestones today, actually. Okay, last week of the year, we know that.
Yeah.
We reached match number 100 in this series today, this afternoon. Personally, I've got a bit of a milestone as well, which I know you're aware of, which I do my 2000th match for ECN in the 3rd match today. And yeah, right now I know a lot of our chatters are pretty excited, and I think Dave Smith's in there. Now, is that Mandrake? Is that Mandrake, that Dave Smith? Just let me know if that's the case, and I can pass that message on to the robot. But yeah, Rico, it's hard to believe. It's been such a big season the last weeks here, and yeah, 7 weeks off, and we'll be back doing it again.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I can't believe that. Well, obviously your personal milestone is an amazing achievement, but also, I mean, 100 matches here in Barcelona. That's massive, isn't it? 100 matches.
I mean, it feels like you've been here forever, but don't forget, you weren't here for the first 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Just over the first 2 weeks in Group A. It means also by the end of the week, we will get to see Badalone Shaheen and Hiris Abadel again on Sunday. Now, here's Amir Hamza, who's ditched the number 6 shirt. He's gone for the number 888 shirt today.
Yeah.
But his batting seemed to click. Right now, obviously, his job is with the ball with his left arm spin, but he's a key player for the Hawks. He's bowling to Mubashir Ali.
Basha rocks back and absolutely clubs this. Balle, kinna sona shaka lagao. He's so quick to pick the length on this, and as soon as he realizes he's short, he rocks back and he absolutely clobbers it. Big hit, 6 runs. What a partnership this is turning out to be here. Hamza has to be a bit fuller. And it's not, and hit hard. Well stopped.
Yeah. So I want to say hello to Saruchi Yadav. He's saying good morning to me, and to anyone that is saying good morning to me. Good morning straight back. And see Sandori's in there. And Eastern D1 saying, hi Rico, why was yesterday, why there wasn't any ECN? Well, he was missing it. And why was our day off yesterday? Monday to Saturday at the moment in the ECN. Who knows? It might change.
And this one just out of reach of the fielder. It'll get put away. And it just held up there for a moment. I think the fielder, if he timed his jump to perfection, he may have got this. There's the switch hit. Yeah, I think it was half an opportunity. There's been a few half an opportunities. 2 of them run out chances, and that one there as well. It goes to the boundary. This partnership now worth 49.
Yeah, Hawks last year, they were the masters of the one-hand catch. I mean, well, Latif took a couple out deep mid-wicket. He's in the side. But should get one here. Yeah, but I want to say a quick hello to Ivan, who's in there as well. And why don't you ask us some questions about our day off if you have some. Hello to Kai. And hello to, yeah, I'm Rio, talking again about the Bangladesh-India game. Yeah, can't say I saw any of it live, but I did see the result. So I'm sure our Bangladeshi viewers are very, very happy about that this morning. Indian viewers probably not so much.
50 partnership ball up. This one is going to be safe. And fielders come across and make the save. Yeah, I mean, let's go back to this field that's been set. I mean, again, because the bowler's not bowling a good tidy line, the captain doesn't know what to do. I mean, you'd have, the way that some of the shots are played by both these batters, you'd have to have a point, an extra cover in for me. But I think because they're dropping the odd ball short, the square leg is staying back. And this one is going into the zone in between the square leg and mid-wicket. I think it goes all the way. So it's another one that gets blasted. And it's all about the lines. Bowlers are not bowling in key tidy areas. They're spraying it around, and the batters, well, they're having the freedom of being able to hit to wherever they want. That's pretty close to the boundary. Let's have a look here. It's right in front of the officials.
I think it's 6. It was called 6 over there, and I think it is. Yeah, you can see it's just over the line. Great camera work by the guys. And so it does take us down to the over. So 89 for 3 off 6. Yeah, hello to Santosh. Hello to you. Hello to, I think I mentioned Dave already. Anybody else I've missed? I'll say big hello. Thanks for joining us on, yeah, a really fun day for us. It's a bit unusual because we do have a Sunday cricket in ECS this week only because it's the last day of the season. So, yeah, 7 more days starting now. So we'll be taking you right through.
Mohamed Sohail coming on, and he needs to try and stop the onslaught here.
His punch has been so good and so quick.
This is down the leg side. That's not going to help you. Good running there. And Mubasha had to rush, but I think that's the right thing to do here. Yeah. You see the opportunity to take the single. Both batters are hitting the ball well. I think rotation is key.
Yeah, I think he was just... Manoy didn't hit it and stood there for a long time. But yeah, Mushtaq, very quick to get down there, so he should be.
Lazy this outside the off. It's going to be 4. And this is what I'm talking about. You would normally have a man out there to join the man who's on the boundary and extra cover. The problem is that because the bowlers have been so wayward, that the captain, he's reluctant to set a field on the offside because he knows that then the bowlers are going to drop short and he's going to go over square leg. So he's in a bit of a pickle here. Doesn't know what to do, but good shot. I like the way these 2 batters have manipulated the field. This time,
well
good
bowled.
stop. Yeah, well bowled, good comeback.
Hello to Rose as well in the chat. So, yeah, some people mentioning these guys are batting the middle order, but we have seen them batting up the top as well. Yeah, they have kind of shuffled the order around, the early young stars.
Full toss, doesn't quite get this, he slices it. He gets it past the bowler. I think this may have been half a chance if he could reach it. Let's have a look.
Yeah, really goes a proper charge here. Look how far he gets out of his crease. So yeah, he hits that about waist high, but I think he's gone a long way down the pitch.
Hit hard, but chance taken. A great catch there taken by Amir on the boundary. So Amir Javed gets the breakthrough, makes it look easy. They're not easy, I assure you. Temperature's probably still below 6 degrees out here. So as this is hit, it's coming your way. You're thinking, okay, it's going to hurt if I don't take it right. He does take it right. He smothers it inside the palms of his hand. So that's the breakthrough they really need. Is Mubashir Ali. He will depart, but after putting a fine partnership together, and he will go for 18 of the 11 deliveries that he faced. But it's a fine time for some of the big hitters to go in now for the early young starts, because the platform has been laid. 95 on the board. You just get the feeling here that this could be sort of a 130 type of score.
He's a very, very good player. And yeah, great catch, Amijab, in those conditions.
Yeah, he hit that really well. The new batter makes his way in. Mohamed Sohail does break that partnership. So it is Haroon Saliq that comes in now. This is the man I was talking about, who he doesn't hang around, he gets on with things. And he tries to get on with this one, and well, if this was straight, he would have gone. This one doesn't come up much either. So Haroon Saliq gets a good one first up. It's a good over from Sohail. Just 5 runs from it and picks up the wicket. That's exactly what the captain, Cameron Zia, needed.
Mushtaq flying off half centuries, 40 at the moment, 95 for 4 after 7. Well, it's the last week of the year. It's the last Crickathon question for the year, thanks to our wonderful partners at HCL Software. So yeah, just a reminder, we're about to reveal that to you. You can go to crickathon.com and answer that question.
Oh, well, this is no doubt about this being a no ball from Zafar Farhan. That is not a good one. Well, look at this. It completely goes, loses his head, loses his shoulder, and almost loses the ball.
Well, so I knew that was wide because Cameron Z actually had to move to his right to take it. Anyway, free hit.
Hit well. Oh, that's going to hurt. Yeah, right on the fingertips. The batters, they want to, and they'll get there.
That's a nasty one. That's the worst case scenario because, I mean, puts his hands in the way there, but it wouldn't have been a catch even if it had stuck. That was absolutely laced by Mushtaq.
So, Farhan. Edge gone, gets his wicket. And, well, that's nicely done. When he starts up with a horrible delivery, does Farhan, but he gets his man, and that's not a bad delivery at all. Usman Mushtaq, he's on song, isn't he? 42 of 17. You see what he's trying to do here? He's trying to hit this one over the inner ring once more into that vacant offside boundary area, but gets a snick. And Cameron's here. Well, this goes to exactly where he likes to stand.
Yeah, doesn't have to move for that one. And nice to see Zafar Farhan getting a bit more on target after that start. But yeah, Zia does the job easily. So the 2 set batters go in quick succession, and it just really presents a window of opportunity for the Hawks. It's 98 for 5. Okay, here's the HCL Software Crickathon question of the week. And today it's a bit different. How would you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? So it's all about how would you use historical data to set your field in a cricket match. Anyway, this is up and it's over the top. And it's Basharat that comes out, Babar Basharat, and he goes bash very first ball. Again, lots of width there from Farhan. That one bangs off the fence.
Yeah, Babar Basharat says bye-bye, Kookaburra, as he smashes this away. Once again, it's that issues. It's about the bowlers just not bowling consistent line. You see, this one is straight, and it's been smashed. This will go all the way. Balle. Well, a 4 and a 6, and like I said, the early young stars, the platform has been laid for the big hitters to come out here and really try and rocket them to that sort of 130 type of score. Good hit, good solid attacking batting, and he ain't done yet as he hits another one. Other times when the fielder comes in, can't get it, and not only can he not take the catch, he doesn't get anything on the ball. It gets past him and goes to the boundary for 4 runs. Once again, Amir Javid, who took a good catch earlier, had to make the decision, go for the catch or stop the boundary. He doesn't either.
New batter, same story. Boundaries. Keep half an eye on the clock. 4.5 minutes from here. Should be okay, but certainly worth keeping an eye on. Last ball, the over.
Bit fuller. And, well, if he hits, it's trouble. And he misses. That's a good pickup, and now they're going to try and get the second, and he's going to be in trouble here. I don't think he's going to get this. I reckon he's out.
He's run himself out.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to say, it's attacking work from Basharat. I don't think it's too smart. It's unselfish in a way because he risks his wicket, but he would have been facing the start of the new over. and now he's run himself out on a dicey one, to say the least. You see, yeah, he knows he's in trouble and he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, he should have gone the other side when the bowler did really well.
See, look, he thinks about it forever and then goes, all right, let's have a go at it. But that thinking time cost him his wicket. And when he's just come out and smashed him everywhere, I just don't think that run was smart, because even if they had completed it, it was worth one run. But Haroon Salik, I know he's batting above him and he's good, but he's not got the momentum into his innings that Basharat has already.
Yeah, I mean, look, he got lucky first of all. I mean, the bowler did ever so well, did Farhan. But he said, I mean, he reaches, he's got a big reach, has a go himself. And if he had hit, he would have been out. So he could have gone on both sides. In the end, he went going back for the second. So it's a good time to get a wicket, because we know these guys are big hitters.
Yeah, that's true. 113 for 6. Yeah, sometimes you can be too unselfish. I think that was one of those times. Anyway, just a reminder with that Crickathon, there it is one more time. Doesn't matter where you're watching from around the world, you can answer that question. And if you do, you can be in the running for internships and interviews with HCL Software, if you're interested in that kind of thing. Anyway, Salik gets a chance, and he might be gone for a duck, and he is. So there you go. There's 2 wickets in 2 balls, and just split-second decision-making can make such a big difference. That makes it 113 for 7. Unfortunately for Haroon, it's not his day.
Yeah, it's a nice catch taken there by Farhan. So, well, he gets introduced into the action, and, well, a lot happened in that last over. The 100 came up, but a couple of wickets fell as well, and then he gets a chance to take the catch. Haroon Salik, we know that he can hit the ball pretty big, just doesn't get the timing right here. Yeah, I just think with that run out, Vinny, I mean, Basharat running himself out, he's really taken the momentum away from the other youngsters. I think, that run, he scored, what did he score? 14 of just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, he's flying.
You don't get yourself out when you're hitting the ball so well. I mean, this one, well, that's going to end up being a bonus for the Hawks. They could try and contain him here.
They're batting order so long today, the youngsters. This is Wakasta here coming out at 9, and he's a decent batter as well, although that probably wasn't his best effort. Swing and a miss. So we say it all happens in the 9th. We've got Subani out there, you've got Tahir out there. So, I mean, these guys are no bunnies. Harms is on. He's normally a handful.
You've got Subani at the other end as well. We know that he's someone else that doesn't hang around, can hit the ball pretty well. That's Kamrat Subani. He's a big, strong lad, big, strong shoulders. And look out for him in the ball. He's been very impressive with his bowling as well. He's been hitting the deck hard, causing batters all sorts of trouble. Well, let's see if he can get himself off the mark first with the bat.
Not sure if they put the time on for the wickets yet. There we go. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. There's a bang, bang. A minute for each of the 6th and 7th wickets going on. So it becomes about 3 minutes to bowl 2 balls, so no problem now.
Short. Hits it pretty hard. Fielder's got work to do and does well. Mohamed Sow is an outstanding fielder to have there in that long on position. No mistakes from him. Good stop.
Yeah, that'll do.
Looks like he's taking his jacket off, getting ready to bowl the last over. Doesn't surprise me, because only 5 came off his first. Hamza. He knows they're going to go after him. And asking the question, does he have enough of the foot beyond the line? I suspect he does.
I think he's fine. The only question here actually is, Cameron Zia wait for the ball to pass the stumps.
So look here, at this moment, yeah, he's got enough back as he rocks back.
No problem there. Takes us to the end of the over. The score 115 for 7 after 9. And yes, some discussion about the World Cup. Yeah, well, I wasn't quite ready to talk about it. I did end up watching the game. And I didn't see a whole Australian in the place. And I went and had my black paella on Saturday night.
Okay.
And then I said, okay, and everyone was kind of piling out of the game before. And then just as I said, you know what? It's been a long week. I think maybe I'll have a quiet one. And I'll go back to the hotel and maybe just watch it alone, or maybe watch it with some of the crew. Then I saw an Australian flag on a table, and there was a couple of guys from Sydney, actually, younger guys, probably doing a bit of travelling, backpacking, I suppose. And yeah, then it turned into quite an interesting night. Anyway, this is up, and it's high, and it's out of the ground. Maximal. Well, you got to hand it to the early young stars. I mean, they have lost a few wickets in this innings, but pretty much everyone that's come out there has had the right approach, and that's why they've got a decent score on the board first up.
Yeah, well, Sohail decides he wants to go upstairs to Subani. I told you it's a big, strong lad. Subani said, boom, fetch it, 120 up. And he'll go again, and it's going to be back-to-back sixes. Boom! balle, ginna sona. Shaka again. Subani says, bring it on, it's party time. Well, you go after me. Well, I'm going after you now. And so Hale, after bowling such a great first over, already 5 came off from it. Well, it's 12 of 2 deliveries. And he gets away with this one. And, well, he's not a footballer. He's not playing the World Cup. That's why. Because, well, he's the wicketkeeper here. If he was the goalkeeper, this would have been a blunder and an own goal.
Yeah, well, actually, clunks off. Almost given a bite, but I reckon that definitely hit his leg. Oh, hold on. There we go. It's leg buys now. Yeah, so it went kind of deflected between the batter's legs and the keeper, and went with the foot as well.
Adios, pelota. Adios. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota va por la playa. Well, look at that. Ah, isn't that a romantic moment? 2 kookaburras come together. First there was 2, and now there's 3. Well, there's 3 sixes in this over anyway.
How are they going to know which one's the right one? This is a big issue. Because
is that one on the right? I can tell you.
I think you just get a new one.
It's the one on the right. I don't think they're even going back to it.
They haven't even bothered trying to get that one later. 2 to come. 135 on the board now. Wow. Wow.
Subani.
He completely froze there, Subani.
Well, look, they've got the 130 on the ball, 135. Well, this one, he just didn't know what to do with it. The mind didn't tell him.
By the time he decided what to do, the ball was in the keeper's gloves. Last ball, though.
And, well, this one is a pretty good hit. It will be another Maximo. Balle, shaba from Subani, who hits another 6, takes a score into the 140 mark. 141 for 7. That's the end of the innings. And Subani, well, he had a bit of brain freeze the ball before. Well, I don't blame him. It is pretty cold out there. But then, well, it all came back to him. Hit, bat with ball. And that's exactly what he did with the last one. Hit it for 6. A very healthy score from the Haley Youngsters as we have a look at the way the innings started on the highlights.
Yeah, 140. It's a good-looking score. It was kind of unorthodox 140 because although they did have some good contributions. I mean, no one got 50, for example. It just seemed to be a few of these mini contributions. I suppose I think Mushtaq was good. I think Subani certainly looked good at the end. Basharat was good. But there you can see the frustration earlier on. Mohammad Riaz not too happy with how things went. That wasn't too happy for Mohammad Zahail. That went straight through the Jake the Pegs. But look, in the end, Hawks, they find themselves in a bit of a pickle. And their tournament feels like it's on the line every time they go out there and play at the moment. They have the kind of batting to do this. They'll probably have to put together a similar kind of innings to the Ali Youngsters. But yeah, like all the pressure's on them here in match 97.
Yeah, pressure's definitely on. But some of the hitting, I have to say, first thing in the morning from a multitude of the Ali Youngstar batters was really good. I mean, the catching from Jarvid was pretty good as well. But look, they just came out and went for the shot. So this was unfortunate because that was the dismissal of Mushtaq on 42. He looked set to build a half century on the board for himself. And look, when they got that wicket, they thought, well, maybe there's a way in for them here to try and keep this under the sort of the 115 mark. But look, every batter that came out did the job. Basharat, well, he'll be kicking himself again for this second run. He went out there, he scored 14 off the 3 deliveries that he faced, and then went and run himself out. And then I thought, well, maybe that will be an opportunity for the Hawks to try and slow this rate down. And when that wicket went down as well, very good catch there taken in the deep. I thought, well, maybe it will be. But then Subani, well, he was given a short one by Sohail. And after that, he said, okay, if that's what you want to play that game, I can play that game too, as he went ballistic. And he hit, well, 25 of just the 8 deliveries that he faced, including that very rare leave off the penultimate ball. But he did hit the last ball for 6, which meant the 141 to be precise, did come up on the ball. And then if you look at that scorecard, I mean, the real good contribution, Tanzir, the captain, started it off. 3 boundaries on the spin for him before he got himself out. And then we saw Mubashir Ali played a very good role there, got a good partnership game with Mushtaq. What a key partnership that was. Mushtaq batted beautifully, played shots all around the ground, really did deserve that half century. But then it was nice to see some Baba Basharat quick fire runs, Subani quick fire runs. That's what you need. And I think the platform was laid for them. The Hawks, one thing you have to say with the bowlers, the bowlers just didn't really get themselves in a good line, did they? I mean, you look, they all picked up wickets, and we saw that there was a wicket in every one of the power play overs. But It was consistency. They couldn't really stick to a line. They didn't either stick to a line either outside the off stump or wicket to wicket, which made it very difficult for the captain, Cameron Zia, to set any type of field, and that was manipulated well by the Ali Young Stars. So at the halfway point in the first match of the week, the last week, Ali Young Stars have put on 141 on the board. The sort of scores we were used to seeing in Group A, so maybe we're going to finish with a bang in this week. Good score to put on the board. I mean, the great contribution made by Mushtaq, batted really well. Subhani came in towards the end and smashed it all over the place. And Mubashir Ali, we don't forget, he's quick by 18 of 11 as well. Bowling wise, well, you got to say it was hard work. Mujadi, his first over was good, but wasn't able to capitalise any second. Amir Hamza, I think he was probably the only bowler who was pretty consistent, though. He went for 22 himself. So we're going to see a bit of a run chase in the first match here. Hawks will need 142 for victory. It'll certainly be some run chase. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximum, when we return for the conclusion of match number 97. That's right, match number 97. Join us in 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to a much sunnier Barcelona than it was earlier, and a little bit warmer as well. Still pretty chilly out here, around about 8 to 9 degrees the temperatures reaching, but the sun is making its way up to the top of Mount Dewey as we get ready to start of the reply from Hawks. They've got a lot of work to do, and after being put to the sword somewhat when they were out there in the field, 141 scored by the Eddie Young Stars. 142 required for victory. It's going to be some run chase. And the captain, Cameron Zia, puts himself to the top of the order. He's out there with Amir Hamza to see if they can make the perfect start they need. They need a good power play, and that will help. 4 runs. Nice shot. Just Mohamed Riaz losing his line slightly, just going down the leg side. But picked up. Interesting shot, this. Doesn't really move his feet at all, but he finds a way to get the bat down on the right angle to put this away. 4 runs, a good start, positive start. That's what they've got to be. Got to be positive here. They've got to make sure they don't lose way in the power play. Looking to be around about the 40 to 45 mark. That's what they need. Mohamed Zia is a very competent bowler, very knowledgeable. But at the moment, he fires another one down the leg side. This could go all the way as well. I think this might be leg bias. I don't think there's any. Well, no, giving us runs. Yeah, a little bit of glove on it, says the umpire. Yeah, I think he might be spot on there. Bit of glove on this. It goes to the boundary. So Cameron Zia, captain. Looks like he's getting his eyes set in on the bowler there, making all sorts of movements. But yeah, good start, but not a good start from the bowler. Riaz has got to get this ball back outside the off stump. Attacks the stumps, stay there, says Zia. Doesn't want to take the single. Here, Hamza is the batter at the other end. Cameron Zia, he made a good contribution against Catalonia Tigers in match number 92, got 34 of 20. And in the same match, Amir Hamza, 33 not out of 15 deliveries. So these two we know can go some. Changing the field, pushing long on back. So bringing the fielder that was the offside back in. And this is whipped away. It's a lovely shot. Not a good delivery. He's onto this so quickly, Cameron Zia. He's a bit unorthodox the way he plays it, but it's effective. 4 more. Not a good line from the bowler. Yeah, so that's 3 boundaries of the over. It's the start that they needed. 1 more would have them right up there. Ball to go. In comes Riaz. And this is being smashed, but what a stop that is. That was absolutely motoring. I tell you what, Isra Ahmed is a brave man to get his hands to this. He's now inspecting his fingers. I tell you what, that stings. And you can see this. I can hear a bit of laughter out there in the field because everybody knows that he's in trouble. And they're having a laugh at his expense. But he saves them 3 runs there. They do take a single, so 13 come off the first. 33 matches without a golden ball. And, well, we're without the Maximo in here at the moment. And, well, he normally comes in and the wicket falls down. Let's see if that's going to be the case here for the Hawks, because here comes Maxi. Welcome back.
Got some breaking news for you.
Olivia now.
There's just too much happening today for there not to be a golden ball. A few milestones. Last week of the year starting. Match number 100 in the tournament. Match number 2000 for me. Golden ball's coming.
Okay. Here we go. You heard it here first.
It's a decent start from the Hawks. Having said that, that's less than what they need every over, right? So, something to think about. Here's Subani, batted well. And boundaries when he was batting. Will this go to the boundary first up? It does. The boundary's flying everywhere on a Monday morning. And that was a nice shot in Zia. He's on a bit of a heater early, isn't he?
So, yes, Subani made a, great contribution with the bat as he smashed the ball. 25 of 8. And his first ball is uppercut for 4. Now, it's a sort of shot, a good shot to play against Subani, because what he will do, he does bang the ball in, though that time he's a little bit wide. But he's a sort of bowler who comes in with a bit of pace and targets the batter, tries to really cut the batter in half. Let's see if he can get his radar right with this one. In comes Subani to the captain once more. And the captain is cutting away as well, and he's going to get back-to-back boundaries here. Lovely shot. Well, he's played some nice shots. This is the best of the lot. What a beautiful cut shot this is. Gets it past the infielder, and it's too spicy to handle for the captain, Mohamed Tanzir, on the boundary. Great shot.
This would be some chase if the Hawks could pull this off. I mean, the captain's leading from the front. It's been a bit inconsistent, let's say, with the bat in this series. Cameron Zia, but yeah, when he's on, he's really on it. That's what we've seen so far. He's faced all 8 deliveries, got 21.
Subani under attack. First 2 balls go to the boundary. Goes for the short one. And this is going to go to the boundary as well. Well, I'm liking this from the captain, Cameron Zia. Well, he's standing tall and he's fighting for his side of the Hawk. And this is a delightful hook shot. And, well, he wants to test him upstairs, that's Subani. And Cameron Zia says, bring it on, sunshine, bring it on. 4 more.
Yeah, really good batting, good shot selection as well. Yeah, the Hawks, they've come out swinging right now.
Subani just has a few words said to him from one or two of the more experienced players in the side. It was Mohamed Riaz just had a chat to him. Probably saying to him, right, okay, come on, go fuller. Let's see if he takes note. Well, he doesn't go fuller, but it's a better line. He's straight. It doesn't give Zia any room to manoeuvre this one to the boundary, but he gets a single. So after scoring 26 off the first 10 deliveries, he's now given the strike to Amir Hamza. And if he can get going, the left-hander, well, this could be a really, really good opening partnership.
It's strange. It's early to say this, but this is reminding me a little bit about match 64, which was the game after the Golden Ball between Hawks and Ripoll Warriors. Ripoll Warriors set the Hawks 141, and they did it. That was the last game of the day. This is the first game of the day, so slightly different conditions. But on that occasion, they did it with 4 balls to spare.
That's the only match they've won, right? It's the only match they've won, the Hawks.
Yeah, what a match to win.
And it's going to be a first baller for Amir Hamza. He's going to have to depart. Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it? You've got Cameron Zia, the captain, at the other end. Everything he's hit is going to the boundary. Amir Hamza tries to do the same thing, and the first one he strikes is well taken. And an easy catch taken by Wakas Tahir. And unfortunately, it's going to be another duck that's going to go into the Olympic pond here at Montjuic. And Amir Hamza, well, it's just not happening for him with the bat this time round. We know that he played a vital knock against Catalonia Tigers, so he is a batter that's in some sort of good form, but this time, not today. His first ball gets taken by Tahir. He'll have to go, and the other young stars get the breakthrough.
Yeah, they're pretty happy to see the back of Hamza first ball. That's disappointing for Amir, but look, I suppose if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Gives somebody else an opportunity. Luck wasn't on his side. Couldn't get that one away from the fielder. All right, so Mohamed Zahal comes out, another big hitter.
He gets a wide one, and he flashes at it, misses out on it. But the wide is called by the umpire. So one more to go on to that total. So there, in terms of runs, it's a perfect start. They're above where they want to be.
Yeah, definitely. You want to have a power play up in the 40s for sure. Still got to have a good third over to make that happen. This last ball of the second.
Wants a single, but Zia says no, stay there. I want to stay on strike. That was the end of the second over. So plenty of runs came from it. 14 in total, but a wicket as well. So 27 for 1 after 2.
Give us a look at the table then, and you can see the Hawks. You're right. They had a golden ball first match, and they had a win second match, and since then it hasn't been great. They've lost 6 in a row. But their one win was a big chase in the 140s. Conversely, Ali Youngsters had a good start. They kind of fell off the boil a little bit. A bit lucky to get a point against Gracia when Gracia put 150 on the board and then it rained. But they will really want to shore up their position mid-table and maybe even be pushing for second or third, which would be a double chance on Saturday. I think probably the automatic qualification's out of their reach, realistically. Anyway, here's Mohamed Tanzir, the captain, coming on to bowl. Almost gets his opposite number.
Big swing from Captain Zia. He's only got one thing on his mind, and that's boundaries. He wants to take the attack to the Eddie Youngsters, but he's got to be careful. Throwing his wicket away here. is not the right call. He's got to be thinking of getting in a partnership game here with Mohamed Sahel.
Battle of the captains again. Remember, Cameron Zia caught Tanzia earlier. Tanzia almost gets Cameron Zia there.
Tanzia was in very good form with the ball the last time we saw him. Took 2 for 2 against Bravo Sporting in one match, and also 3 for 17. So took 5 wickets the last time we saw him. This one just a little bit down the leg side, gets worked away. Cameron Zia will be disappointed he's not put this away. He's been very strong already today with anything on the leg side. He's put a 3 or 4 to the boundary in that area. This one was another he should have put there.
Yeah, this is why these 140 plus chasers are rare, because you can be going at it, you can be going well, you just have one over, it doesn't really happen for you, and then suddenly run rate required spirals out of control. Not quite at that situation yet, but it's certainly at risk of getting out of control if there's a couple of quiet overs here. Tanzia started well. See if he can keep these 2 quiet. Cameron Zia's back on strike now.
Yeah, Zia, seeing that there's only been 2 singles off the over, he's already eyeing up the boundary. I can tell you that. He's going to go after this. And, well, he does go after it, but it is Captain Tanzia that wins the battle of the captains. He looked favourite to do so. Bowling a good line, getting it right up there. He knows that there's going to be a huge, almighty swing from Cameron Zia. Zia swings, he swings hard, but the ball goes through and knocks him over. Jagadev Hatte style. Well bowled by the captain Tanzia. And Zia, well, he's swinging hard. He wants to try and get his team to the perfect start. He knows it's the last over in the power play as well. So iron up getting this over the infielders. Not able to do so. Stumps get shattered. And, well, Tanzia gets the danger man.
Ran out of patience, didn't he? And you can see that coming. Yeah, you read the tea leaves perfectly there, Rico. You know, there hadn't been a boundary this over yet. Cameron Zia was prepared to force the issue. Mohamed Tanzia was right on target. So that's a pretty telling blow in the 3rd over. The Hawks now 29 for 2.
Yeah, unlucky ball number 13 for Captain Tanzia. But made a sprightly start for his side. But now, of course, it means that the 2 new batters come together. Need to make something happen here. It's Farhan. Farhan, we've seen him coming in low down the order, and we've been expecting him to come higher up because he's one guy that can certainly smash the ball pretty well. It starts with a wild hoik at this one outside off stump. So can he be the man that gets quick fire runs on the ball free side and gets the team where they want to be here? But at the moment, this over with the ball to go, only 2 have come from it. It's been the one that's really kind of made a difference. What an over to bowl in the power play, and he finishes with the dot as well. Great over, just 2 from it, 1 wicket, and that's the perfect response from the captain to what started to be a lively start from the Hawks.
What an over from Mohamed Tanzia. Unbelievable. It all kind of went off the rails when Hamza got out towards the end of the 2nd over. So here, you look at the power play in 2 halves, right? And in the first half of the power play, 1.5 over, 1.3 overs, they get 25 runs. And the second half of the power play, they get 4 runs. So that doesn't even really show up on there as much. But yeah, the first half of the power play, 25. Yeah. Second half of the power play, 4. And they lose 2 wickets in the second half of that power play. So, ouch. Crazy. But yeah, now you need a magical over. You know, Sahel is that kind of a guy. He can hit 6s in clumps. And that's basically what they need. Field's gone back, so it's even more difficult to find those boundaries without taking risk. Is Isra. He's going to start with a wide. And he's bowling to Mohamed Sahel.
Yeah, Isra. This one just comes out wrong. It sort of almost slips out of his hand as the arm comes over. So wide ball called. Sahel hasn't really got going himself yet, but I mean, he's another one that has been good for the Hawks. One works this away, so Farhan will now go on strike. He's there to do one thing. For Farhan, he's there to get them and keep them up with this rate. That rate at the moment just around 16, so you know you need a good over here. Looking to get a minimum of 3 boundaries and over from here on in. It's going to take some doing. This one's a no ball. It's not on the pitch at all. So free hit, the license to go the full Monty. And, looks around, looks at the field. Field can't change, of course, because it's the same batter. They've got 3 men on the leg side. Nobody in close at all on the leg side. And I think this is because it's all about stopping the boundary. Saying that, you see Mohammed Riaz now going into that spot. So here we go, free hit. And probably be another wide. So free hit will stay in place. Having a few issues here is Rahmed. That had a, you can see there that was Riaz had a little word with it. I think Riaz has probably said to him, look, okay, you may get the odd wide or two, but keep going for that offside line. That's the plan here. So trying to encourage the bowlers to bowl down the offside, and this is the perfect delivery, and that's why, you see, you don't mind the odd wide, 1 or 2 wides here if you can keep the ball there, because batters are not going to get anything from it. So the free hit, nothing comes from it. So good bowling, and also it helps, and we said this when the Hawks were out there, it helps the captain set the field. If the bowlers are persistent with that line, well then Tanzir can just keep the field very sort of offside heavy. This one's over pitch, he's been drilled pretty hard, but Subhani, he'll make no mistakes as he just bowls this back in. But, he's still got 1 over up his sleeve, though his first one didn't go too well. Mohammed Riaz as well, so plenty of good bowlers to come back into the attack. Ahmed. He's being hit down the ground to the man on the boundary on the offside. So long off comes in, does the fielding, Papa Bashrat.
Yeah, just feel that this innings has lost its way a little bit. Nothing really happening.
Hit hard, work to do. Bashrat, he's up to the mark. Good bit of fielding this. Good bowling. You see the difference here, Vinny, what I was saying the last one. Bowling consistently outside the off stump. The field can be set for it. Yeah. And even though that's been hit really well, the field is there, it makes the stop.
And even if you miss on the side you're aiming for. So, you know, you had that, the occasional wide, no off pitch we saw as well, but at least it shows you're trying to bowl one side of the wicket.
Once again, same again, a good line bowl. So, all right, he got a few wide balls in there trying to do it, and no ball as well. But when you look at the way the over's going at the moment, hasn't hurt them at all.
And that's something, going back to my playing days, obviously I haven't played for a while now, as we get to into the 4th over. It's 37 for 2 after 4. Yeah, that's something I just remember coaches and even captains and senior players just talking about relentlessly. It was one side of the wicket. Yeah. One side of the wicket. And yeah, probably not just at my level of cricket, but most levels of cricket, that would be the plan. So it's no different really in T10, even though, yeah, to an extent you want to be unpredictable. But those things are probably more to do with maybe length and speed of the ball. But as far as the line you're going, I think you want to be putting in areas where the field's protecting those areas.
Haroon Salik comes in, and he's a man who's made a habit of picking up wickets. Oh, well, look at this.
Now, where's this gone?
Let's have a look at the fielding here from Subhani. But the batters don't make the most of this. Subhani just wants to bowl it back in. That's what he likes to do. Watch this. He goes to bowl it. It says, whoopsie.
Oh, wow.
Just popped it up in the air. The batters, though, don't take advantage of it.
On the arm there.
Question,
I mean, that could have been where... Uh-oh. That's big trouble as a run out, and that came from nowhere. Well, Zafar Farhan took off. So Hale sent him back, and well, this has gone very wrong for the Hawks. This will be 38 for 3.
Yeah, there's no run here. I think the call, I think what Farhan does, he sees the initial movement from Sohail. Watch this. Sohail starts to go, and then he stops. Farhan sees him running, but then looks back.
Yeah.
And by looking back, he's not watching the non-striker. He doesn't realise that he stopped. Ends up in no man's land.
Yeah, so once you decide to run, you should be never looking back at the ball. And that's actually, I mean, might have been gone anyway, but that's where it all went very wrong. You can pinpoint that almost exactly, because those steps he's taking while he's running forwards, not realising that Sahil had stopped. He could have been running the other way, trying to get back.
Yeah, that's just poor cricket, really. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to have faith and trust in the non-striker. And Mohammed Saad, though he did start off, he sees that there's not a run on, he stops. But, well, Farhan wasn't looking at him. New batter, Javed comes in. He's built to hit big, isn't he, Javed? Misses out on the first one. Salik, well, it's another tidy over. This time it will be called a wide. But once again, go back to what we say. The plan is there. The plan is to bowl outside the off stump. Tanzir's probably told the bowlers, that's the line I want you to bowl. If you get the odd wide or two in, I don't mind. This is where I don't want it. And he gets away with it short down the leg side. Javed misses it. He will get the wide. And I think Salik will soon get the message, hey, buddy, back outside the off. Go for where the wicketkeeper is. And he gets the radar right, and he gets the wicket, so Javid will go. It's the third duck that will join the Olympic pond. And just nice, tidy, easy bowling. This is what Harun Salik does. He would have been disappointed with the one he fired down the leg side, but he gets his radar right. And this one, well, I think it goes through everything. And Javid sees his stumps knocked over. Dundee chucked it there. And Javid will have to go. And you can see the wicketkeeper there. Well, he knows what he wants. He knows where he wants that ball to be. And that's the Mubashir Ali saying, "Itte mate nuke, itte ball chai." That's why you've got the wicket. And he's absolutely right. 40 for 4. You can see nothing happening here. And we see that's probably just 14 runs in the last 3 overs so far. So they've come to a real standstill. And when you think they need 19 per over, you can see just exactly how far behind they've fallen as a result of that. New batter, Hassan, comes in. And he's gone. This is out. Yeah, plump. Absolutely plump. Straight ball. He's standing right in front. You've got to go. He doesn't want to go. He stands. He doesn't get the message. Well, he gets it now. So hat-trick alert is on. Harun Salik, if there's one man that can do it, he certainly can.
Well, it's unfortunate, but I think that if Ali Hassan had a TV in front of him, he would have been appealing as well. Yeah, that was dead in front. It's just going on with the arm. And so, well, we had a hat-trick on Saturday, didn't we? That was hat-trick number 40 of the season. And now we're looking for hat-trick number 41. Naveed Riaz with a memorable one, actually. Did it all himself. Bowled LBW.
Yeah, it was a very, very good hat-trick from a very good bowler. And now we've got an opportunity for another good bowler to pick up a hat-trick. Harun Salik has always been on the money. He's always been on the wickets. He's just got to float this up there, right up there. Straight delivery. That's what he's hoping for. But Munjadi, well, he's a fighter. I don't think he's going to be in a hurry to give it away. And he's not.
Party pooper. Smart, though. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th. And the Hawks, having clipped a bit after a promising start, you just think about the 25 in the first over and a half, right? So that's 15 in the last 3.5 overs. Yeah. It just ain't happening. So 5 overs down, 40 for 5. Let's have a look at what's coming up next year. And next year's getting closer. It's actually crazy because now, what is it, like 25 days left in the year, 26 days left in the actual year, and the calendar year. But we'll start with 4 weeks in Barcelona, then we'll be off to the ECL. Really exciting format, fast-paced. It's going to be 3-day groups for the first ever time. That's going to have so many teams, 31 in total. For more, check out EuropeanCricket.com. And the 3rd edition of the ECL is on the way in 2023.
That's more like it. That's more like it, and that's a powerful hit. And, well, Mohamed Sohail, he's been out there and he's seen all sorts of carnage happening at the other end. He's seen 3 batters come and go, and he's decided, well, you know what, if anything, whatever comes my way is going to be dispatched. He's a good batter. We know he can hit the ball pretty well, and that's a short one. So Subhani comes back into the attack. I think the captain's asked him to come back and thinking, well, okay, another wicket here, and that's game, set, and match. But the first one goes to the boundary, so Mohamed Sohail hasn't given this up just yet. Subhani in once more. And a bit of an inside edge. The chase is on. I don't think the ball's got enough to go to the boundary, so they will get 2 here.
A lot of yelling going on, and that's a sign there's still some intensity in the game from the early young stars. Here's the thing for them, I mean, they're all big games as well, because I fancy their chances now of qualifying in the top 5, but yet they should be setting their sights on trying to be at least 3rd, and if they can be 2nd or 3rd, then they get the double chance on Saturday. Saturday is Group B finals day, and then Sunday is the final day of the year.
Up in the air, but we'll go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Shaka Lagya. Well, Mohamed Sohail, he's giving it everything. And, well, he's thrown everything at that, including the kitchen sink. And he gets the Maximo. So Subhani, he's the bowler this time who's being targeted. He's not having it all his own way.
Subhani's been just a boundary creator with bat or ball so far. basically. Anyway, 50's up for the Hawks now.
Big swing from Sahel once more. He's trying to send this one to the moon. But, misses everything. It's a dot ball.
Hey, I know that some of our viewers were asking what we got up to in our day off. I'm going to ask the viewers. Maybe let us know in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. What did you get up to on your day without ECN cricket? Did you watch some other cricket maybe? There's a fair bit going on around the world right now. Or did you do something else? Did you do something interesting? Let us know.
Slower delivery. The grunt gives it away. It's been a lot of grunting today. It's been a grunting sort of day.
Maybe watching some tennis. Hey, so I kind of mentioned a little bit about what I got up to. I mentioned went to watch the game, ran into a whole bunch of Australians. They just kept coming in after that. After I saw the Australian flag, I started chatting to a couple of guys, and then there's all sorts of people that were in. I'll just say I was giving it a little bit to the Argentinian supporters, within reason.
You weren't, were you? You know they'll remember you. If you do that, they'll remember you when you go back to Gardamat and when you go to the empanada place.
I quite like Argentina.
I was going to say, Argentina, best empanadas
6 overs
in the
down,
world.
it's 54 for 5, so just run a ball pace. Quite incredible considering the start they had. And so, yeah, basically they've doubled their score from the halfway through the power play mark right now. So, yeah, I was just a bit like, well, obviously we're outnumbered in Spanish-speaking country here. So, you know, it was 20 minutes went past and I was just turning around saying, how come you haven't scored yet? I thought you were good at this sport. How come you haven't scored? 25, same sort of thing. Then I had to play a bit of defence when the first goal went in. Although, you know, to be fair, Australia played very, very well. And nothing to be ashamed of. But, yeah, I had to play a bit of defence.
Well done, Messi.
So,
what was he, 1,000th?
Game,
right? Well, and scoring a goal. Messi's somebody else, though, isn't he? He's class. Stumping. Well, this is a bit of classy work as well. Not the easiest ones to take because he starts off being totally blinded by the batter. But, well, the keeper, he's the top player, isn't he? Barcelona makes no mistakes.
Yeah, well, I want to have a look at this one. Did seem pretty clear to me live. Let's see what the pictures tell us. It's a good one. Yeah, I think it's just gone.
Yeah, he does his best to try and get the gloves back in, and the bat back in, I should say, but quick hands there. And I'm liking this from Mubarak. There's no nonsense. He's not going crazy with the appeal. He says, yeah, I'll let you guys do the work, but as far as I'm concerned, I think he's bat's in the air just here. Yeah, he's gone. Look, bat doesn't actually even get past the line. So very good work, good, competent glove work behind the stumps there from Mubarak.
Yeah, and I think Sahel knows the writings on the wall. So doesn't look particularly surprised when he gets given out. So yeah, disappointment for the Hawks. It's just not happening for them in the second innings outside of that first over and a half. And as he departs, the score is 55 for 6.
Salik does it again. That's his third. 3 for 4. He just, every time he comes on and gets the ball in his hand, you just know something's going to happen.
Shut up, Khan, saying, Sunday's so boring without ECN. How can I wait 7 weeks? Yeah, I know. But it's a bit like, we used to have school holidays, or summer vacation, some people call it that. It's a little bit like that. Except we don't have school holidays during the year.
Yeah, you know what we need to do? I'll tell you what we need to do.
More cricket?
Well, more cricket. It would be useful. Well, it is more cricket. I reckon we should, you know, in our evenings away, we should think of matches that we could get people to watch when we're not on. You know, our favourite matches. And maybe we can get the viewers involved as well. Think of what your classic matches are and put them on the site.
That's actually a really good idea.
When we're away, you can go back and watch what we think are the pick of the matches that we've seen this year.
Very interesting. Imagine that. That's just a brainstorm in real time, but I like it.
Goes for the switch, and a nice shot to play it, but no runs from it.
So, here, how about this?
Go on.
This is my idea.
Yeah.
Your idea, which I'm now restating. So, if we had a classic match a day, maybe just one. You know, it doesn't have to be on all day, right?
Uh-huh.
And we stream the game like it's new. And then everyone, including all of our Indian viewers that can't normally get in the chat, we can get in the chat then every day.
Yeah.
Don't you reckon that's a good idea?
Not a bad idea.
And we'll think of some classic matches that we can put on. All right, let's have a look at what's coming up in the next match. It's Ali Young Stars versus Hawks again. It is match number 98. The Hawks won the toss. They decide to bowl again, so they're going to have to chase again. I think the plan A will be to keep the Young Stars down. Young Stars was a pretty impressive innings for them because, okay, Mushtaq gets to 40, but no one else gets out of mid-20s, but they all came out there and hit the ball well from the pretty much first ball. All right, that's a cool idea. Leave it with me.
I'll leave it with you indeed. But first of all, Harun Sleek, take a bow. Great bowling from him. 3 for 6 of each 2 overs. Sensational bowling. This one's up in the air and should be taken, and it will be taken. It just holds up there, and Wakasta here is a very good fielder. We know all about his catching abilities. And a nice shot of Tahir there with his captain, Tanzir, looking to happy man. Another happy man, of course, will be Usman Mushtaq, who's had a very good match so far. And he, well, continues by picking up another wicket. So that will be the end of Umair Mohammed. He goes for 1 after 4 deliveries that he faces.
Yeah, that's actually a really good one, Rico. Because then we don't have to wait so long to see all of our magnificent chatters again, where we can keep in touch. Yeah, just the frequency and how long we do it. Maybe that's the way to think about it. But yeah, I'm definitely down with that. But we have to put like no spoilers in the chat.
Yeah, no
people
spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers.
Hello to Wayne, Liam Day, and Johns.
Yeah.
Very active in the chat at the moment. Hello to everyone.
Isn't it nice to see some crowns turning blue as well? People have been subscribers for 1 month. Again, if you would like to contribute a few bucks a month to support the channel, we certainly do appreciate it. That's something we're working on as well for next year. Anyway, big swing and a miss. There's my Mushtaq. Certainly batted well. Now he's already got a wicket. I think he's in the frame for that player of the match, the way things are looking.
Certainly is. 42 runs, and he batted beautifully as well. And now, well, 1 for 1. I'm so sure he's after another. And this one's just down the leg side. A bit of a hoik across the line here from Shiraz Ahmed. And I think Mushtaq is probably thinking he just needs to get a straight one in.
Hello to Sven Prinsloo as well. Nice to have you in the chat. Hopefully you're well today.
And well, he does get the straighter one. It's a bit of an inside edge. The batters reluctantly take a single.
So then the next day, I won't go full food chat yet about my Sunday, because I might say that for later. But let's just say I had a waitress that turned out to be Argentinian. So, you know, smoothed it over a bit. I feel like I gave them a bit of a stick on Saturday night.
Oh, it's a nothing shot, and it should have been a second wicket. Well, Mushtaq, I can't believe this. Well, it's held up there for him to take the catch. He might just be out of the shot here. Yeah, he is. We'll have to see it from the other angle. But it just holds up there. All he's got to do is take it. And
well, this is where you wouldn't want to give him the man of the match award in case he drops it.
Yeah, I think he's come too slow. He's
if there's a time to do that, it's now. Though, I suppose that's all you can say about that. End of the over, 8 overs down. And 60 for 7 after 8. Just haven't come to the party in this chase, the Hawks. Really a sign of how their tournament's been. In patches they've been good, but they've just struggled to put a whole game together.
It's hit pretty well. It's well stopped on the boundary by Riaz. Probably wants to get his second over in as well. It all depends what Tanzir decides to do here, because this game, of course, is well in the bag. But, well, the captain says, I'm going to have a bowl. Well, of course he is. He wants to try and get another few wickets. It's that time, that opportunity, and that will do. That's that perfect Yorker. Is right on the money. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fly ball. As the captain, he picks up another. That will be his second. He was the one that started it all off, wasn't he? He bowled absolutely beautifully. And to get another, that's his go-to ball. Just takes a pace right off it, but he's got the art of getting it homed in to the middle stump. That's cleverly bowled. And it's too good for Shiraz Ahmed. Just had the feeling the way that Shiraz was playing his shots, that one good ball pitched right up was going to be seeing the end of him, and that's exactly what happened. But you can't blame him. It's the batters above him that really needed to show a little bit more fight. And Tanzir is another wicket for him. Well bowled. It knocks him over. And you just have a look. Remember, they were 29 at the end of the power play, 2 wickets down. So it just goes to show that in that time, 29, Only, what, 32 runs put on the board. They just haven't really been able to
go
get going.
further. I mean, they were 25 off 1.5.
Yeah.
They were 25 off 1.5. And they're just ground to a hole. That'll happen sometimes. So Lee mishandles this, but it just costs them one.
Hey, you know what day it is today? Today is Santa's list day. So today's the day you've got to make is the day that Santa prepares his list.
Is that right?
And which are the good.
I feel like you're a regular at the North Pole now with that beard. By the way, I'm really happy the beard survived.
I told you it would survive. This will be a one bounce single, but I think no ball has been called here.
This is too high.
Yeah, too high.
Check this out. He's got his half a step out.
So what do you reckon? You think you're going to be in Santa's?
How do you know? I didn't know there was such a thing.
There is. It's always the fourth. Always this day in December where this is where Santa makes his list. So a day Santa puts his list together of the naughty or nice children. So you're going to get coal or good things. This one should be a wicket.
Uh-oh.
It's a free hit. And it should have been a wicket.
He can't get 5. Oh, no, he won't get 5.
It's laying down. It won't be 5.
So there's a lot of running happening. It'll be the slowest 3 you've ever seen. Now he has to turn it on, Majati. Well, this was almost 5. I reckon actually, no, the batter must have known it was a free hit because he was playing a ridiculous shot.
Yeah.
But Majati, I don't think, really was with the program.
Mubasher rushes into this and loses it. I mean, he knows he should have taken it. And then the batters think, well, look, we might as well capitalise on it. So
and there's no fine leg. That's why there's no one there to back up. That could have easily been 5.
This one is in the air. The fielder has totally fluffed it. Well, that is Riaz out there. Once again, you'd expect him to be taking the catch. He decides to shy away from the catch. He shies away from the catch and then gets done by the bounce.
This almost seemed like there was someone holding onto his shoes. Like he was trying to jump, but he was already on the way down. And he's made an absolute meal of that. Again, if you're going to make these kind of errors, now's probably a good time because you're well ahead in the game. So, Majati, he hustled hard for those 3 runs and now gets the reward of a boundary.
Oh, he throws everything at this and he'll get the Maximo Bolle. Good, strong, powerful hitter. This one flies over the ECN scorers. For Samir Naik says it's too cold for me to even move, let alone think about catching it. He made that mistake once and Max Bai sat there with him. So, well, I'm liking that from Majadi. He came out, remember, to face a hat-trick delivery. He blocked that one out and since then he's gone on and made 17 of the 10 deliveries he's faced.
Last over coming up then. Hawks just trying to bring some respectability to the scoreline, but it's just hard to see a path out of the bottom 3 for them, especially going down here.
Well, this will be a wide because his first ball is always a wide, but now I've said it, it won't be.
All right. Reverse psychology from Rico.
You know what he does, and there you go, you see.
I suppose if the batter got across, he would have been a wide because it did go down the leg side, but it can't be wide if it's between your body and the stumps.
Yeah, normally, when he comes onto bolt, that's here, this is Nawaz Sharif, the first ball is a dirty wide, and it's normally a big wide outside the off stump. So he starts well. He's looking to get a wicket. Of course he is. It is the last over. And, this one's too high. This should be a no ball.
I don't think so because it hits.
Here
we go.
So? Well,
another overthrow in this region.
Do you think he's come out too much?
I don't think it actually hits him. Look where it hits him.
Right,
hits him below the waist. Hits him just above the pad. I think. Look. So I think when it hits you there, then that's like enough evidence. It's not waist high or above.
Like when he gets to the other end anyway. So Saniola gets to the other end. So we will see Mujadi see if he can get a few more runs on the board. But well, it's a big loss, this, isn't it? So they're going to have to come back strong. But, Sharif. This one has been mullered, and it's another one that will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. ¡Qué grande! Así me gusta, but they needed this one earlier on. Mujadi putting in a claim to the captain to say, hey, Skip, I think I need to be batting higher up the order.
7. I mean, to be honest, probably seems like he's batting higher here because of how quickly they lost those wickets. But, yeah, he's a guy I think I'd be tempted to throw him up the top. Oh, there we go, Roberto coming back. One of the old kookaburras. We'll get that one back in the rotation. Yes, I mean, I don't think you lose too much if you go Majadi at the top in the power play with Kamran Zia, and then maybe drop everyone down a spot. Hum's at a 3, Sahel to 4. just a matter of who's performing. Got to get him up there. 2 to come then.
Just stay there, says Sanula. You're the one who's hitting the ball well. I'll just stay here and get a nod out and make my averages look better. You see if you can hit the next one out of the park. It's a ball to go. 84 on the board. Get to 90. Makes it look respectable. He'd be looking for. Finish with a bang. Let's see if Mujadi can. It will take him to 30 as well. Well, he goes for it. It's hovering. It will go all the way. Yep, manos arriba. So 90 on the board. Well, Mujadi, at least he makes it. It's a better day for him as he finds the boundary one more time. It gets him to 29, in fact. So they'll finish with exactly 90. So, well, they did get some sort of acceleration in towards the end, but that was missing in the middle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's just, really a sign of the times for the Hawks. I mean, hey, they've had bursts, but putting whole games together hasn't really been happening for them in this series. Let's have a look at what happened. And it was a case of even a Jekyll and Hyde power play for them, as 25 came in the first half of the power play, only 4 came in the second half of the power play in each of those 9-ball periods. So, 25 off 9, then 4 off 9, and really, it never got out of first or second gear once we got out of the power play. That's when it all started to go wrong. Emily Hamza was out first ball. It was followed before too long by Zia, who just felt that run of non-boundary balls getting to him, and then, things going from bad to worse. This was a run out. Farhan going due to a miscommunication. And Hawks, like I say, there is a team I enjoy watching. They've got lots of players that have a good attacking approach. I like that. But unfortunately, they just didn't get enough runs in the second innings. And probably even the fact they're batting second, it makes it super important that they hold the young stars to less in the next game coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a good start from them, wasn't it? But you're absolutely right. I think that wicket of Amir Hamza he went first ball, especially after a good start they get, made it difficult. And then, some good bowling. And Harun Salik, once again, he was a top performer. Just 6 runs conceded from the 12 balls that he bowled. He picked up 3 wickets as well. And the captain, Tanzir, he bowled very cleverly as well. One guy who didn't have it his own way was Saniullah. He got a bit of his own treatment when he was doing the bowling. And behind the stumps there, Mubashir Ali, very, very good as well. Very quick hands. So it was, you got to say, a very good polished performance here from the other young stars. The Hawks, though, they have what it takes to bounce back. And you know what? Just look at those scores there. The Hawks are more than capable of coming back in this strong. Remember, they did do it against the Ripple Warriors. That was the only victory that they've had today. And they know they desperately need another victory here. They need to try and get themselves a little bit of a cushion between themselves and the team that's behind them. And also try and close the gap between them and Fateh, because otherwise they're going to leave it too late as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, and CZ at the top. The almost top scorers got 27 in quick time. And Mujadi ended up hauling him in. Yeah, just going on that, I think you throw Mujadi up there and drop everyone else down a slot. Got nothing to lose here. Their batting's long. I mean, that guy, Umar Latif, he can whack the ball. He's batting 11. I mean, I think they're all similar, and so it makes sense to just put guys in that are in form. 3 for 6, Harun Salik. Again, great figures from him. 2 wickets for Mohammad Tanzir, including that of his opposite number. 1 each for Usman Mushtaq and Subani. For me, Usman Mushtaq gets the player of the match for his batting and for bowling that tight over, even though he dropped a bit of a dolly. But that's ECN cricket for you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in 20 minutes, taking you into the second game of the day. The young stars, they'll be batting first again after getting sent in by the Hawks. Until then, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico 4. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Keep in the chat. I'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we'll have a cup of coffee. We'll be back here very, very shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona. Well, the sun's come up now, has warmed up a little bit, and now it's time for the second of the double header between these two teams. It's Ali Youngstars versus Hawks in match 98. Rob Kemming is the tournament referee. He's with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call. Yeah. Hey, heads is called. It is tails. Good ball fast.
So it is Cameron Zia. He's been pretty lucky with the tosses this morning. He's won it once again. And once again, he wants to chase, so he wants to field first. Interesting because the youngsters, they really seem to put together a pretty good innings this morning. They weren't really relying on one particular person, though I did think that Usman Mushtaq batted really well from the get-go. They just had a bunch of guys that could come out and hit boundaries straight away. It put a lot of pressure on the Hawks. Now, we saw how they stood up to the pressure last time. Let's see what they deliver in match 98 as we go across to Rico Full in the commentary box. I can tell you news from the toss here in the second match of the day is that the Hawks, they've won the toss again and again. They're going to field. Okay, Rico, let's get it going. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo, as we once more look at the magnificent setting of this Montjuic Olympic baseball ground. You can see the Telefonica Communications Tower hovering above us, and to the right there, the Olympic Stadium. Match number 98. Well, I'll tell you what, by the end of today, it's going to be an Olympic effort here in Barcelona as well, as we bring up the 100th match. Also an Olympic effort from Mr. Maximo as well in match number 99. It will be his 2000th European Cricket Network match. That's quite an effort from him as well. As we see, these two teams do it again, and it needs we need more of an effort from Hawks if they're to get anywhere near the Ali Youngstars this time around. It's going to be the same again. So Ali Youngstars are going to be out there once more and trying to put the pressure on the Hawks. Hawks desperate to get more points on the board if they're not to be eliminated going into the Group B final stage. And well, it should be slightly easier for them, they'll feel, because there's no Tanzania playing for the Ali Youngstars this time around. Well, I'll tell you what, we did say that it's a historic day here with 100 matches coming up. Mr. Maximo's 2000s coming up as well. So maybe there's going to be a golden ball with a bat versus ball wall. He's thinking it may be 105 to 105. Well, let's wait and see. But yeah, going back to that, no Tanzania, so Wakasta here will be leading the Ali Youngstars. And they'll be hoping to make a perfect start again. Remember, Usman Mushtaq, he was key, 42 of 18. And, well, Suwani came in towards the end and blasted a quick fire 25 as well. There was also good contributions from Bashrat. So they're hoping to do the same again. Hawks, though, they need to try and contain. I mean, they got to 90 in the chase. It started well, then it went flat, and then it came back well towards the end. So, again, I think based on what we saw in the first match, the Hawks will be quite keen to try and contain this score to around about 110, 115. Not the best of starts from Saniula. Saniula, of course, did pick up the wicket of Shahid Nazir early. It's going to be Riaz that's going to be facing this time round. And there's a fair bit of bat on this. Just a difficult one to face first up, Saniula. I think once you get used to him, you'll get used to what he's trying to do. But I think the ball just doesn't come through as quick as you're expecting it to. And that's where he picks up his wickets. No run there. Nice field set. I'm liking this from the Hawks. Got Javid in pretty close there on the leg side mid wicket. Also got a fielder in close on the offside. It looks like Amir Hamza, who's well, he's probably decided, Hamza, that jersey number 888 doesn't work for him. So he's gone back to his number 6 shirt. The grunting of Saniula. No grunt this time. Well, no grunt, 4 runs. Thank you very much. A nice shot from Mohamed Riaz. Just rocks back and cuts this beautifully. It's a good way to get off the mark. It takes him 4 deliveries to do so, but that one is well hit. Cuatro carreras. The Hawks, remember, one of the sort of downsides of the game last time around was just the sort of the plan, if you like, for the bowlers. This one could be close, you know, and he's giving him. I can see this because it's that slow. Once again, Saniula puts nothing in it. It's that slower delivery. He just floats it up And Riaz, he goes, well, horribly across the line, misses it with the bat, and as soon as it hits the pad, I think he's in front. No pace on the ball. The ball is definitely going on to hit the stump. So after being cut away for 4, he gets his man LBW. You can see totally off balance here as well, Riaz. It wasn't a good shot. And the only thing the umpire to decide was the height. But I think that's an easy decision for the umpire. Jamil Khan puts the finger up. And disappointingly, Riaz, he goes early. So once again, Saniula gets a wicket in his first over. The 5th ball brings the wicket up as the new batter. And it's Wakas Tahir will come in, the standing captain. So no Tanzir in this one. Tanzir otherwise would have probably been right up there at this point. So Saniula, this time it's going down the leg side. Slightly quicker delivery. But, going towards legs, so not out, but a fine start. So the perfect start that Hawks wanted. 5 on the board. The first wicket goes down. Saniula picked up a wicket pretty early in the first one as well. They were 9 for 1 in the first match. Have a look at some of the run rates by day. Overall going at 11.5, but you can see Group A was 12.3, far more productive than Group B. Group B has been very much about the bowling. As we see that day 24, the last time we were here, it was just around about just under the 90 mark, 8.8. So, and that's also reflected in the maximo rate as well. Mujadi, well, he was one highlight in the last match, so you can see the maximos here as well, 8.9 compared to 5.9. That's over 6 is hit per 10 overs. Overall 7.8, but again, you saw a low day the last time we were here. So very much dominated Group B by the bowlers. This one's floated right up there, and it's been smashed down the ground. That is a big hit from Nazir. Well, Nazir wasn't quite able to get going in the last one. He made 0 of 2 deliveries, but this time he waits on this and he absolutely lasers it down the ground. That's a big hit. Boom. Shakalagya. Go up and running his first runs of the day from Shahid Nazir. That was a big hit. I mean, there was no pace on that delivery at all. Now, well, he takes himself away from this. That's clever batting. Shapes up Nazir to play the shot and then realises it's swinging away and probably going to be a wide. Stops himself going after it and does get that wide. Mujadi gets good swing. Just goes a tad too wide. Better delivery. This time he starts at middle of the leg, does get the swing, but ends up playing it outside the off. Good comeback from Mujdadi. Goes up in the air once more. Fielder is getting under it, Mohammed Sahel, and he drops it. And a big opportunity to remove Nazir. And well, Sahel normally got such a safe pair of hands. He's not going his way in the field today. We saw in the first match. He let one go straight through him, and this time, well, he's up there a long time. He's got to be aware where the boundary was, but this sort of hits him hard, pops out of his hand, so the chance goes begging. Same fielder will get into the play again, and this time makes a straightforward stop. So not having the best of times out there in the field, but they're the opportunities that you have to take. Nazir gets dropped on 6 by a man that you'd put your money on Sahel to take those sort of catches. Disappointing. Wow, hesitation, and he could be out here. And they're asking the question, and I reckon they've got their man here. Hesitation from the batters. And it looks like there's going to be the captain. Looks like he may have snooked Nazir. So Nazir, he gets lucky, but it could be one that doesn't cost so much. So Sahel, he could breathe a sigh of relief here. Here comes the throw. Yeah, I think he's gone. I think the bat is in the air. He doesn't get back quick enough. Probably get a chance to see this again, just slow down. But look, starts running. That's the skipper. Once again, it's a communication fail. You see batters, they're getting into the habit of looking at each other and going, but they don't remain at eye contact. So it doesn't see the non-striker going back. And here we go. This is the key moment. In comes the throw. and he's gone. Bat is in the air. Good work there from Cameron Zia. So, Shahid Nazir, well, he thought maybe his luck was in when he was dropped by Sohail, but he's not able to capitalise. Just gets the one more added onto that. That was as a result of the drop catch. He's very disappointed. You can see he's having a chat with his captain. But again, it's all about batters not maintaining eye contact. So good wicket to get here. So much better start. You see it once more. Look, just watch here. He sees the non-striker is coming when he makes eye contact, but then he looks away to look where the ball is. And in doing so, by doing that, he doesn't realise that Tahir has stopped coming. So he turns, has a look behind him, and there's no need to do that. If you get the call from the non-striker, listen to it and maintain contact. If you don't, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Good time to welcome back into the commentary position. At the same time as we look at the standings, it's Mr. Maximo in his hand.
Good to be back. Yeah, the Hawks are in trouble, to say the least, in the tournament. Although, pretty bright start for them in this game. The young stars hanging mid-table. Want to take all the points this morning. Yeah, we talked about it before, the eye contact thing. It's a real basic thing. You get a sense of where the ball is, but then it's actually more important what your partner's doing from that point forward. Yeah, so Keanu had a question in the chat. Nice to see you, Keanu. Hopefully you're well. Gives me a chance to answer it, as there's no livery there. Can both men be run out at the same time? Because in baseball you can get double and triple plays. Short answer is no in cricket. And the reason is, as soon as there's a wicket, the ball immediately becomes dead. If the ball's dead, you can't get another wicket. This is in the air, hanging, could be a chance. And, well, in the end, I think it's been tapped over for 6. The one-hand specialist, Hawks. I remember last year, Umar Latif was brilliant in this position. This is one, I think, just mistimes his jump slightly, ends up parrying it over the line.
Yeah, and then he decides that it probably wasn't the best idea as Latif, because I think his hand is absolutely stinging. Look, it is a bit warmer as the sun is out now. It certainly feels a lot warmer, but still, when that ball is hitting you, it stings, it hurts, but that's a big opportunity. So, well, we saw that Nazir, they got lucky with him. He gave an opportunity, wasn't taken. He didn't go and cost him. Or will Tahir cost him?
So, Keanu also said it would be cool if you could have a double play. It's something I know it's been thought of. I just think you have a few complications in cricket. And one thing, I know in indoor cricket they trialled it in some places before. But it gets a bit tough, because then what happens if you get the same guy out twice, right? You can't really get the same guy out twice. And once you, for example, if you catch someone, then like, what if you run the other guy out? So it's been thought of. It would have been a big wide. Instead, it's going to be a dot. Don't know how. Yeah, so this is where it gets a bit complicated, because once you, say, catch a guy out, he's eliminated from the play. Now, in baseball, you can have one guy running, right? But in cricket, you always got to have 2 people running. So, yeah, it's a tough one to actually think of ways where there wouldn't be loopholes. So I know what he was thinking, because that time, actually, I think they went to the wrong end. I guess that wasn't wrong end in the end, but he was just out the other end. I think the non-strikers end was a better chance for a run out. But they didn't have to worry about that in the end. So, yeah, it's something, got some fans. This is up and it's over the top. This is going to be for Quattro Carreras. Tahir, who's the acting captain in the absence of Mohamed Tanzir. Well, he's leading from the front, and that's a really nice shot over the offside. Yeah, good shot to play in the power play. You've got all the men inside the ring. And a little bit short and wide, but he hits it really well, finds the middle of the bat. So the end of the over. Saniola, it's a good spell from him again. He keeps up with the good work that he's been doing. Goes for 19 as the score moves to 28. But 2 wickets down. But that missed opportunity to get to here could cost him. I suppose if you're going to introduce double plays, rather than just make it blanket, you could start with something quite specific and that you could control, and then you could expand it, based on how it was working. His arms up, by the way, in the next over. So that's a big swing and a miss. So, I mean, I'm always thinking, catch and run out double play is one that people talk about, but that can be a tough one. I suppose you could say that a run out doesn't kill the play. You could say a run out keeps the play alive, because then if the other batter is out of his crease, then you could potentially get him out at the same time. That could be a way to start it. I just don't think you get too many of them, though, where both batters are run out and, to get the ball from one end to the other so quickly. There's a reason that the laws of cricket are pretty resilient because they do cover most scenarios, not all, but most, and they're quite thought out. I guess most of them. This one's a full toss, hangs in the air, but slightly missed time. This will just be a single.
Yeah, Mir Hamza obviously didn't like the triple eights on the back of his shirt. He's gone back to the number 6 and he's hoping that it gives him a bit more luck, I suppose.
That's what the golden duck will do for you. Yep. Yeah, I think he's just got his shirt back now. That's good. Again, rags this one from right to left. Young stars just seem to be able to maintain the pace despite losing wickets in their innings this morning. This is well bowled by Hamza. He's really tying him down well here. Just 2 off this over so far.
Yes, better areas from the Hawks. I mean, we saw in the last match, Mubashir Ali was smashing anything on his stumps, on his legs. So they're keeping this outside the off. And at the moment, it's a different ball game, different result.
Once again, it's actually the spin that's done Mubashir Ali there. He doesn't look too comfortable against that. It's the end of the 4th over. The score 30 for 2. Hamza only going for 2 in the 4th.
Yeah, much better so far. Much better line, much better areas. It's almost like the Hawks have taken note of where they weren't able to execute their lines well in the first match. And you saw that from Hamza, just focusing and targeting that off stump. And that's what they're looking to do. From Basha, I mean, he hit the ball hard, but he hits it all in that swing zone. And it's anything on middle and leg. So they want to keep the ball away from him in that area. Tahir, he's been lucky as well. Remember, he could have gone on 3 if Latif had managed to hold on to that one-handed attempt. Here he is on strike and facing up Umair Mohammed. Interesting looking shot. He takes a big jump across the offside and then he challenges the fielder to have a go at him, knowing that if it's missed, he'll get a chance to go back and get 2-leg buys here, and that's exactly what he does. Yeah, but he really hops across the offside here, so doesn't need to be playing and taking these sort of risks at the moment. That's the captain.
Edged and dropped. And to be honest, this is exactly the kind of ball which I find hard to catch. If you're starting wide and you're coming back, you get a big thick outside edge and you couldn't change direction.
Yeah.
This will show it. I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong because different people have different techniques. But see how he's wrong-footed. But if he started behind the stumps, he's moving that way. Yeah. And he doesn't have to change direction.
It's all about balance, Vinny.
It's the first time it's happened, though, to him.
Yeah.
Cameron Zia. Yeah, so that's the way it goes, I suppose. But yeah, wicket-keeping's a funny one because I don't think there's clear right and wrongs as much as people once thought. There's different ways you can do things, a bit like all techniques, like batting and bowling. I mean, people are a bit more open-minded these days, but this will be a wide, hits a bit of the edge of the pitch. Yeah, but it does make me think that there are some principles for a reason.
But it does mean, I mean, all right, we're saying about where he starts. At least it means that when he starts this wide, he's able to stop these. Because I don't think otherwise he's stopping this. Look where this ends up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'll give you a counterpoint to that in a second, though. As we wait for Umar Mohammed. This is dragged to the leg side for 1. The other thing is, okay, if it's me, and I know he's not me, and I'm not keeping, but I'd be starting a lot straighter. But I at least, as soon as I see that ball's going really wide, I'm actually getting a running start, and I'm actually diving full length with a bit of pace behind me already. So I would hope to stop that ball, even if I started straighter, because I've seen it early. It's come out of the hand really wide. And I'm already heading that way. Anyway, this one is heading out of the ground. Maximo bounces over the crossbar, but they needed something from Mubashir. Finally, they get it. And, well, fielded. One hand off the fence. I think in some places that might be out. But anyway, right here, it'll be the end of the 5th over. Maximo to finish it off. It's 46 for 2 after 5, or maybe not. Hold on. It's not the end of the over. Pardon me. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's 40 for 2. After that, and after this, it is in the end. It could be a wicket. Hanging in the air, can't quite get their good effort, hustled in. They will get a single in the end. So let's check that score. It's Latif. Mentioned he took some very good one-handed catches last year. But at the end of 5, it is 41 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Cube on a Monday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximum here with Rico Full. And yeah, Rico, the Hawks, it's been a frustrating time for them, hasn't it? I suppose you look at their batting. failing, I suppose, in that second innings of the first game. But really, they let the young stars get too many. So I think that's the key. If they want to get a victory here, got to keep it around to that 100 mark. You feel.
Absolutely. And that over there is a very good example of where the Hawks have let themselves down. I mean, it wasn't a bad over from Umair, but once again, chances were there, weren't taken. We saw a straightforward drop catch. And then that one there towards the end, all right, the fielder's not quite getting there, but they're the chances you've got to take. Take those chances, you stay in the match.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's go back to the action. Zafar Farhan is going to bowl the next over. I've got to say, there's a little bit of a new feel to week 5, and I think it's all to do with the fact that our hand warmers have arrived for the crew. So everyone's in better spirits, I think, even though it was 4 degrees when we got here this morning. That's a flat bat shot first up. Farhan is going to go the journey. Maximo. He's got a strange kind of release point. It's a little bit of a slingy round arm, low angle delivery. That one set up nicely. That was almost a tennis shot down the field for 6.
Yeah, too short. And you can see it doesn't come out of the hand cleanly. It sort of sticks into his hand, so ends up being short and smashed straight down the ground. So Mubashir Ali, you bowl bad to him, he'll punish you. That's where you need to be. Much better delivery. So he gets a full Yorker let delivery in, and Ali is able just to punch his way outside the off, take a single. But yeah, those chances, that's what's costing them. So here now being dropped on 3 and on 15.
Keanu's got a really good question in the chat. I'm going to come to that in a second. This will be a wide down leg side. Now they won't get an extra. So he said, is there any particular place a keeper should stand? And also if it's different formats, does your mentality change on how you keep? Short answer is, yeah, kind of. I'll tell you my philosophy on that, because I was very big on positioning, and probably that comes through in my commentary sometimes. So you're kind of taught that you on a normal ball, your left foot, so your inside foot should be in line with the off stump, and your other foot should be outside the off stump. So you're basically standing out on the off side of the field. So if you have a look where Cameron is here, he's a long way to the offside, and then he jumps back. Wow.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm trying to describe this for you. I don't know how long we'll stay with this replay. First it goes through the legs, then it hits the stumps. Then it looked like Tahir was getting ready to take a run. And just to make sure it doesn't get around, he decides to field the ball. And no one seems too bothered about it. Oh, yeah, so this is why Zia does this, and he gets to more balls down the leg side, because he's running that way. So, okay, normally you'd stand with your left foot on the off stump and your right foot outside the off stump. But then you're trying to stand back a distance where normally you want to be taking the ball around waist height or so. So if that's not happening, then you need to change that as well. This is up, it's in the air, and it's flying out of the ground. Maximo! Good shot by Mubashir Ali. Struggled against the spin, but I think against the pace, it's a lot more comfortable. And once again, he's able to kind of pick up a length early and just swing straight through it.
Yeah, good shot. It's nice to see him play out on the offside as well. Mubashir, normally most of his shots, he's hitting sort of towards mid-wicket, long on, but he has the width, and then an intelligent shot as well. Hits it on the up, gets it over the infield, and once it goes over them, it sails over the boundary. One bounce to the other side. It's another one for Roberto to fetch.
This will be, I think, about 2 here, but Hamza picks it up cleanly. So that'll be 1 to finish the over. It's 58 for 2 after 6. Yeah, so just finishing that positioning thing. Yeah, the depth is important. Obviously, you don't want to be trying to take the ball low down all the time or on the second bounce, because that's awkward. You also don't want to be too close that the ball's coming through too quickly and you're not having enough time to react to an edge. So around about the waist height's what you're taught. Now, the interesting thing, and this is something that I thought about when I was keeping, that not too many keepers that I spoke to were thinking about, is how far sideways do you stand and how do you measure that? So you might have a mark about how far back you are to a certain bowler. The faster the bowler, the further back you are, right? But I actually would want to know how far left or right I would want to be. So if there was an outswing bowler, I'll come back to this in a second. Here's Hamza. This is hit pretty hard, and that's going to be 6. It bounces on the rope. Maximo! And what a shot. I was looking for the long off, but he'd gone a long way around towards cover, so this was unattended. And the batter cashes in. 6 runs. What a shot.
That's a powerful hit. I mean, I mentioned that to Mubashir. He's been hitting a lot of them on the leg side, but now he's starting to change his style. And, well, after hitting one over the top, over extra cover, he smashes this one over long off. What a hit that was. That was a powerful strike.
Lucky there wasn't a fielder in the way there. Might have gone straight through him. Yeah, Hamza tastes the boundary for the first time. It's a little bit slower. Frustration from the batter. 50 partnerships up now. They're going to take 2 on the misfield, and Hamza tries to get inventive, but the throw isn't a good one. They do get back for 2.
Yeah.
So the way I measured how far wide I was is, okay, if I was right behind middle stump, then the stumps would actually appear like 1. If I look from behind the stumps, I'm seeing one set of stumps and the other set of stumps in a perfect line. And the further wide I went, the distance between the stumps at each end would look bigger. This will take some stopping. It is stopped. If that makes sense. So if you think if you're perfectly behind middle stump, then you see the middle stumps are in line. The further away you get wider, then they get bigger. So for in-swing bowlers, I'd want to be further to the left because I didn't want to get wrong-footed. My whole strategy was based on I didn't want to be wrong-footed, like Cameron Zia was that time. So I wanted to be going the direction of an outside edge because just statistically you get more outside edges than inside edges. This is to the leg side chance and dropped. Well, Java doesn't drop too many catches. That was pretty much straight to him. So the Hawks are their own worst enemy on some occasions here. And Tahir gets a life. Yeah, so for outswing bowlers, I'd be more comfortable being further outside the off stump. And I felt like I was less likely to get wrong-footed with it. Like an in-swing bowler will draw you to your left and then you have to change angle. Which isn't easy. This is hit, and it's hit really well. Well, that is certainly off the middle from Mubasher. Maximo! And that one was all the way above the cube. 6 more. And the youngsters taking off.
Yeah, well, it's such disappointment. I mean, it must be very, very difficult for the bowlers here. I mean, this time it's Amir Hamza. We saw the same thing when Amir Mohammed was. Fielder's got to take the catches. You saw a straightforward catch being put down there by Javed, and then the next ball is smashed out of the ground. So here, well, he's had a lot of luck. Mubasher Ali, he's just smashing the ball big.
16 off this over.
Down the leg side.
Just missing, but not far away. End of the 7th over, and the score is 74 for 2. Yeah, not a bad spell. I think Hamza will just be upset that after such a good first over, wasn't quite able to reproduce that in the second. Yeah, 74 for 2, 3 overs to go in this innings. Let's have a look at what's coming up. I'm getting a lot of questions about when does the next season start, when does the next series start after this week? And the short answer is 30th of January. It will be after a 7-week end of season break. And the cool thing is this week, you don't just go to Saturday, we go to Sunday. So we've got 7 days, Monday to Sunday this week. That's our last week of the season. 5 days of Group B group matches. Finals day for Group B on Saturday, and the final day of the season on Sunday, which is the top 4 teams across the entire tournament. Here's Majadi in over number 8. He's ramped that onto his own pad for 1. Final thing I wanted to say, Keanu asked about, do you have different mentalities for keeping in different formats? And again, the answer is yes, in a way. But it's more to do with when you're playing limited overs cricket, there's rarely slips. So you're just thinking, I'm going for absolutely everything that I think I can reach. Whereas in a longer form of the game, when you've got slips, then you're having to make some decisions around balls that are between you and first slip. This is good running as far as the theory of it, because they didn't hesitate there with the overthrow. So they forced a throw from Hamza. It didn't turn out to be a very good one. I think a good one had him dead, but Mubasher Ali takes the risk, gets away with it, gets 2.
Yeah, very good running. I think these two have done well. Whenever the ball doesn't get taken cleanly, we saw them do it in the over before to Javed, and they've done it here again now. And they saw the overthrow come through, doesn't hit. They say, right, we're going again. So, yeah, they're keeping the scoreboard pressure on the Hawks. The Hawks, I mean, look, they're doing much better than they did in the last match. I mean, at the moment, by this time, the 100 was already up for the other youngsters in the last match. But you just think if they had held on to all their catches, then it could have been. I mean, they would have been struggling around about. I reckon they would have been in the sort of late 50s at this point if they'd taken all the chances.
You're right. But thanks for the question. Appreciate that. It's a bit of a technical one. Some people might enjoy that. Anyway, this is a bowler's ball. He's got to get around 2 batters, but he'll catch it anyway. I had to thread the needle there. It's a bit crowded. Like the mosh pit in the middle of the Montjuic Olympic Stadium. Majadi, though, he takes it without a fuss. I've got to say, I really like Majadi. I think he always steps up. He rarely lets his captain down. That was just a leading edge. Attempted kind of wristy flick to the leg side from Wakas to here. You can see there's 2 batters. I don't think they were trying to put off the bowler on purpose or anything, but a slightly awkward one. Handles it well. The score now, 78 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, credit to Augusta here. I mean, he sees that when Jadi's trying to take the catch, he doesn't have to change direction that much. He wouldn't have changed his line if he did get close to Majadi, but he gives him room to take the catch. Well, he's lived a bit of a charmed life, hasn't he? To here, he was dropped on 3, then dropped on 15, dropped on 17. So 3 chances he gave, but he wasn't able to capitalise that much. He goes for 19. And, well, that's not a bad time to get out, because I think the rest of the batters that come in here now, we do know can clonk the ball pretty hard. So I reckon, really, him staying around there, I mean, he made 19 or 15. He's probably kept some of the big hitters out of the game at the moment.
Yeah,
so
perhaps.
Here we go. I'm expecting an onslaught here now from the young stars. Yeah, they'd be a bit frustrated because, look, we're into the 8th over here. And you haven't had some of the big hitters in. Yeah,
Usman Mushtark top scored in the last game. He's only coming in with shade over 2 overs to go.
Yep.
That's a good point you make.
Mushtark, you also got something like Bashrat. You also got Subani. Don't forget what Subani does.
Yeah, of course.
You know, so it's a very odd. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what you'd expect when Mubashir Ali sends another one out of the ground. That is huge. What a lovely shot. This guy, I tell you what, when he hits them, they stay here.
This is where, I mean, you're a bit upset if you're the Hawks, you don't have more spin options, because, yeah, it did struggle a little bit against Hamza, certainly in the first over. Hamza bowled. Anyway, 85 for 3 after 8. And, yeah, I've got to tend to agree with you. I mean, Usman Mushtark, I still don't know how he didn't win the player of the match in the last game for his 40-odd and 1 for 3. But I think Hurun Salik might have burgled it from him. But as we head into the 9th, plenty of batting to come. And Mubashir Ali also closing in on a half-century. He's moved to 47.
Yeah, Mir Mohammed will bowl tonight. I don't know, just get the feeling that if you don't bowl a good line here, that these 2 batters are sort of form that Mubashir is in, and also Mushtaq, the form he showed in last, it could be expensive. And well, that ain't going to be a good start, because not only is it down the leg side, all right, batter misses out on it, but it's too high. It's a free hit, and Mushtaq stays on strike for the free hit license to go to full Monty. He doesn't need any freebies. He doesn't need any gifts. So it wasn't a good start from Mohammed. Free hit.
Well, he does hit it. Doesn't hit it that far. Or does he? Sahale takes the catch. Of course, takes the one that doesn't matter. But does well to make sure it doesn't sneak across the boundary.
Yeah, and well, that's not a bad outcome. You get the free hit, you get the single, and Mubashir Ali now goes on strike. 47 of 22. He's not going to hold back. He's not thinking about at 50. He's just thinking about sending another one out of the ground. And he tries. Okay, this one will count. And it drops in no man's land. They think about 2, decide not to. Well, he gets lucky, does Mubashir. Moves on to 48. And Mohammed reflects on another what could have been.
Still Mushtaq. Get to the boundary this game. You want to change that, he might. He's going to test the fielder. He does well, actually. Puts his body on the line a little bit down there. And I think that's Shiraz Ahmed in that position. He does well. I like the way he's willing to go to ground just to make sure he stops it.
Yeah, nicely done. And gets the throw in as well. So, they would have probably normally taken 2 here, but this is all about keeping Ali on strike.
Yep, he's got the hot hand, and he does well.
Clever.
That's an element of the game which I've enjoyed. The evolution of it's actually spotting a wide and not spoiling it.
Yeah, and look, that is something that only happens in this format. Because remember, in a lot of other formats, they go with profiles.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't have been called. So yeah, this is something that's unique to this format. This one is okay.
This is the flip side of it. It's when you think it's a wide and it's not.
Yeah.
Again, it's decision making, and and you have. Oh, having said that, I think it probably was a wide on second look. I think I grabbed some of the line the way through, but yeah, I think it's you're seeing the game evolve in real time.
It's not leaving this one. I'll tell you that now.
He ain't leaving that. This is going to be his 50, Rico, because that is gone. Maximal. Mubashir Ali, 54 off 25. And yeah, when he's looked good, he's looked really good in this innings. And he's swinging the youngsters to another very competitive total here in match 98.
Yeah, both बढ़िया batting करते हैं अपने मुबाशिर अली ने अपनी half century पूरी कर ली. And look, that's a chanceless innings. He's really batted well. And they bowled well to him early on. They kept him outside the off, which meant he had to change his shot selection. And you can see from that wagon wheel, He played quite a few in the offside, and this is another one he plays in the offside. Here's another one that will go to the boundary, just one bounce. And that's what I liked about these innings. He's been prepared to take on the bowlers. They've tried to cut out the shots that he plays on the leg side by bowling a better line to him, but he's adapted and he keeps going. It's another one, lovely shot, and 100 is up on the board now.
Batting. Yeah, 100 for 3 after 9. Just looking at 100 for 3 after 9. Yeah, just looking at the wagon wheel from Masharali, I don't think he has a single run behind square. And that's a sign that he's hit the ball really well.
Yeah.
Nothing behind point, nothing behind square leg. He's hitting straight. He's got almost a baseball approach. You know how in baseball you can only hit the ball in front of you, right?
Yeah.
That's the kind of innings he's provided. And some of those shots do look a bit baseball-like.
What's interesting for me is see the start of the last over. It's not a good start. It's a wide delivery. They go once again back to Zafar Farhan. I mean, the Hawks, last time round, it was a 140-plus chase, right? 141. This time, even though they've been errors in the field, they've contained it, but they look very flat, don't they? They don't look like a team that feel that they're putting in a much better performance. And I'm looking around the field, maybe someone like Mohamed Sohail as well, got his hands behind his back. They don't look too energised.
It's also tournament situation, right? Tournament situation, that loss really, I won't say kills their hopes, sort of puts them in intensive care. With this game and 4 more to go. So I think that's deflating in an overarching way. But yeah, having said that, hopefully, well, they are in the game at the halfway point here. I just think they have to bat better. And I still think we'll have a decent contest here. Goes for this, doesn't get it. Don't think anyone's catching it though. Bounces in the infield. Think of 2. This is more about trying to steal the strike bat. Cameron Zia appeals.
Does he have the ball?
Well, short answer is no, I don't think so.
Let's have a look at this. Does he have the ball?
I'm going to say no.
Broken?
Look, the ball bounces straight off his gloves. And you see there, the gloves hit the stumps. The ball doesn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, it'd be worth looking at it again. The question is, does the ball slip out after he's hit the stumps?
Nah.
I
don't
looking
reckon.
at it,
Well,
looking at it
here's the
live,
thing.
I don't think he had it.
He has to be holding the ball. I don't think he ever is holding the ball in any of this. That ball just bounces off the end of his glove. He's never holding the ball, which means he can't be holding the ball and hitting the stumps. So if you're not holding the ball ever, then it can't be out. Yeah. So I think that's the decision that's been given. I think Zian probably knows that.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it live from this angle. We certainly saw the stumps being broken before the ball was safely collected.
It wasn't a case of the ball bouncing off his gloves into the stumps either.
Yeah.
You see the ball clearly missed the stumps. So good decision by the officials. 3 to come. Still 3 to come. I do like, we were talking about keeping technique a little bit. I do like, there is some logic behind what Cameron Zia is doing. And I don't necessarily think it's the best way. But he stands a lot further back. So I think what he's thinking is, I want to be able to reach more balls. And by being further back, I can go sideways more. This will be 4. Mabashir Ali cuts this away. And this actually might be the first runs he scored behind point. But
I think it is.
He's going to take them anyway. It's kind of a thick edge, really. Still trying to hit that more to cover, but again, they don't have a fielder there. Not surprising because he hasn't really hit any balls down there. Yeah, so I think Cameron Zia is more like, okay, I want to be able to cover more ground sideways. But then the negative side of that is that he gets a lot of balls on the second bounce. Yeah. And it's awkward. A lot of them kind of bounce away off his pads for buys. This is up, it's in the air, and it's flying out of the ground again. Maximo Seis Caderas. Mabashir Ali, he's back to hitting forwards, and he's hitting well. He moves to 70, Rico, with the ball remaining.
He's batted so well, really. It's been such a good innings from Mabashir. He came in at number 4 when his team were in a spot of bother because they lost Riaz early and also Shahid Nazir, though he did pump 1 out the ground. He went for 7 of 5, so they needed something. He put a good partnership together with his captain, and when the captain departed, he just kept on going.
Yeah, we can't quite get this out of the middle. They'll go for 2 here, and I think they're going to get it.
They'll get it.
And this is the power of not wasting your time thinking about it, just doing it. So Mabashir Ali faced exactly half the innings. He faces 30 balls for 72. Mushtaq didn't have to do too much. He only faced 6. He only scored 3. But again, young stars pulling each other up. Look, I think based on what we've seen in Group B, it's a par total. The Hawks, so they've been batting below par. If they can bat well, they might just sneak this win in. But really, it's the young stars who after the first half of this game, you feel like they're the more confident of the 2 teams.
Yeah, as we see, Saniula getting the LBW decision there. I think that was absolutely creative. Riaz goes right across the line. Yeah, for me, it's how much the Hawks want it. They're going to have about 10 minutes in between innings to go out there, and I think it's time that the captain really has to G him up. There were errors out there. We saw that one. We saw Mohamed Sahel dropping one, which he wouldn't normally. And this one was disappointment for Nazir after giving that chance, and he was dropped, of course, by Sohail. He then gets himself run out. And, well, there's a catch that went down. It just, you know, there was 3 chances that Tahir gave. Latif put the first one down. Zia, well, he dropped one behind the stumps. And there was one drop by Javed as well. But he didn't hurt him that much. In fact, I actually think he probably helped them because he kept some of the big hitters out of the equation. Mushtaq came in, didn't have too many balls to face. They still had Basharat and Subhani that can come in, that can hit the ball pretty big. We saw that in the first match. So Tahir probably didn't help his side that much by sticking around because he only got 19 and 15. But one man who did stick around and play some really handsome shots was well, Mubashir Ali. And I think when you look at his wagon wheel, which will probably pop up on the screen a bit later, you'll see that he did play shots to all parts of the ground. Only one went behind the wicketkeeper, and even that one, he actually does play when you watch it again. He opens the face to the bat. So he certainly helps his team to, but just under the 120 score. I think they'd be disappointed, the early young stars, that they don't hit the 120 plus because there was loads of batting still to come. But thanks to Mubashir Ali, they put a very respectable score on the board. The Hawks, though, going back to them, it's all about how much they want it. Their captain, I think Cameron Zia, he wants it badly. He'll come out and play a similar sort of role as he did before, but he needs some support out there as well. And whether they go for somebody lower down to come out and help him out. Remember, there was some good hitting towards the end of the innings last time from Mujadi. Maybe Mujadi come up there. But the batting-wise dominated with great knock from Mubashir. With the bowling, well, you saw wickets there from Saniullah. Saniullah continues to do what he does well, keeps the pace of it and picks up wickets. Mujadi bowled much better in this match as well. Amir Hamza, no luck for him at all. 2 overs for 18, quite easily could have had a few more wickets. I think all of the bowlers will know they didn't get the support that they should have from the fielders. A lot of catches went down, but still, even though they've had those errors in their game, they've still kept it to a target that they can get to 118. We've seen that knocked off a number of times, quite easily in some occasions. They just need one batter to get going. Talking about a batter who did get going, Mubashir Ali, just have a look at that. I mean, absolute superb strike rate, great hitting, great batting. He hit the ball clean. He hit it sweeter than a bowler of Rasmalai, I would say. Great knock for him, Maud Banaya, Mubashir Ali knew, and he's kept his team in the driving seat here. But the Hawks, if they can get off to a good start, they're capable of knocking these off. And boy, do they need a victory if they're to stay alive in this series. Join me, Rico Fall and Mr. Maximo, as we return in under 15 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Match number 98. Ali Young Stars in the driving seat. They've got the runs on the board. Hawks needing 118 for victory. Join us in around about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Welcome back, cricket lovers, to match number 98, where the Hawks are looking to change their fortunes. First time round, the Young Stars were just too strong, winning by 51 runs in match number 97. And the Hawks just could get nowhere near the 142 that was required for victory. But this time round, despite still a few flaws in their fielding, they've managed to restrict the other youngsters to 117 to 118, a much more achievable target for them to get to, but they do need a good start. And, well, they also know that they won't have to be dealing with the bowling of the normal Ali Young Stars captain Tanzia, who bowled beautifully in the last match, picked up 2 for 19. So they've got an opportunity here. It's Isra Ahmed is going to start with the ball. And Cameron Zia, who, well, made a very positive start in the last match. We're looking to get going pretty quickly here. He's got the unlucky in the first match, Amir Hamza, as his opening partner. But Hamza, well, you'll feel that he's got his lucky number on the back now, number 6. He's done away with the 888 on the back. He's got number 6 shirt on and hoping that'll give him a bit more luck with the bat. Zia fends off another one from Ahmed. Lots of noise from the Young Stars, and that's been a difference as well. I think you see the Young Stars really encouraging the bowlers, whereas I think the Hawks were pretty flat. This one's pretty full. Whipped away. Zia will be disappointed. It's a sort of delivery which in the first match between the two he was put into the boundary. This one, although he makes good contact, fortunately for him, it goes straight to the man at behind square. Either side of him, I think there was enough on that to take it to the boundary. This one will be a wide. So after 3 dot balls from Ahmed, he just goes a little bit too wide. But once again, he won't mind this, the captain, to want us to hear, because he'll be wanting the bowlers to be trying to keep the ball outside the off. And if it goes wrong once or twice, well, he'll take that rather than bowling short down leg side. And just as I say that, he does bowl the leg side. Also, I don't like the follow-through here from the bowler. Plenty of debates about this, where the bowler just runs straight. I mean, there's no need. Look where he starts from here. He shouldn't be there as well at all. And the umpire just can't see anything there. So if that ball ends up being a straighter delivery and they aren't going for LBW, or even a sneak behind, umpire can't see it. Ahmed. Asking the question, this is outside the line, not out, but better. This time he doesn't go across the umpire. I think the umpire just leaning his head slightly, you see. I mean, one thing as umpires we're always taught is to keep your posture nice and straight. Shouldn't be moving the head at all, because then, I mean, though that one wasn't close, if you're moving and the ball was hitting the pads and it's an LBW decision, when you're not really looking at it straight on, so you shouldn't really be having to move at all. That's better, Mohamed. So I think the umpire may have had a word with him, and since then he's responded well. So most of the runs coming via extras here. And so this is another one. He says no, so all the runs actually. Nothing from the bat so far. But, here comes the last delivery of this over. And it's a good one as he beats Zia outside the off, and that's exactly what Tahir will want from his bowlers. And Ahmed, well, he certainly does respond. Only 2 from it, so not quite the start that the Hawks needed. They got off to a flyer last time round, and then everything slowed down. Maybe they'll do the opposite this time. Maybe it'll be a slower start, but a good flurry towards the end to get them to the 118 that they require. 34 matches without a golden ball. One thing I will say, normally I say any score between 100 and 110 gets you into that category. This is a little bit more than that, but look, it's a special day today, and it is on. It's nice to know that the Pooches have turned up for this special day as well. And he's saying, I'm not letting go of that ball. You can try it, but you're not having it. And that's probably what Subhani will be thinking as well as he gets the ball to bowl. Lovely shot, that. And it is a big day for wildlife today as well. The International Wildlife Conservation Day. Maybe more on that at the moment as we go back to the cricket. As Subhani comes in. Oh, that's an absolute peach. Absolute peach. Beats Mir Hamza. All ends up. Well, Hamza, he's had a few difficulties at the moment. He was out first ball in the last match, so he's on a pair. When he survives the golden, as Riaz has a chat with the bowler, Subani. Subani starts with the beauty, coming round the wicket to Hamza. This one is right in there, so darted in. Good throw. The stumps get shattered. And yeah, it is World Wildlife Conservation Day. And we all know, there's no hiding the fact that humans are the most invasive species on Earth. Creatures are becoming endangered and being pushed to the brink of extinction by the greed of some humans. So today is a day to recognise and realise that it's time that we act and work together to preserve and protect wildlife and ensure their survival. So do your bit. I always like to say, just go onto the World Wildlife Fund website and have a look at a number of ways that you can help to do your bit. As Giovanni comes in again, shorter delivery, and he's going to get lucky here as this one comes off the top edge of the bat from the captain, Cameron Zia, and will go all the way over to the boundary. One bounce, so gets off the mark, Cameron Zia. And as that one, well, I think that one had gone, does that go for 6? Just to clarify that one again, but I've got a feeling that this could have gone all the way, or was it just before the boundary? But a fine time to welcome back into our cube Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. Yeah, didn't think it went all the way. Let's have a look. It did go all the way.
It does go all the way.
Yeah. I just went miles off the bat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was given, but certainly was 6. And this one will be 4, 6 and 4, and hungry for more. Well done, Oroz. He's got her camera out, taking some more wonderful shots for the European Cricket Series social media events.
That's Mo like it for Cameron Zia. Here's the thing, I mean, he flew in the first over and half last time.
Yeah.
And then got out and the whole thing unravelled. Will we see the opposite this time? I mean, he actually plays his own personal maiden, 6-dot balls. But now he gets a couple of boundaries. One lucky, one not so lucky. More skill in that second shot. But, yeah, Hawks just trying to stay in touch. And this one could be more runs. It will be. Chase. Oh, he boots it back in play. Cameron thinks of 2, doesn't get it. But, yeah, I mean, Cameron Zia, if he stays around for any length of time, they're in a very good position here. So Hawks, I mean, look, realistically, I don't see them qualifying the way things are going. But that doesn't mean there's not a match here to be won. I mean, you've got to try and get something out of it. And I think they'll be satisfied to take some points away from day 25. But to do that, they need to chase down this 118. So Hamza, he was very lucky not to have a king pair there. I mean, it was a coat of varnish away from bowling him first ball. Does have a run to his name now. It's Sabani, last ball of his over. Hamza can't decide he wants to pull or drive. In the end, it kind of does neither. And that's the end of over number 2. Decent one for the Hawks, better at least. It's 14 for no loss after 2. Good morning to Mandrake, who's in the chat. Hello to Fantastic Man, to everybody else as well that's been saying hi in there. I know we had the poll, the robot put up about, could we have ECN Classic matches over the winter break or the end of season break. Yeah, you see the table there. Hawks have fallen away a little bit. Young Stars pulling away a little bit in that top 5. Yeah, I suppose that's something we put to the robot. There may be some technical things around that, make it difficult or not difficult, but that's certainly something we might look into.
I like the idea.
It was 75% versus 25% said yes, they would like. So 3 out of 4 people would like that. Seems like a cool idea to me. Here's Isra Ahmed, who's going to bowl over number 3, wearing number 3, and this is a pretty good-looking shot. It's going to be 4 runs and bang, straight into the camera stand. So good news. We were both on high alert there, protecting the equipment. The camera might have just zoomed in a bit after this.
I think we get a better look at this now. You get a better look at us.
Here you go. Wait for the shake.
You go. We were argy going there. But yeah, takes the tripod. The camera's fine.
Yeah, looks like might have just knocked it a little bit, but nothing to worry about. Zia up and about, and now he gets one that he can swing away leg side. So here come the boundaries. Yeah, Zia's a funny one. He's a bit like one of those heart rate monitors, right? He's up and he's down and he's up and he's down, but right now he's up.
Yeah, he missed out on a couple on the leg side, but now he's got. This is what he's so good. He's really good in sort of capitalising on anything that's slightly short that's drifting into him. And he gets a good swivel on this, gets 4 runs. He's up and going now. It's more like it.
Start the over 6 and 4. Now gets the short one. He's very good on the pull, and this one is flying away. Maximo! 6-4-6. Here comes Cameron. Here come the Hawks.
Yeah, well, here come the Hawks indeed. You can see there that once again, it's just too flat. I mean, the captain just smashes a big 6, and look at those guys there. They should be up and about saying, "Yeah, good shot," but they're not. They're quite happy just taking in the race at the moment.
Yeah, they don't want to throw him out of the zone, right? Just leave him be. Leave him be. It's a funny one. I talked about the half power plays, which isn't something I normally look at normally, but in the first half of the power play in the first game, the Hawks scored 25. Second half, they scored 4.
Yeah.
In this power play, the first half was 9. And yeah, since then, it's been 20. And still plenty to go, you'd feel. Going to turn around. Probably don't mind that with Zia. Still the opportunity to face 2 power play deliveries. But yeah, this is kind of what happened in the power play last time. Just it was the other way around. Is the wickets at the end of the power play actually derailed the Hawks. Goes for this leg side as well. They brought the fielder up. So this is going to be 4 as well. So yeah, Zia, he actually has 31 of the 34 runs in this innings. There's, I think, 2 extras, and Hamza's got 1. But right now, it's the captain putting on a show.
Yeah, very much so. Don't forget the first match, and he had all the runs on the board when they got to 29. He was doing all the damage there. Nothing happening at the other end. He just saying, "Just watch me go."
Does he go the 1 here? I don't think so. I think he wants the boundary.
It goes big.
Fields up. It's a good ball, though. And he'll probably get 1 here. It's not a bad result. Better ball from Isra, but that over was pretty expensive in the end. It goes magical. So it couldn't have been more different, really. His overs go for 2 and 21. And at the end of the power play, it's 35 without loss. Hawks in good shape.
Yeah, good shape. Thanks to the captain. And certainly, he's having a fine morning with the bat. But the thing is, though, can't feel that he's done his job. He's got to just stay there. I mean, look, they're not chasing the 140 sort of score. So right now, they're sort of more or less where they want to be. And they've got plenty of batting to come. They've got plenty of options. And you've also got Amir Hamza, though. He survived an early scare. He's still there. And we know the longer he stays out there, the better he'll get. I mean, once he gets going, he can certainly give the ball a crack as well. But at the moment, it's all about the captain saying, "Leave it to me, boys." He's back on strike, 32 of 15.
He has played the pull shot really well today. He's picked up anything short and smacked it side of the wicket. 5 outfielders in place, though. Nawaz Sharif is going to bowl over number 4. Thought maybe they would have gone for the spin of Haroon. But sticking with the pace. Cameron gets the low full toss and just bunts it down. Now it's Hamza's time. I think he doesn't want to be dead weight here. I think he's going to be attacking. Let's see what they do with the field. No one back on the leg side right now. They're going to put 2 of them back. So deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and there's also long on. So 3 fielders now guarding that leg side. And yeah, let's see. If it's pitched up, hit straight. If it's short, then short. Go to that leg side, hit it over the wall. This is Gundy ball down the leg side. Will cost him a wide.
Yeah, it costs a wide, but I mean, this is one where if you're left-hander, Amir Hamza, you want to go after this. You want to be putting this and sending this to the boundary. He's quite happy just to see this get past him. I just think he needs 1 out the middle of the bat, and he'll get going. That was an opportunity maybe to take it.
Oh, this one goes very wrong, and that's hit the edge of the pitch. That's going to be 5 wides. So nothing going right for the Ali Young Stars this time. And look, I don't care who you are. He's done everything right there, the keeper, Mubashir Ali. He's a good keeper too, but physically, you're just not going to stop that.
Yeah, well, I didn't say it this time round. Nawaz Sharif, when he comes on, he gets it all wrong, and then he does get it right eventually.
It was interesting that it's wildlife, so it's a wildlife preservation day, is that what you said? And yeah, getting some good National Geographic shots from the guys from Spring Media. Keep up the good work. Been a bit light on the dog content this morning until this game. This one's called wide. It's a borderline one. I think it grabs a little bit of the line. Yeah, I'm liking that. Making some new friends. Must be nice. Obviously, I don't really get to own a pet because I'm so mobile. But that's how you can meet other people, right?
Yes,
Brings humans together as well.
Beautiful day for it as well. And this one is just going to drop short of the fielder. was lurking there to take the catch by Basharat, but Hamza, a little bit fortunate he doesn't time this better, because I think he certainly didn't get the elevation in it to beat the fielder.
Yeah, Hamza at least has got to get the one at the moment. That's exactly what he does. Cameron Zia back on the rack. Tries to force this away. It's a better location from Sharif.
Yeah, good delivery from Sharif. Nicely done. Yeah, it is exactly World Wildlife Conservation Day. Also, it is International Cheetah Day. And I'm talking about cheetah as in the cat, the wild cat.
Would have thought so.
A day that celebrates Mother Nature's built-for-speed machine,
oh, yeah,
the cheetah.
They are quick.
Cheetah's another animal that has seen numbers decline over the decades. 50% decline in numbers in the past 4 decades. So let's recognise this day, Wildlife Conservation Day. Also International Day of the Cheetah, to respect and conserve animals around the world, including the cheetah.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd have like an International Cheetah Day. Cheetah animal makes sense. Oh, he's knocked him over. It's gone straight through his legs. So Cameron Zia, the show is over. It's a good ball from Sharif, to be fair. It was full, it was straight. I mean, I was about to go up for LBW like everyone else, and then it sneaks through the legs. And that is the first wicket. Hawks lose their skipper. 44 for 1. Good innings, though, and a good start to their innings from Cameron Zia.
Yeah, perfect delivery to a batter that's starting to walk outside the off stump. That's what Zia does, because he wants to play that trademark shot of his on the leg side. He's pretty good at whipping it across, but not when the ball is that length. And you mentioned that a lot, Minnie. You know, we talk about the wides and with the, if batters start moving, does the wide line go with them or not, etc., etc. Well, I tell you what, you can end all arguments if you can bowl a ball like that.
It's actually a better strategy, I think. If you bowl an actual Yorker, even the best batters in the world are going to struggle to hit a ball that's hitting the popping crease anywhere. And you just open up the LBW in the bold. So you batter coming in, and it looks like Zaid Majadi is getting in. And I think it's a good shout. Yeah, we batted at 7. It was too low earlier. He's a guy that was in form. Top scored in their last innings. He's careful on this one from Sharif. Turns out to be a good over. They had a big filthy 5 wides in there, but the whole over only goes for 9. Picks up the wicket of Cameron Zia. And after 4 overs, the Hawks are going at 11 and over. 44 for 1.
Yeah, that's exactly what Nawaz Sharif does. He always gets a couple of gundy balls in there, and of course there was that 5 wides. But then he comes back, gets his radar right, gets it tuned in, and then causes trouble. And well, I tell you what, that Yorker was absolutely emphatic. What a good delivery it was, as he knocks the stumps over from the captain. The captain again, though, Zia gets the runs on the board, 33 this time. In the last match, it was 27. So he's certainly been good for his side. But can somebody else get going here and get them a victory?
Yeah, now they do go to spin. Here's Harun Salik. This is hit and almost carries. Geez, that's good fielding. He's done very, very well there. It's Baba Basharat. He gets an awkward one. But you know what I like about this? He's willing to use his body to block. Yep. He has to guess a little bit. He gets a bit lucky, he doesn't bounce over the line, but I've got to say, 10 points for effort from Basharat, and he saved 3 runs for his team.
Yeah, well done to Basharat. Whether he would have done it in the first match when it was 4 degrees, I don't know. It's easier to do when the sun's out. It doesn't hurt as much. But yeah, get your body behind it. Good bit of fielding.
The good thing is, when it was 4 degrees when we started play today, then you're pretty numb anyway. So probably it'll hurt tomorrow, but in the moment, it's worth it. I want to say hello to Suruchi Yadav again, who's saying hello to us. Hello to everybody else. And a good game on the cards here. It's a quicker one. This is hit in the air. It's powerful strike down the ground. Maximo! Well, Hamza, when he gets going, he looks like a good player. He's had a few struggles with the bat in this series. But, I mean, this is a sign of a class bat, and he hits that one just straight down the ground for 6.
Yeah, you beauty. What a lovely shot that is. A nice, clean hit. And, well, he's somebody that we know, if he gets going, can really hit the ball well. 33 or 15 when we saw him playing against the Catalonia Tigers. It was outstanding.
Spinner versus spinner, really. Here's Salik versus Hamza. So that might help Hamza a little bit, just knowing what Salik's trying to do. Yep. The other thing is, being a left-hander gives him a natural advantage, I think, over the left-hand spin of Salik. This one almost bounces off the pitch, but doesn't. Hits what would have been a wide. Now they're going to take 2 on the misfield. That's good running by Majadi.
Yeah, good running by Majadi. Not good running by the fielder. I mean, he needs to back himself to get to this, but it doesn't really doesn't sprint after this at all. It was a little pitter-patter, little short steps. But, yeah, this would have been probably a wide.
Yeah, it would have been a wide because he bounced on the pitch. Wow. Oh, look at this one.
Well, this was nothing, no pace on
It
this
really
at all
didn't
from
bounce.
Salik.
Was it because it was a bad bounce? No, it was just a slightly misjudged pace from Majadi. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. 5 overs down, 55 for 1, so they get the 11 off that. They're pretty much keeping round about that required rate. Just a tiny bit behind, but nothing too concerning at the moment. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the new year. And I know a lot of people are excited about the ECL. Let's pick a group here. I'm going to go with the last group, Group F. All right, so they'll play on Thursday, Friday and Saturday of week 3. They'll have CRYMS from Ireland, who did qualify before, but unfortunately that was one of the pandemic ECLs that couldn't go ahead. Project Lions Nicosia return, and they were a bit of a surprise because last time around at Keefe from Sweden, their first appearance. As this is hit pretty powerfully, probably going to have to just stop the boundary. I think that's smart. I couldn't see him quite getting to that. That's Karamat down there. Yeah, so don't forget, we've got the Istanbul team in there as well. Istanbul KSK from Turkey. So, again, we don't know what we'll see from them, really. And Werash. Real dark horses there, Werash. I just think they might get a couple of good marquee players as well. This is clipped away square of the wicket. And that is another interesting thing about the ECL that okay, everyone in your squad needs to have played for the club in the preceding 12 months, but you can have 2 people that don't fulfill the criteria. We call those wildcard players or marquee players, however you like. They can be players that play for other clubs within the country, or they can be from another country. That's fine. Again, it's about building this sense of community and shared experience. This is hit straight, trouble, could be trouble. He's slow to get in, and now he's dropped it. Babar Basharat is good fielder. We saw that already. I think originally he thinks he's going to have to go back right to the line, and then he realises late it's a miss hit. It's right off the bottom of the bat. So then he compensates, and he's hitting the ball at pace. In the end, it doesn't stick, bounces straight out of the palms.
Yeah, well, Basharat puts down Amir on 11. So keep an eye on that. Amir Hamza is the one player who could capitalise on that. So Sharif will be the unlucky bowler, doesn't get the wicket. And now, well, he may get one here. Another chance, a different player, and, well, it's been missed. So he could have had 2 in 2, but this time it's Haroon Salik that comes across, and he misses the opportunity. Yeah, this one is probably close enough to Salik to get him interested, but I think that if Basharat had a clear run at this, he's reaching that, but he can also see that Salik's coming around and there's a potential collision on the card, so he just backs off, but that was a much more difficult catch for Salik. So Hawks, well, they're getting a few gifts here as well. This is the kind of game they really should be winning, but they're falling behind at the same time. For 13 and over required now. Just hit hard. More work for Basharat. Does well to keep it in front of him and keep it to 1. Yeah, so the other thing about the wildcard players, I mean, it also means that maybe, you know, take the Turkish team. Okay, it's not the same club as last time, but we know that they struggled a lot. But who knows, if they could pick up a couple of guns from somewhere, and that could be a game changer. You saw what a big difference someone like Ari Kavalis made to Yek Corfu from Greece. This is a nice shot, class shot from Hamza. Yeah, this is more him, I think. Yeah. It's a proper cricket shot. He's not premeditating. I just think he sees the ball and hits the ball based on what he sees. Good batting, 4 runs. Yeah, there's not been too many better shots than that in the day. That's a classy shot. I love the way that the left-hander Hamza rocks back. And again, it's timing. Not trying to hit it too hard, timing. Maybe, well, he's had a bit of luck, hasn't he, when he was dropped earlier in that over, dropped by what would have a straightforward chance, really, by the fielder Basharat, and then he goes and plays a shot like that. Cracking shot. Needed that, really, at the end of the over. 65 for 1. They're more or less, I mean, they're running a little bit behind, but look, they've got plenty of wickets in hand. Yeah, that's true. You don't want to leave your run too late, though. You've got those wickets there. He's got some good players to come. I like the move of Majadi up the order. You've got people like Mohammad Sahel. He'll probably come in next. Full toss, hit straight up in the air, and it's going to be gone. And it's going to be caught and bowled. Batter walks off. Yeah, and some contention about height here, but I think this is below the waist. In the end, it's a bit of a waste for the batter, really. Yeah, it's Mujadi who will go, and Farouk Ahmed, the bowler, gets a wicket of his very first delivery, and it is dipping. Yeah. I think the batter is also low down on one knee. If he's standing upright in his position, that's below the waist. So no issues. It is.
And so Majardi will be annoyed with himself because that was there to hit. And he gets lucky in the end, maybe, the bowler, but you make your own luck, I suppose. And so Majardi doesn't quite work out this time. He's the second wicket to fall.
Yeah, and, well, look, it goes up in the air a long time. And Farouk Ahmed says, I don't need two hands. I can just do it with one. And he takes it one-handed, and in the end, quite amazing. Look, he goes with two, and then he says, nah, one hand would be fine. Thank you very much.
I think he definitely misjudges that. I didn't think that was first. Good spot by you. Anyway, this isn't a good ball, and Mohamed Zahal gets the gift first up. Bowler might have got lucky on that previous delivery, but it's the batter getting lucky with a real early Christmas present first ball. And Zahal cashes it in, gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, Mohamed Zahal was interesting when he was on the boundary. Just didn't look. Didn't look himself. Seemed to be hovering around. He dropped a catch, which is not like him. Made a misfield. And they need him to be focused and in the zone. Well, he starts well. Maybe with that shot will make him believe that he can go all the way here. Score a big score and also help his team to victory. Well, he goes for another one, and he'll get this one. This time it's Sir Rob Kemin that's under attack. Wouldn't it be great if Rob took the catch here? But this one is in his direction. Good hit from Sohail. Holds the pose as well. And Sir Rob, yours. And he's pretty quick to get out of the way. But, well, there he is. He's just hiding himself under the marquee there. He was standing in the sunshine earlier. He says, no, I think I'm going back into the safety of under my marquee. So Rob came in there. Andy House alongside him as well.
Sohail once more. And he gets a pretty friendly full toss, but he drills it straight into mid-wicket. So just a single. So, yeah, and Keanu mentioning that there's some announcement about an African T10 tournament as well, which for next year. I just think this format of the game, obviously we've done more of it than anyone else. I think we know the potential of it. So when we're talking about things like the Olympics and potential things, I'd say it's got to be this vehicle. Yeah. I just think, for me, for most people that are neutral sports lovers, 4 hours is too long for a match. Anyway, this is going right back to the line and caught. So Hamza, his luck runs out. And yeah, no problems there. Makasta here. The acting captain holds the pose. So yeah, Hamza again signs, but you know, unfortunately for him, frustrating day at the office with the bat for him. Tahir does very well just to know where he is, and knew he didn't really have the ability to take a step back. But you know, the Hawks in a decent position here. But yeah, wickets falling, runs happening as well. And pretty good game in our hands here in match 98.
Yeah, that one's a crucial one because Amir Hamza just started to find his traps. I said the longer he stays out there, the better he gets. Hit this pretty well, but you got to say that's very, very good catch from Waqas Tahir, the captain. And we know he's got safe hands. He's taken a lot of catches in this series. None better than that because really he didn't have any room for error. Good catch. And Ahmed picks up his second wicket. And so close to the third.
And this is where things could fall off a cliff pretty quickly because that rate has gone up now. I think 42 required off the last 3 overs, so 14 over required. Just a little cutter that just goes over the stumps. Farhan survives, 7 overs down, 76 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the afternoon session. And it's match 99. Well, you know, for me, it's a special one, Rico, because it is my 2000th match on ECN, so I hope it's a good one. Maybe it could be a golden ball. Grathia and Fateh, they're actually 5th and 6th on the table, and that's where the split is. If you're in the top 5, you survive to Saturday. If you're not, unfortunately, your tournament's over at the end of Friday. So, yeah, Grathia could really consolidate themselves in that top 5 there. 3 points ahead of Fateh as it is, with 2 games in hand. And Grathia winning the toss and batting first. In match 99, it's coming your way in around about 40 minutes right here on ECN.
Yeah, and Gracia, of course, are a team that are, well, after losing the first 3 matches on the spin, then they had that 1-0 result. Well, since then, they've been on a high. And every time they batted first, they put around 130 plus on the board. This one will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And that's exactly what's required. Well, I tell you what, Mohamed Sohail, he hasn't given up the fight. They need a few boundaries every over.
No way.
That will help.
With him there to the end, I think they win. If I'm honest, I just think he scores big or he gets out. Which will it be? This time he fouls onto himself. Yeah, just going back to what I was saying. T10 for me, 45-minute halves, exactly what a football match is. It's an appealing format to people that are being introduced to the game. T20. So I'll tell you what's happening in baseball at the moment. There's a big kerfuffle in America because they're saying, look, baseball is too long. It's turning people off. The games are on average 3 to 3.5 hours, which is basically what a T20's 3.5, let's say.
Correct.
Yeah. On a good day, right? So this is the big thing people are saying. And so as we see, this ball is cut. This is going to be 4 as well. Farhan gets off the mark now, a little bit short from Salik. And this is a confidence builder for Zafar as he gets that into the gap. Didn't think he was going to get a boundary for it, but then he turns out he placed it perfectly.
Farhan, one thing we know about him, if you bowl badly to him, he'll punish it. We've seen him come out late on and score quick fire runs, and we've actually said at some point, maybe he's sort of batter that can bat in the power play. Bowl at his stumps, bowl down his legs, he'll punish it. So, with Farhan getting a boundary here as well, you've got 2 batters there that can quickly get you to the score, you know.
Last ball, the over. Goes for it. Miss-hits it. Basharat drops it again. They'll probably get 2, or they won't, because they didn't run very well. So Hale, he should have got back there. He was too busy ball watching, and not enough running, but I suppose the Hawks catch a break again. Another drop catch. It's 88 for 3.
Yeah, catches win your matches.
See, look, he was literally just ball watching the whole time, and then realised, hold on, we've got to get 2 there if it runs straight away. He didn't. That's a bit of a clanger, because Hale really should be on strike for the start of this over.
Yeah,
okay, so 30 required for the last 2 overs. Just finishing my point. So in America, there's the whole thing of trying to create rules to speed baseball up. They've already done that to an extent. And so that's, I think, where we think, as cricket people, we think of a T20 as a short form of the game, only because of the evolution of the game, where the game's come from. But I think in the modern market, if you're trying to open it up to new places, they already think of cricket as a bit slow and boring, because they have these preconceived ideas. I think the T10 is a no-brainer. I think it's a simple form of the game. It's got all the elements of the longer form of the game, but then potentially you can turn people on to long formats if they want to. Anyway, here we go with the 9th. Biggest over of the game so far. It's going to start with a wide. They've gone back to Karamat Subani. Kiabi saying things, well, I think might have been Mandrake said could have a golden ball today. Mandrake thinks maybe in one of this afternoon's matches. Could be.
29 required here of this one. Oh, maybe this one, Vin. This could do it. I mean, it's that sort of score, isn't it? Needing around about 14 and over. Subani.
Hawks already lost a golden ball, don't forget. So I'm going to miss, no wide.
Yeah, that's where you bowl to somebody like Farhan. He's looking for anything on the stumps that he'll get onto. Anything outside the off, moving away from him, he's really going to struggle to get back on the ball. I mean, I would take the gamble here, push me 3rd man back. You need to stop the boundary. 3rd man, they've got nobody, I'm just having a look, nobody back on the boundary on the offside. So if you're going to bowl that off stump line, moving away, you need to change the field slightly here.
Farhan's got to get off strike at the minimum. Now he's top edge. No one knows where it is. Turns out it's gone for 4. Well, I was looking at Sahel. He was just kind of sitting on his bat at the non-striker's end. Not in a rush to get down there. Turns out Farhan gets a bit of luck. This one, bouncing just inside the boundary. 4 runs and a welcome boundary for the Hawks. And to be honest, they need more of that. Probably need at least 1 or 2 more boundaries this over.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, a couple more boundaries. You're absolutely right, Vinny. A couple more boundaries here and maybe take the score to around about, I don't know, 12 to 14 required of the last. We've got a game on here. So, game out at baseball, though, is there an option in baseball to make it shorter?
Baseball is a very traditional sport. And they probably wouldn't. There is the option, yeah. There's one way they do that at the moment. And what they did during the... Oh, this should be stopped. It is.
Good result. Get the single.
Yeah, so Hale has three balls to face in this over potentially now. He's on strike. So one thing they did during the Corona, because they had to sometimes do double headers and the season was shorter to reduce fatigue. Instead of a 9-inning game, they'd make it a 7-inning game, but that was only when there were 2... if there were 2 games on one day, the games would be 7 innings, so a bit shorter.
Okay.
That's an obvious thing that you could do. But again, yeah, it kind of goes against the fabric of what it is. They're more interested in saying, okay, then people feel a bit cheated because in baseball, if people pay their money, baseball's a bit different to cricket in that cricket, it definitely gets more exciting because of the style of play changes if the game's shorter, whereas baseball is fairly consistent. So then people, if you're taking innings off in baseball, they would feel, hey, I paid my money. How am I only getting 7 innings instead of 9, right? Bowled him. And so Sahale gets knocked over, and the Hawks, they're going to be in struggle town here. Looks like they might need a magical finish. And it's not Sahale, pardon me, it's Farhan, because they did get the single last ball. And so they've lost another wicket. Well, that probably doesn't hurt them as much with Sahale still at the crease, but still, they do lose the 4th wicket, 95 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, because the ball before where they got that single was the Yorker length delivery that had to be dug out by Sahale. Well, he was able to do it. Farhan, well, this one sort of, he likes to give himself a bit of room down the leg side. Well, Subani follows him with the Yorker length delivery, hits him, and then ricochets back onto the stumps, and that's why Farhan is disappointed. But of course, the key here is that the new batter will be coming back onto strike. So Zafar Farhan, we know that he's capable of playing a few big shots. And, well, he played 2 4s in this one. He'll go for 10 of 7 deliveries. Bowled by Subani. New man comes out, really needs to find a boundary here. 1 ball to go in this.
Got a free hit. I don't think they want a 1 here. But they do want a boundary. Well, they get a bit, and it's going to be caught. So that's Waqar Tahir takes another good outfield catch. Probably not a bad result for Sahale, who at least get to face, but I don't think Latif is that impressed. I mean, does the right thing, though. He has the right approach. Latif is a good hitter. I was really surprised to see him listed 11 last game, but it's the end of the 9th over. And so 2 wickets and 2 balls. Won't be a hat-trick ball for Zabani, because that's the end of his spell. And the score is 95 for 5. Only 23 off the last. Just finally, what I was going to say is, to show you the differences between baseball and cricket. No one goes to a T20 going, hey, this is a rip-off. I've missed out on 60 overs of cricket, but I paid my money. No one says that, because cricket changes dramatically in your strategy and basically how aggressive you are in a shorter game. Yeah. So I think what they're concentrating on baseball at the moment is trying to speed the game up between pitches, trying to limit the amount of substitutions they can make when they change the pitch. It always takes a long amount of time. Trying to make sure that batters aren't walking away so much during the game, and trying to kind of keep the game moving that way. But yeah, for sure, T10. I'd say the 100 is kind of a bit of a furphy. 100's really still T20 cricket. I'd say 10 over cricket's game changer. Well, this is just the start you want. Is this going to go? Oh, it doesn't now.
What's a catch?
Yeah, it's a good catch, but it's no ball. Oh, see, that's where Sahale needed to be hustling back for 2 here, because he knows there's a free hit coming up. I thought he might have got it for 6. Maybe he thought that as well.
What a catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good catch, but I mean, he knew. I think everyone knew it was a no ball.
Yeah, you got to be running hard for 2. He doesn't. So he gets exactly what they need. I mean, look, the situation of the match was if you run 2 there, all right. I mean, you get 3, they'll get 2, so still though.
21 off 6 with a free hit, and it's Javed, who I think's coming off a duck. He's facing up, he's got a free hit. But again, Javed, he's no slouch with the bat. Just hasn't got going too often in this series. Here he is facing a free hit. And he whacks it. How far? Again, it won't be out. This time it's dropped. Will they try for 2? Sahale wants 2. Javed will get there.
No way. He takes an unbelievable catch with the free hit. Then the one that matters, he puts it down.
No, that was the free hit. The first one was a no ball. So
no, that's what I mean. He takes a catch at a no ball, sorry.
So they were both not going to be out. But what he does is he fumbles and he allows a second run. But I think, to be honest, you're pretty happy to see Sahale at the other end if you're an Ali Young Stars supporter. Remember, the Young Stars are basically playing to consolidate their spot in the middle order and maybe push up for a double chance on Saturday. Now Javed whacks it, and this I think is going to travel. It does. Maximo! We could be on here, because right now Farouk Ahmed is just struggling to find his rhythm. He kind of lumbers in. It wasn't the worst ball, but what a shot by Javed. 6 runs.
Javed stays inside his crease, smashes it away. He's another batter that is saying, you bowl it at me, I'm going to send it away. You've got to get this outside the off. Hey, golden ball alert.
Could be. Still need a couple of boundaries to get there, I think.
13 off 4.
Can tie the game with 2 Maximos. Doesn't get it. This will probably just be 1. Again, not worth trying to run out Sahale here. So 12 off 3. I don't think I'm running. Think about it. Both have established they can hit boundaries. So yeah, golden ball if the game is tied, and who knows, you might have one here. Hawks already had a golden ball back in match 63 against the Ripoll Warriors. They didn't win that one. 2 Maximos to win the game. There's 3 balls left. And there's a wide, so that helps.
Ooh, that helps.
Because
big
now
time.
a 6 and a 4. I mean, of course, there's 3 balls left. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't think I would take a 1 here. I don't think I would.
Well, Jarvid certainly can hit the fence.
Exactly.
So
exactly. He has, but I think Sohail is your guy that can hit 2 out of 3. Anyway, 10 to tie off 3, 11 to win. Doesn't want to miss hit this, and he doesn't. This is sailing out of the ground. Maximo! Warm up those golden balls, Rico, because we could be on here. That makes it 5 off 2 or 4 for a golden ball.
Well, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And Sohail smashes another one over. Are we going to get that golden ball? Well,
maybe you take on the 1 and try for a 2. That's because you might get away with a 2. Anyway, here we go. 6 will win it now. 4 will tie it. There's 2 left. Oh, gets it wrong. And this is going to be 4.
Well, is this going to be called a no ball?
Well,
if it is, it could be the match.
If it is, it's game over. So they're having a look at this.
Let's have a look on the height on this. I suspect it was high.
It seemed high-ish. Where's the
it was
ball?
high.
That's a no ball.
That's a no ball.
I think it was. Is he bent?
This will be called no ball. And, well, yeah, it's called no ball. That's the match.
Yeah, he's done it. So it has been called. Yeah, he does seem to hit it from waist high. So when it comes down to it, Sohail does it. A magical finish. And in fact, that ties the most runs off a last over to win. And they end up doing it with effectively 2 balls to spare. They get 23 off the last 4. Well, that last one, if it is a no ball or not, it's just you don't see them losing from there because it does go to the boundary. And the Hawks have done it. Another surprise chase. And the points get split. The Young Stars, they kind of let the Hawks slip for a lot of the innings. The Young Stars seem to be on top, although early it was the Hawks after slightly slow start, got back into it thanks to Cameron Zia, but a really topsy-turvy contest in the end. It is the Hawks that get over the line. Just their 2nd win of the tournament.
Yeah, congratulations to the Hawks, but you've got to take your catches if you want to win matches. Too many missed opportunities there for the Young Stars, but take nothing away from the Hawks, and especially from Mohamed Sohail. You could just tell that he was focused. He wasn't wanting another defeat here for his side. And as soon as he came out, the way he hit the ball right from the start, you knew that maybe something special was on the cards. First of all, it was a good partnership that he put together with Amir Hamza. He started to hit the ball sweet, and he needed to get rid of him pretty early. And it was a great catch, actually, to get him. But look, talking about catches, there was one of a couple that were put down by Bashrat. That was another opportunity, and that was Salik, who put down Mujadi. And you just knew that sooner or later one of those was going to hurt you. And I think with Sohail being put down, that was a moment that signed the end of this match and didn't hit the ball well. So, and also, look, give credit to Jarvid, because with that catch being taken, I mean, that was when we saw the end of Hamza. Then, well, we saw Zafir Farlan come out. He played a few good shots before he departed. And Subani, well, maybe he was going to be the man make a difference this time around, as this was hit down the ground and the catch taken. Well, the captain was everywhere. He was the one man that could take the catches, but nobody was going to catch this one because Jarvid came in. He knew what he had to do. He needed boundaries. All the pressure was on the bowler there at the end, Farouk Ahmed. And Farouk, unfortunately for him, he went the distance. 34 came off the 10 balls that he bowled. And yeah, arms lofted by Mohamed Sohail. What an innings it was from him, and what a finish indeed. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, definitely a little bit of Butler going on there. A great victory for the Hawks. And well, they were a little bit flat. Maybe they knew in terms of the situation in this series, there's probably no way back for them. But you know what? Even after losing that first game, which had been disappointing for them when they just gave too many runs on the away, they came back fighting, led again by their captain, Cameron Zia. He batted very well, but it was Mohamed Sohail who finished things off for them. So we had a splendid finish there towards the end. And looking forward to the match between Gracia and Fateh. So the golden ball didn't quite happen, it just eluded us. But will it happen this one? Huge match this one. Gracia taking on Fateh. It's also match number 99 of this series, and match number 2000 for Mr. Maximo, Vinnie Sanders. So maybe something special will happen in that one. Well, we saw something special from the Hawks in this. Cameron Zia started it all off, the captain. But then, well, after Amir Hamza played his part, that 30 of 11 deliveries from Sohail was absolutely sensational. Victorious for them. Good bowling from Subhani. He certainly did come back to his best. But, well, Farooq Ahmed, though he did pick up 2 wickets, he went for 34. A very expensive last over as well. Meant that it was victory for the Hawks, and that's the second victory. And each time they brought up a victory, it's always been courtesy of a run chase. So well done to them. The thing is, though, maybe they're starting to find their form a little bit too late, because the team that they're hoping to catch up with is Fateh. And Fateh, they're up next against Gracia. Expecting this to be a good match. Gracia, they're on form, and they're the team that are looking to, well, chase the teams at the top. And certainly the way we've seen them play in the last 4 matches, they've certainly have demonstrated just why. They were the champions at the weekend tournament, at Khartoum, winning that one and beating the Catalonia CC in the final. And then they also are the Spanish representatives of the European Cricket League starting in 2023. So we expected great things from them, and we saw them. And are we going to see them continue in good form? Well, that match is going to be coming up in just under 25 minutes time. So why don't you join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return then. But for the time being, got a little bit of time. Why not put a brew on, get yourself a few bickies, get set, get comfortable, as the action will start again in under 25 minutes time. Join me then. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and thank you for joining us, and we're looking forward to seeing you again soon.
welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic ground. You know, it's been a great journey with ECN over the last few years. There's been lots of special moments along the way. This is a pretty special moment for me because this is my 2000th match on ECN. It's match 99 of this series. And in this one, we are going to see Gracia. They're taking on Fate. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's got the two captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Okay. And
Heads is called. It is tails.
we're batting first.
Well, it was Vinod that was standing in for the toss for Gracia. He's won the toss and he's elected to bat. So no surprises there. I think that's the way Gracia like to operate. They like to get out there, get a big score on the board, and they do have some very good bowling options to defend it. So for Fate, they find themselves kind of the wrong side of the fence at the moment. These two teams are 5th and 6th heading into this game. We know that's where the split is. If you're 6th or below, you won't make it through to Saturday. 5th and above, they do survive to the weekend. So I think these are really important games. Gracia are a game and a half ahead, plus they've got 2 games in hand on Fate, so they could really kind of limit Fate's ability to come back into this tournament with a couple of wins here. Obviously, Kuldeep Lal is always one to watch, but I think they've got a lot of good options. They've got Vilbayara, they've got Hiramahe. For Fate, though, I think Ranjot, you saw him there at the toss as well. He's one guy that I always like to watch, but I think that they're relying on guys like Wakas Mirza to really whack them to victory, but first they're going to have to contain Gracia in the first innings. So match 99 is on the way. It is match 2000 for me, Rico, and I know we probably won't have a cake because it's too many candles, but I'm really excited to share this one with you. The news from the toss is Gracia, they won the toss, they can have a bat. I'll be there shortly, but right now, here's Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Match number 2000, absolutely sensational. Big shout out to Mr. Maximo. Come on, I want lots of messages on the chat from all of you, our global family, to wishing him well and well done. 2000 matches, that's quite sensational. And he's got his party shirt on as well. I'm liking that, and I'm pretty sure that at some point today we'll share a glass or something to celebrate. As we have a look at the two teams. Gracia, they're back. They're on a bit of a run at the moment, aren't they? 4-3-1, and those 4 have come back-to-back, so they're on the way. Whereas Fate, well, they've been a little bit hit and miss, haven't they? They've been relying on 1 or 2 players. And, I think at Wakamiza is somebody that has to perform for them, and as well as the likes of Gagandeep Singh. You see there, that's no surprise. Gracia are the favourites to win this one and continue their good run. Beautiful sunshine and this Mount Juic Olympic ground here at the moment. And looking forward to this one. Gracia batting first. Every time they've batted first in the last few matches, they've gone on and put big runs on the board. 150, 152, 138. So they are really batting well. And when they were chasing that low pass 68 against the Ripple Warriors, knocked them off with 29 balls to go. So batters have been informed. Vinod Kumar going to be opening up with Vibha Yadav at the non-strikers end. And one guy who bowled really well for Fate, was instrumental in that win against the Yeda Tigers, is Ranjit Singh. He starts first up, and it's a Gandhi ball, and it could have been a wicket of a Gandhi ball. It was a filthy full toss down the leg side, which gets absolutely hammered away. Borderline on whether it was a no ball or not. And I don't think it's been called. I think it was dipping, so it's a slower delivery. And, well, Kumar is quite lucky still to be there. And actually not Kumar on strike, looking at it again. So the information that I've been given is incorrect. The actually batters are the other way around. So it is Vibha Yadav that is opening up. It's the man with the cap on. So this time it will be given a wide. Ranjot bowled very well last time round, as I was saying. Took 3 for 18 in the player of the match performance and getting the victory over the Yeda Tigers, restricting them. But this time he's not bowling too well. He's bowling 2 leg sided. This one will go all the way. Balle, 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 boom, shaka lagya is another delivery that's wayward down the leg side. Just hasn't seemed to have got into his stride here. Ranjot Singh is a little bit too short down the leg side, and that's easy pickings for batters, especially the sort of form that they've been in. A better delivery, and needed the fielder here to pick it up cleanly and get the throw in straight away. It's a good effort. I think the batters are always going to get there. One thing that we're going to find between these two, and I think all of the Fate players, is that they're running in between the wickets will be very good. And Vinod Kumar, despite coming back from a slight injury, seems to be getting fitter all the time, moving a lot freely than before. Plays a nice handsome shot on the offside. Interesting method of fielding. It uses the feet. Gets lucky. Has got somebody who's backing him up. A big foot on it. Yeah, I'm liking that also from Randeep Singh, the captain. Just backing up the batter. So Kumar gets off the mark straight away. And gives Yadav the strike back again. Ranjit Singh's got to keep it outside the off. He does, and gets the reward straight away. Just the dot. So a ball to go in the first over. 13 from it so far. And gets in line with this. He'll take the single, get himself back on strike. Vibha Yadav at the moment is electing to wear the cap, not showing his golden locks. Tell you what, his hair's still gold. We'll see that later. And not quite sure what's happened to Simranjit Singh's. It's gone a bit grey. Let's have a look at the top batters here. Hira Mahey, the captain, right up there, 229. Yadav, well, he's on his way. Well, past 200 now is Yadav. And Kuldeep Lal, he's been hit and miss with the bat. But when he gets going, he's good. On the other side, Mirza and Gangadeep Singh are leading the way for Fateh, with Randeep Singh, the captain, just 1 run short of bringing the 100 up himself. On the bowling front, Ranjit Singh, he needs to pick the bowlers, though. It hasn't started well here for him. And Vinod Kumar, the man who's doing the batting for Gracie at the moment. He's right up there as the top wicket taker. Back to the action. And one Singh replays another. Direct hit will be interesting, but he gets himself in, I think. They may choose to look at this, but looking at it live, I think he just gets himself back, does Kumar. He thinks about it, and then, well, you see the difference there. It's about looking at each other. Just gets the bat down, and I think he does well to slide it. Good shot, that. Good work from our production partner, Spring Production. And also to you youngsters watching, that's the way to do it. Slide your bat in, and that's what keeps Kumar safe. Good delivery. Gets that swing away. Balwinder Singh hasn't been available for the majority of Fateh's matches, but you can see just how much of a key player he is for them with the ball. Certainly does make things happen for them. The last time we saw him, he took a 3-for when he bowled really well. And he is a dangerous bowler. Looks like he's having a few issues with his wrist there. Just pulls up and just nursing it slightly. Back again, and it will be fielded, so no run as Gagandeep comes across and does the fielding. Fateh, they know they're the underdogs coming into this match, or these two fixtures, but they're certainly not afraid to have a go. This one is on the legs, is lofted, chance. Taken, well, it's a bit of the ice cream cone. Thank you very much. Well, it's a nice day to have an ice cream. The sun is out, and it's a very good wicket to get. Vibha Yadav will go, and he goes early, goes for 12. That the 9th delivery that he faces, but a very good catch. So Balwinder Singh comes into the side and picks up a wicket straight away, and that's why he's so important to them. And when he's in the team, he's always there picking up the wickets. Well bowled, and the wicket goes down. You see it there. Very good catch taken as well, and catches it in his fingertips. So Vibha Yadav departs. There goes for 12, and right on cue, as always, Maximo, 2,000 matches. I'd like to know in those 2,000 matches how many times you've come into the box and caused a wicket, because you do it again.
Very fitting that I jinx a batter.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I like to see you've got your party shirt on for a reason.
I've gone a bit of every colour today, and that's just kind of indicative that it's a bit of a party day, I suppose, when these milestones come along. But I think it's a testament to the team effort from ECN about how we could organise this many games as an organisation, coming from pretty humble roots. And the fact that we are, when I just think about match 1 and match 2000, it's poles apart, honestly. Anyway, here am I, the captain who's at it. He's coming out number 3, I think it's 2 here. And we'll come back for it. Yeah, so thank you to everyone who's just been looking through the chat. Thank you for the lovely messages. Yeah, now a member of the 2000 club. Commentators-wise, I don't think there'd be many.
Well,
This is an interesting one. I wonder if he actually is touching the rope at the same time, or if
I don't see the rope move. And
does move there. Oh,
I
think they had a good view of that.
Yeah, they've had a good look. It's also happening just not too far away from where the officials are.
Exactly.
End of the over, Saburinder Singh, who took 3 for 7 the last time we saw him against the Hawks, has made a good start. Picks up the wicket. He pulled a wicket to get as well. That of Viva Yadav. Now he goes for 16, but I think you settle for that if you get the wicket of Yadav.
Yeah, come back to that in a second. Let's have a look at these two teams. I mean, they're straddling the divide, really, because on Friday night, bottom 3 are out of the tournament. So I just think it's real tough for Fateh if they don't take anything away from this afternoon to break in. And then you can't see the Hawks breaking in. You can't see the Tigers breaking in. So maybe it'll be more or less set. This is a nice looking cover drive, and this is going to be 4. Class shot from Vinod Kumar. Again, he had a serious leg injury earlier in the year, and he's been slowly working his way back to full fitness. But this is a sign of a class player.
Yeah, this is a delightful shot, isn't it? Beautifully played. And Ranjot went for 14 off his first and sees the first ball hit to the boundary. Bhupinder Singh just 2 runs for 1. I mean, that's the difference. So Ranjot, can he find the sort of form that he was in the last time we saw him when he took a 3 for?
Exactly.
And asking a question, and he's gone. Yeah, and he does find that sort of form after being hit down the ground for 4 runs. He saw Vinod Kumar eyeing up the cut shot, gets a little edge onto it. No mistakes from Waka Mirza behind the stumps. So both of the openers being sent back, and Ranjot just gets his one in the right area. He's absolutely delighted about it. And good catch also from Waka Mirza. It's just dropping short of him. He has to lean forward. He's a big, tall man, but he takes it. So Kumar disappointingly goes as well. And we'll probably see that it's called Lal. That'll be called into action now.
Vinod never seems to be able to get a decent score on ECN. Signs of it there that he was in form with that cover drive. But unfortunately, he goes very next ball. Little thin edge, and Ranjot does come up with the answer. That's the way you got to get Granthi on the hop. Just keep taking these key wicket, taking chances, making the chances in the first place, but then taking the chances. Yeah, so I want to say big thanks to Tim and to Wayne and to Mandrake, to Sam and to Keanu, obviously, to Ian Johns, who's in there, everyone that is in the chat right now, and everyone that even might not be in at the moment. I see the test match has just finished. Seemed like a pretty dramatic game, the England-Pakistan game, so maybe we'll have a few more trickling in. But I want to say big thank you, and I just want to kind of reflect the congrats onto the whole team. iPad first up. Yeah. Look, they've gone for Simranjit Singh. So I think it's nice to see him getting opportunity in the top 4. I know that Kings 11 would bat him in the 3 or 4 spot. So I think he hasn't quite found his feet. A bit like some others, a bit like Yadav. He's probably struggled to adapt to this surface. It's quite unusual kind of sense. Not that there's any gremlins in it, but it's just a different sort of surface with the wooden base and the carpet over the top. We'll hustle here and get one. So yeah, I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's watching, but also a big thank you to you, Rico, and the whole crew. And there's people that have done a similar round of matches, that part of our crew, that probably people don't see if they're watching. So I wanted to say a big thank you to the whole Blue crew, and also to everyone in the office behind the scenes, all the graphics department, and all the support that I get. We couldn't do it without all that support. There's a wide down the leg side. But yeah, 2000 Club, it's pretty lonely here. I think you'll probably join me, I'm guessing, sometime next year in the 2000 Club, Rico.
Yeah, be close to it next year. I think by the time we finish here, be close to around about the 1600, not far short.
Mid-year sometime, I'm guessing. It bites back, but has got a lot of bat in it.
Yeah, good delivery, Ranjot. He's certainly got the line right in this one. We said the first one was a little bit expensive. We went for 14, but he's certainly got it right here now.
That one really bit back off the surface. Oh, so I don't mind throwing it. If there's any random questions that people would like to throw in, seeing it's game number 2000, then yeah, fire away.
Got to bat on there. Simranjit is a very quick runner. Does get there. Has to wear this one as he runs in here. That's hurt him. It's caught him on the hand. So the gloves to come off straight away. We'll see a better one of this here. I mean, he's quick and he has to be. It's a good pick up and throw. But you see there, he gets in the firing line and that's right on the wrist.
Hopefully that's not too serious. That will be the end of the over. It's 23 for 2. So, wow. I think a 2000 match will age you a little bit, but yeah, I want to say big thanks.
Who's that handsome person?
Yeah, I was going to say that was pre-food chat every day, but yeah, and I want to say thanks to everyone. Honestly, there's so many people in the background that are working hard to make sure that things run smoothly, and I'm just so excited to be a part of something that's been a game changer. So yeah, I think of where we started and where we are now. The fact that I think the coverage has just gone strength to strength. You're a huge part of that, Rico, and everyone I've worked with along the way. And I want to say a big thank you to them, and not just in the cube, but also all the Blue crew, Spring Productions crew, obviously, everyone behind the scenes in the office. Yeah, I'm really excited to make it to 2000. Hopefully more.
Gone.
Nah,
You don't think so?
it's off the pad.
Oh, well, I tell you what, the way that the batter looks behind. Just have a look at this. Ooh, yeah.
I think he's just looking because he's already turning that way with this shot, and to see if he can get a run or not. But Mahate, let's give himself a little tap in the pad just to let everybody know. Good take though by the keeper.
Very good take. But Winder, up and about. Do love the Fateh's outfits as well. Loving the eagle on the front. And,
I reckon they might have had, no, they had 4 infielders. I think they were
just
checking, yeah, that in case one of the infielders was outside the circle, which would have made him an outfielder.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I like the way he responds to this very quickly. Once again, Winder to Hero Mahey, the captain.
Well bowled.
Yeah, good delivery.
I want to mention some of the crew from Sports Interactive, which are working behind the scenes to make sure that the graphical interface works and to make sure the stream works so well and the signal. Like Jawad, he's actually sent me a message. I think maybe he's a contender to enter the 2000 club. He probably is, you know. So Jawad, big thanks to you and everyone else. I mean, too many name, but yeah, Jawad, he's one guy that does most of the matches. And it is something crazy. You did the first ECS. Of course, I started in the ECL in 2019, but you did the first ECS, which is what you're watching right here. And when you think about what that was like, think about your first day in ECS cricket in March 2020 there at Alphaz.
Yeah.
And I remember watching it because, yeah, it was just pre-corona. I wasn't in Europe at that stage, and I ended up staying out of Europe for a bit during the pandemic. But the wind was blowing. It looks like everyone was going to blow away. Just outside the line, maybe hits it and gets close to the end of the 4th over. And the other thing is, yeah, even something as simple as keeping the signal going for the whole day was a bit of an issue. Not that we don't, not that we run perfectly these days either, because we had that power issue a couple of weeks ago. But this is, it's very exciting to be part of something, an evolution. I think, Rico, you've been huge in that, no doubt at all. Slow ball. This is driven, but should just be 1 this time. Yeah, so it just makes me excited about where we might be.
Yeah.
And I think that when was it? When we were in Italy in March last year, in 2021, it was a year since you did your first game. And I remember showing you, hey, this is the first day you did it, and look at where we are now. And I think the fact that it's going strength to strength is really exciting for everyone. End of 4 overs here, it's 24 for 2. And I know that there are plans next year for it to be bigger, better, for us to improve. I mean, it's a challenging environment. We are different to pretty much anything else out there, not just in cricket, but probably in sport. But I just think we've built a community that's really special, and I want to thank everyone for being a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the word you use, their community. We're a massive community, we're a global family. And yeah, you know, you mentioned when we started, and when you think where we've come from when I did those first matches there at Sporting Alphas to where we are now, it's not just, it's everything that's improved. We talk about the standard of cricket that's improved so much. We talk about our production. I mean, spring productions have been absolutely fantastic.
They have been amazing.
It's world class. I mean, it's what we're producing now. It's top quality.
It is.
It is absolutely top notch, and you know, you've been a massive part of that. So, well done to you. And of course, am I right? It started in Barcelona for you.
Yeah, well,
is that
I mean, in ECS cricket it did.
Yeah.
I mean, I did the ECL in 2019.
So ECS, it was Barcelona, because I think I remember it well.
Yeah, our first game together was right here, not too far. We had a bit of a laugh the other day because it was almost 2 years, and we've moved about maybe 2 metres, and maybe not. We're in the exact same spot we were when we first worked together. But yeah, the ECL 2019 was obviously a game changer for European cricket, and that's what sprouted ECS. A little dab away, clever batting by Hiramahe. He's just been tied down a little bit early, hasn't he? But he doubles his score here with a smart guide off Gaggandeep Singh. Yeah,
well, look, a game changer for Fateh has been Balwinder Singh. What about his bowling figures? 3 runs, 1 wicket of his 2 overs. And that's what's got Fateh the upper hand here. And you're absolutely right. He kept Hiramahe very quiet with the ball that was nipping back into him. But, well, he knows he's got to get going here. He's the sort of batter that can. He sort of silently keeps going. And when you look at his stats, you think, how did he get there? Well, it's because he's a clever batter. Look. Oh, well, the pressure of keeping an eye on the fielders. Now he's going to back himself to try and get back, and he will. It's not the best of throws, and Simri knows he's got to get back as well. Good running from Hira.
To his credit, he saw the field was off balance. It was still kind of moving backwards. So he says, okay, I'm going to get a good jump on this. See, I don't mind this. He's running straight down the middle of the pitch, but he feels that that's the shortest distance. I don't think he's really doing any damage to it. Anyway, back on strike now.
This is just going to drop once before he gets to the fielder. So Hero again over the 30-yard circle. But a good field setting here from Fateh. So Hero at the moment, just a single.
Fateh, when they're on, they're on. I mean, they're a team that can beat anyone and lose to anyone. I think that's probably the way I'd describe them. An emotional kind of team, and they like to get riled up. Yeah, but I think right now, the addition of Balwinder, obviously, he's a really important component of their attack. They've missed him on occasion sometimes. Gaggandeep, see him getting a go as well. Graciad's being a bit careful here. You can understand that. Miss, it's just a single. Yeah, so, yeah, we can spend a bit of time reminiscing here about maybe some of our favourite matches, some of our favourite moments. I suppose we'll be doing that this week a little bit with the year.
Yeah.
Maybe try and pick out some of the moments of the year or the last couple of years that we think are significant. Certainly have a lot of content to choose from. Here's the last ball of the 5th.
He goes for the big shot down the ground, and he gets it. Well, pinpoint accuracy. You see the fielder, Arpital Singh, just jumping up in the air to see if he can get anywhere near this. Amritpal, that is. My apologies, but look, if he touches it there, it's already going to be 6. So good way to finish the over. 6 runs. It's a Maximo. Talking about Maximos, here is Mr. Maximo. Match number 2000.
Thanks very much. Well done. Thanks. You know what? It is such a pleasure to work in a place where you get to work with like-minded people that are very passionate about the game and developing the game. And obviously, we consider ourselves a very positive organisation trying to promote cricket in a number of places, regardless of background or ethnicity or other factors. And so, yeah, I think it's been great to everyone behind the scenes, everyone that you do see, everyone you don't. It's a big team effort, and big thank you to the viewers for your support. I don't think we could do it without the viewers, Rico.
Yeah, all of you. But look, once again, big shout out to Mr. Maximo. 2,000 matches, and well, also it will be match number 100 here in Barcelona after this. Match number 99 here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just historic moments non-stop.
So I think golden ball counter could be reset to 0. And if Garcia bat below par here, could be a golden ball chance. Right now, I'm watching Bilal Hassan bowl. But yeah, being selective here, Mahe. We know he's like that. He's like that anyway. He actually doesn't get phased if his strike rate doesn't look good at points in his innings, because he knows that he can really turn it on. So what he's trying to avoid is getting out like, well, I suppose like the other 2 guys have already.
Latches onto this. He's a powerful hitter on the ball. This one is out of here. Bolle. Adios, Bolota. Madre mía, qué dulce eso golpe es. Eso es más dulce de tarta de Navidad. That is out of here. That is a big hit. And Hiro Mahei, one thing that will be on his mind, of course, he knows, and Simranjit Singh will know as well, that he's still got the likes of the hard-hitting Kudit Lal still to come out. So it's a case of, look, we're going to go, we're going to get going. Just gone past halfway stage. But he seems to have the knack to get the acceleration in when it counts. And, well, that will certainly help. And Bilal Hassan just drops a little short and gets punished.
That's Gundy ball, really. Mahey, probably is a ball he could have done something similar to, but he charged and spoiled himself there. So Hira can turn things around pretty quickly.
Dot ball, though, from Hassan, so good comeback. A couple of balls to go in this over, and I think Hira will want to bring that 50 up in this over. They're probably around about 10 to 15 runs short of where they'd like to be here. Swings hard at this one. Fielder should stop it. Goes down, does, and take the single.
Looking at the stats, Fateh are averaging 95 per innings with the bat. So, I mean, right now they're going at 80 pace. It's not setting the world on fire, but, you know, if they could get that 100 or so, I still think with Granthia's attack, they'd fancy themselves to defend it.
Goes for it, and he's going to get the boundary, 4 runs. So the 50 does come up, and Simran, seeing that Ranjot Singh is pretty wide there at the long position, and though he doesn't hit this dead straight, it's still too much work for Ranjot to try and get to that. So he'll get the boundary that he and the team want. So, yeah, they get the 50 at the end of the 6 overs. 50 is for 2. I think, again, around about 10 runs behind where they want to be. But these two, such good hitters, and especially while Hiro Mahey is out there, he's the leading run scorer of their team. They could quite easily catch up and still post around about a 110, 120 score here.
Look how different the game looks if you take Balwinder's figures out of it. Because you see 50 for 2, you're going, okay, Fateh doing pretty well. But if you take the Balwinder's figures out of it, it's 47 for 1 off 4. You know, and then you're going, okay, this is kind of exactly what we expect from Granthia. Will be ECL representatives for Spain next year. Of course, Spain getting 2 slots because Pakai Care are European champions. So they qualify as European champions. So the actual Spanish champion club become Granthia, who won their qualifiers. It was the best teams from each region going head to head around about a month ago in Alphas, actually.
Going deep. Well bowled. Going deep, finding a good line. Even though the last one was hit sweetly by Hiro Mahey, he's bowled it outside the off. You see, you can set a field to that sort of bowling. Even though it was a really good shot from Hiro, it's only a single, so they've got the field right as long as the bowlers bowl a good line. And well, you saw the over before, Bilal Hassan just got it wrong a few times and got punished. But Gangadeep, I've liked what Gangadeep done. They're starting to use him a little bit more. We're starting to see him bowl a bit further up the order. We're starting to see him bat further up, and he's certainly made Fateh look a better team. This one's hit straight down the ground. It should be stopped. Is stopped. This time the captain cleverly does deploy the 2 men straight closer together. So they stop it. Good work there. This time it's Hassan who comes across and makes a stop. Hira now, I think he knows he's got to go. He knows that Kuldeep Lal is waiting to come out. Can be pretty explosive. And he hits this hard, and it's going to be 6 runs. And it was one of those which was a teasing one. The fielder, Amrit Pal, again, is sort of under it. He's holding his nut, but look, see, he steps outside the rope here. So, unfortunately, it's 6 as soon as it makes contact with the hands, whether he was able to bring that in or not. So, Hiro Mahey, once again, just getting it right.
It was always destined to leave the ballpark off the bat of Hiro Mahey. Yeah, Kuldeep waiting in the wings. Simran non-strikers in. Hasn't really hit his traps yet. Mahey finds the bowler.
Yeah, good work from the bowler here. Gangadeep Singh, he fetches it himself. He knows that he was waiting to try and get to the other end as soon as this ain't taken cleanly. But Gangadeep, nicely done for him. Well, he wants to do a little bit of the chuck there for the celebrations, I'm sure. And do the old moustache tweak if he gets the wicket here. Last ball of his spell. And it's been absolutely clobbered. Balle, brrrr. Shaka Lagya, too short and hammered. And, well, some evasive action being taken there by I think Andy Housey was in the firing line. Don't worry, Housey, it was well over you. And this is what Group B, the team in Group B are trying to do.
Yeah, that's right. So this is final day 2022, and actually it's only 6 days away now. So how the rest of this week works, we have Group B Monday to Friday, and then we have Group B finals on Saturday, and then the series finals on Sunday. So on Friday, at the end of, I'm going to say match 116, all teams all played each other twice. They would have played 14 matches each. So the top team goes straight through to Sunday. The next best 4 teams in Group B will play on Saturday, and the winner of Saturday gets the last spot on Sunday. So Sunday's last day of the year, and we'll crown our champion of the ECS, being the biggest one of the year. This is up, and this is a pretty big one as well. Maximo.
Yeah.
Well, that might be the one that Simran can use to get going, because I know he's had a bit of trouble adjusting. But 6 to start the over, very good start. Yeah. And Amritpal Singh, not the start he was looking for.
Yeah, just a little bit too wide, but worst case scenario for him, it was wide and also right in the zone for Simran, who's got a big reach, puts it away. So, yeah, that's the boundary he's looking for. I think every ball is a boundary ball here now for Simran. It's in the slot again, and it's going to go the distance again. 6 more. Shaba, shaka time. Ke grande. Bahut achhi batting. Jabardasti batting as this is another one that goes all the way. Kidna swad aa gaya ki nahi? Swere, shakke lagde. And Gracia, well, they're a team. Now, I know we know they do like the aloo paranthas. We had some of them the other day, thanks to Vinod Kumar. Maybe we've had their paranthas this morning as well. Good comeback, good delivery, Yorker length, but Simranjit, clever batting from him as well. He knows the boundary's not on, and rather than concede a dot, takes the single and gets his dangerous captain, Hiro Mahey, on strike.
You know the bit in The Lion King where they realise that the stampede's coming, and you know Simba turns around and his jaw gets wide?
Yeah.
That's what the sound is what you can hear in the distance. That's Gracia coming in the last 3 overs here. And these two looking very dangerous now.
This is well bowled again. Good length, good line. You can't be getting underneath this, just making it a boundary. So Hiro Mahey will have to be content and getting another single, getting Simranjit Singh back on strike. They want another boundary. They want to be, if they can, around about the 80-plus mark here. It's the first time they're trying to get over the 10 and over mark. Nicely played, intelligent. The chase is on for the fielder. Has to get the foot on this or something on it. He does. And they'll come back and take 2. So that brings the 80 up with the ball to go in this, the 8th over. So after this, 12 balls to come.
So now they're on a rate which is above what Fateh's average run rate is. Not that that matters really, but it's an indication, isn't it, that Fateh have struggled with about on occasion. I think a lot's on a couple of players. Mirza is listed open, Wakas Mirza. That should be exciting.
Chance. Ranjot takes a very, very good catch. Shaba. Sare bolo Shaba. Kinna badhiya catch. Apne Ranjot Singh ne padya. Look, he has to find it first. You can see he's hunting for it. As soon as he locks his eyes on it, he's got a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it in. But he does really well. He gets himself in a very good position. Dives forward, gets underneath it, gets the balance, cushions the ball, takes a very, very good catch.
Great catch. I mean, he was involved in 7 distinct dismissals, which I think is a record. The other day, he took 3 wickets, took 4 catches in 7 different dismissals. Almost tied the record for most catches in an innings because he actually dropped a 5th catch off the last ball, ended up turning out to be a run out. But yeah, Ranjot's got a good pair of hands. They needed that just to steady themselves. Look at the way Balvinder's overs stick out. No guesses for which overs he bowled, 2 and 4. But then, yeah, if you look at that, even if you just split them 4 at 4 at this stage, the first 4 overs go for 24. The second 4 overs go for 56. So it's a team on the charge. Like I said, his cool team, wow, coming out, Zubati won't be facing because it's the end of the over, 80 for 3. But they're very different looking second half to this innings so far. This is a little inside edge. Mahey will get a boundary here. So now he gets a bit lucky as well. He moves into the 40s and you just feel Fateh have let this one slip.
Yeah, Bilal Hassan, he's unlucky here, you know. I mean, Hiro Mahey charges down, gets a little bit of an inside edge on this. The old French cut and the ball goes to the boundary. And Hassan, well, he knows that that one, hay suerte por el capitán de Pate, Hiramahe. Yeah, Kuldeep waits patiently. Get the feeling that he's going to be going straight away. Hassan is to the legs, but the head goes up. He's in the air. It's a chance, but the fielders, they play it safe. Don't go for it. And, well, whether that's a right call or not, I don't know. It was up there long enough.
He wasn't going to go for 4. So, I mean, worst case, it might knock it away for like an extra run, but it was definitely worth going for. To be honest, I just don't think he would have made it.
Yeah,
Doesn't know where that
I
bounced.
think that's Randeep Singh, the captain, who decides to put the brakes on and not take it. So Kuldeep Lal, he's got to go bang, bang from the word go. Here comes Bilal Hassan to him. Short, bang, hammered, hit long, hit hard, hit for 6. And that's what Kuldeep can do. First ball, 6. Thank you very much. Bring it on, says Lal.
That is getting your eye in ECN style. Geez, Kuldeep looks very relaxed. He's coming in, probably not feeling under a lot of pressure. I mean, now this rate's heading towards something that I'd call average, and well, he's better than average.
Yeah, it's not often that Kuldeep Lal is coming out the bat when really he's only got a handful of balls to face and there's a reasonable score on the ball. Normally he's opening or he's coming in when perhaps they're in a bit of trouble. So I think that change, getting Simranjit coming up to where he would normally come in, probably works well because he's a bit more of an aggressor than what Simranjit Singh is. Hassan. Kuldeep goes across the line once more, gets a fair bit on this. Will they come back for 2? Kuldeep wants it. Hira saying, hang on, you stay there. I've got 43 to my name. I want to face the last 2 balls in this.
Also, good throw to the bowler's end, might have caught Mahe short. Hey, Pista in the chat asking, Rico, do you have a Punjabi connection? I believe you do.
Very
you
much
can
so.
give us some more information after this ball from Bilal Hassan.
Well, this is a miscue. Chance, big moment. And it gets dropped.
He had that for so long. That's Randeep over there. I think over the other side was Amrit Pal Singh. But, yeah, this is a chance to get rid of here. Up leading edge. It hangs. And he seemed to have this for a long time. Yeah, it kind of went in towards his chest. He couldn't clutch it. So Mahe survives. Moves to 44.
Yeah, well, Hira gets to the other end. Probably wants to stay there for the last over. So Kuldeep, licensed to go big. And he gets a full toss, hits it pretty well, chase on for the fielder, but not going to get there. Perfect timing, beautifully executed. And the score now moves to 97. What a good shot this is. And that's the difference between when you've got a batter that's prepared to play all the shots. A lot of batters will be swinging to hit that over mid-wicket and getting it wrong. Kuldeep Lal plays it with a straight bat, gets full reward, 4 runs.
Great shot. You can lock in Kuldeep right now to open the batting in the last game. There's no way. I think he's given everyone else a shot in the top 4 this time. I reckon you can lock him in, especially in this kind of touch. I think maybe it'd be a straight swap for Vinod Kumar, who opened this game. Unfortunately, didn't work out. Just 1 boundary to Vinod. Anyway, into the over, 97 for 3. And yeah, tell us a bit more, if you want to share, Rico, about the region that your family comes from. Maybe after this ball from Amrit, who is coming out to bowl over number 10. Are we good to go?
Yeah,
Up.
So Amrit now bowling to Hira Mahe. 1 big shot, takes him to a half century. And he goes for it, gets it wrong. Kuldeep Lal is going to get himself run out maybe.
He's
no,
so
he
quick.
Just gets back.
He makes it back. Hira just basically pulling rank there.
Yeah. He's saying, where you Kuldeep kidhar ja raha? Yeah, Punjabi background, my parents.
I haven't batted the whole innings for 44. For you to come out and run me out now. I'm staying right here. He's on 44 and Maximo gets him to 50.
He wants a big one, doesn't he? And, well, he slashes at this outside the off. Fielder is not going to get there. 4 runs. That brings up the 100. 101 for 3. 4 balls to go in the over. They're looking at the 110 and above mark here. Gracia, good shot from Hira. Nicely played. Yeah, just saying. So parents from, my father from the Punjab, Nadala, Jalandhar that way. My mother was from Shimla. And though I was born in the UK, of course, my origins very much from India. Well, he goes for this big time. He goes a long way up in the air. Gagandeep gets underneath it and takes it. No problems. Come on. Let's see the Chak De Fatte celebration, Gagandeep. You know where the cameras are. Well, he's quite content. Come on, Chak De Fatte, Gagandeep. Give it to us. Give it to us. Chak De Fatte. Mucha siddhiya galla.
I like Gagandeep. Gagandeep's all business. He knows it's 10th over. I mean, if it was 3rd or 4th over, maybe. But he knows that's just business as usual, and he knows that Fateh have a very important job to do in the second half of this game. Remember, they could take a couple of games off Grathia here. They'll actually go above them off on the table. So that's the difference about getting Hira in the 10th over versus getting him maybe in the 3rd or the 4th. Kuldeep is just basically saying to Amol, let me translate for you, I'm running.
Yeah.
Because he's stuck at the non-strikers end right now with 3 to come.
Yeah, it goes back to that first delivery the other day where there was a possibility, I say possibility, they probably should have taken the bye. Hira Mahey pulled rank, said no.
He hit a 4 then. No?
He did hit a 4,
yeah.
but he falls short of his 50, 48-29. I mean, he probably won't be too worried about that. I think it was more about trying to get his team past the 110 mark.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Rathod.
Yeah, here's Rathod.
He can hit the ball pretty well, and he slices it up in the air. It could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. And Kuldeep Lal will be spitting feathers because he's at the other end. He wants to get on strike as another wicket goes. So we're going to see Amritpal Singh be on a hat-trick. He's already taken a 3 for 3 for 20. 2 balls to go in the innings. New batter will be on strike.
Yeah, take that. So Rathod, you can't really blame him. He takes his chances, swings away. Hopes he'll get at least one. Hopes he's going to get more. But again, important catch. And this is where this is a good rule. We were one of the first to do it, actually, to say, hey, if you cross when the ball's in the air, that's not really relevant. You have to go back to the end to hit the ball. So the new batter will take the hitter's end. It's Karandeep Singh coming in now. Well, we had a hat-trick not too long ago. I think it was on Saturday where we had a memorable one from Naveed Riaz.
Yeah, match number 94 brought up the hat-trick, and another chance here.
Will we get another hat-trick this season? We're at the point where maybe we won't, but maybe we will right here. Amritpal on a hat-trick.
Swinging from the hips he will be, and he's in the air. Hat-trick chance. Oh! It gets put down. Well. And that is, who puts that? That's Gurpreet Singh. He lets down.
Oh, dear.
He
was in the air for so long. He had way too much time to think about that. He also had time to get to the ball, which he did, Gurpreet.
यार मैं कितनी बारी किया परोंठे खाया करो दही ना रच के खा करो बटर दे नाल भी घी दे नाल पर हाथ साफ कर ले करो ਜਦੋਂ ਬਟਰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੈਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ well Gurjeet lets down Amritpal and he bowls a bad one. This is going to be they call a wide. I like to see the height on this as well. It's pretty high. Let's have a look. The wide is the call. I think the height is an issue here personally as well. Let's keep an eye on this. Yeah, that's a no ball for me. That's got to be called as a no ball.
He's asking.
Well, the umpire's having a look at each other. And
it is away from his body.
Yeah, I think the walkie-talkies. Yeah, we go. Well, I like it. That's a good work there. Yeah. So to get it right.
Yeah, that's high.
Kuldeep.
So the only difference is that this is a free hit. So if he was to get caught or something, he won't be caught and they'll get the runs. Or if he's bowled or something like that. Don't think he's playing on that. I think he's playing to pump it. Here we go. Last ball free hit.
Hits it pretty well. It's in the air. And,
Shane Warne would have been proud of that one. That's turned right past the field. It had a bit of a Barry Crocker, to be fair. The dropped hat trick, and now this one. It just has to stop it. The catch isn't on. He says, I'll just take it on the bounce, no problem. Well, one problem. That's a trampoline Tortuga. And that is going to finish the innings at 107 for Grathia.
Yeah, well, all the action there. And unfortunately, Gurpreet Singh at the wrong end of it. He had the chance to give Amritpal a hat-trick. Amritpal was so filthy with it, he couldn't bowl the next ball straight, ended up bowling a no ball. And then Kuldeep Lal hitting the last ball for a boundary. Once again, it's the same fielder, Gurpreet Singh. This time he shies away from the catch and sees the ball go to the boundary. Talk about boundaries, it started with the boundary. And, Yadav was going good guns. And then this one, he just gave the chance and no mistakes there. That was a really good catch, actually, taken in the boundary there by Bilal Hassan, who had not a bad day. One man who also didn't have a bad day was Ranjot Singh. Once again, he got the big wicket of Vinod Kumar. And Fateh at that point were looking good because, well, even Hira Mahey was a little bit scratchy, but he just showed a little bit of his class and finesse. There was finesse and then also, of course, the power. Well, that was us congratulating Mr. Maximo for 2,000 matches. And you know what? I will say this. I always say this. Here, a score between 100 and 110 is always golden ball territory. So are we going to get a golden ball? Well, the man with the golden patka took a lovely catch there. And Ranjot Singh, he's certainly a man who got the golden hands as well. Remember, we saw him take 4 catches the other day and 3 wickets as well. But the man who hasn't got the golden hands was the captain. He puts that one down. And then the next ball was blasted to the boundary. But, well, the big moment was this towards the end. Well, Amritpal He certainly did bowl really well. Here's the first one, Ganganeet, no mistakes. He says that's the way you do it, and Ranjot Singh was quick to congratulate him, gave us the thumbs up, straightened his moustache as well. Then it was 2 in 2. As this was straightforward and no mistakes this time from Randeep. Then hat-trick. Here he goes, comes in, taking the catch for the hat-trick and puts it down, Gurjit Singh. Everybody couldn't believe it. Well, some were smiling, some were laughing, some were crying. But he was in the action again here. This time decided, well, I'll let it bounce because I can't catch it. Didn't allow for the spin. And Kuldeep Lal finishes the innings with a boundary. So they go past the 10 and over because at the halfway point, they were struggling. They were 38 for 2. So they did get the acceleration in, but didn't quite get the 110 mark. But Gracia, thanks to a good knock from their captain, 48 for 21. Also, Simranjit Singh provided with valuable runs there, 22 for 13. And Kuldeep Lal there towards the end, getting the 15, helped them to get to what they would believe is a score big enough to beat Pate. But Pate, you never know what you're going to get from them. And they're certainly, you can see there, Balwinder Singh coming into the side. I mean, those are amazing figures. Basically, you think that all 105 of those runs came off 8 overs. That's basically what that translates to. Not bad bowling either from Amritpal Singh. 3 for 26. Should have had a hat-trick if only Gurjit Singh could have caught the ball. And Ranjot Singh as well. Look, a little bit expensive, but still, I think, bearing in mind that he was bowling to Simranjit Singh and also Hira Mahey, the top part of the innings, I think he bowled pretty well. And again, another good performance from him in the field. So this match, number 2000, of course, for Mr. Maximo, is very evenly poised. I reckon it is in golden ball territory, and Pate, if they can get a good start in here, well, they'll take it right the way down to the wire. They obviously want the victory. They know a couple of victories here against Gracia can certainly see them really elevate up the table. Gracia, though, they're on a winning streak of 4 on the spin, and they want to make it 5 in a row. Well, if you want to find out how it goes, there's only one way to do that. That's to join us right back in under 15 minutes time when we return for the conclusion of match number 99 here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Join me, Rika Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return. See you in a short while. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona, in the Catalonia region of Spain. We're in the Mount Juic area, high up, some 178 meters above downtown Barcelona. You can just see how elevated we are, so you have a look at some of the buildings in the background there, and got a exciting conclusion to match number 99. Gracia have had a bat, and well, they've got a score which is, you'd have to say, sort of below par for them, but that's credit to the bowling of Fateh, particularly Balwinder Singh, who well bowled an incredible 2-over, just giving 3 runs away and picking up a wicket as well. So 108 will be the target here for Fateh, and Fateh will know that against a good strong side like Gracia, well, that's an opportunity that well, if they get a good start in, go on and cause a bit of an upset here. They come into this as the underdogs, and it will be the man with the golden hat, Bibur Yadav, to start, and he starts with an absolute beauty. Well, he's the man with the golden head, he's the man with the golden arm, and unfortunately the man with the golden duck will be Bilal Hassan. Well, it's a golden start here for match number 2000 for Mr. Maximo. He'll be back in a moment, and tucking into a well-deserved lunch at the moment. A little bit of cauliflower with some chicken and some naan bread. So his day is getting even better, and another day getting better. Here's for Gracia. Maybe not so much for Simranjit Singh. His head was also golden at one stage. He's going great. So, well, there you can see the comparison. That's where Bibur Yadav's hair looks like. And Simranjit was looking the same last time we saw him, but now, well, he's going grey pretty quick. Great start there for Gracia, as Yadav picks up the wicket for Hassan. So the change in the batting order, having Bilal up there, doesn't quite work. Very good delivery though, you say. You've got to bowl at the stumps. That's exactly what Yadav does. So unfortunately for Bilal Hassan, he'll go first bowler, golden duck. And the new batter comes in to take guard a little bit sooner than he expected. Ranjit Singh is the batter at the other end. Ranjit, he's sort of been going up and down the batting order like a yo-yo. He's at non-striker's end. As it will be the captain, Randeep Singh, who comes in to face the second ball of the innings. And it's a wide one and gets called it as well. So the first run's on the board for Fateh. Can they seize this opportunity? Or will Gracia with the ball just be too strong for them? Hira Mahay having a chat with Bibur, the captain. Yadav once more to the captain of Fateh, who plays his out, but straight at the fielder. And there's Kuldeep Lal, the man guilty of giving some of his teammates the unfortunate haircut and colour. Barber by profession. Like in this field though, got the player in, not allowing that single, also in a catching position. Yadav in the same area again. This one's called a no ball, and well, double whammy for Yadav because it will go to the boundaries for one for the no ball as well. So judged to be overstepping here. I don't think there's any issues with the field. So foot fault, no ball. Brings up the boundary. So the first boundary, valuable runs, and it's the captain, Randeep Singh, that gets his team off and running. First runs off the bat as well. So, more noise out there, mainly coming from Gracia. They move another man out now onto the offside. So they go with this 3 and 6 field just to plug the gap where that last one went. So man that are out is long on. And who? Well, mid-wicket is being sent back. So the 3, well, hang on, that feels all changed again now. So they did make that change to bring one across, but now Bibur Yadav saying, no, I'd rather have 2 men out. I think this is, the thing about this is, it's a no ball and it's the same batter. I don't think they can change the field, you know, but the field has been changed. And yeah, that for me is incorrect. I mean, the same batter on strike. and it's a free hit, and they've moved the field around. I'm sure this was not the field that they started with. I think maybe it was. Maybe that's why. Yeah, there you go. I stand corrected. I think they wanted to move the field, and when they put the extra man out on the off, I think he was told, no, you can't do that. A free hit, got to keep it the same. That's why you saw players return back to where they were. But now the field will change. But then, having said that, we'll have to wait and see what the field is like to the right-hander, because it will be different to the lefty. And just think, oh, this is a beautiful delivery, and he's gone. Plumb, it's full, it's straight. And Ranjot, well, he's going to be another batter that goes first ball. He stands, and, well, he may stand there for as long as he wants, but he's got to get his walking boots on. He has to go full and straight. And if there's no bat on this, he's gone. And look at the feet there. And the umpire, no hesitation at all, as the umpire Safwan puts his finger up and Ranjot going. I think he's saying he does get some bat on this. And there's no point debating it. You've got to go. And he's standing around there, and he's having a chat with his captain, Randeep. Let's see this. And, I mean, it's hard to tell from this angle. Could have been. I don't think there's any issue about where the ball is pitching. I don't think it's pitching outside leg. And Ranjot reluctantly, he's still not, well, the new batter's on, and making his way to taking guard. Ranjot still hasn't gone off the field of play. He's not a happy chappy, but in the book it will say LBW. So Yadav doing the damage. Now, let's have a look at this field now. So, yeah, it is. Well, no, they've still got the 4 on the leg side, so they don't. But mind you, it's another left-hander, so there you go. It's this man, Gurpreet, who batted very well last time we saw him. It's another one. It's 2 in 2. What a good catch this is from Shahul Chauhan. Very little celebration from the bowler. And, well, the wicketkeeper couldn't celebrate because he's in the process of diving. And Gurjeet, well, he goes for it straight away. Yeah, gets a big, thick head. A good catch from Chauhan. And Yadav, well, turns around. He knows where the cameras are. And another wicket goes down. There's a ball to go in the over. So, well, an opportunity to see a hat-trick here. 3 batters have departed. 3 wickets already in the over. Well, there's Yadav. He's giving his golden head a bit of a rub. That's his good luck charm. So Kuldeep Lal has been responsible for bringing the luck to Yadav. 7 for 3. And here we go, hat-trick delivery. Gurjeet was the man to go. Now, in this innings, it's quite incredible. So far, we've seen 3 golden ducks. That's right, 3. Bilal Hassan went first ball of the innings. Ranjot Singh went for his very first ball. Is this going to be a first baller? If it is, it's going to be a hat-trick. And no, it's just slightly shorter. And, well, the last hope, really, you got to say. Waka Mirza manages to play this away. But what a fantastic start this is for Gracia. And it's a disastrous one for Fateh. Fateh had the opportunity, they would have thought, chasing 108 against a very strong Gracia team. But it started in tatters. 8 is the score. 3 wickets down. Bilal Hassan, Ranjot Singh and Gurjeet Singh all back already, and all 3 of those batters were out the very first ball. Gracia, the team with the golden heads, and maybe the team, certainly with the Yadav, he's got the golden head, the golden arm as well, and the team that at the moment have been sending batters back for a golden duck. Well, what we're waiting for is a golden ball. It may not be, as we welcome back into the commentary position, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
May not be, but it may be. Not the greatest start, and by that I mean it's a bad start. But here's Mirza. I wanted him higher anyway, to be honest. I wanted him opening. But effectively he is. He comes in the first over, gets a Gundy ball first up, and he finds the fielder. It's been caught, and no ball called at square leg. So this is for height. I mean, it's very similar to what happened to Kuldeep in the last over of the first innings. It was high. Yeah, look, I know you can make an argument one way or the other, but typically the umpires have been harsh on those, and to be honest, it's not that different to what we saw in the first innings. So if you're not sure, you call them, and that's why the umpire calls it.
It was a great catch, but, well, it was a free hit, and this is a dot ball, so good comeback from Hira Mahey.
I will say, you can make an argument maybe that's fractionally under the waist, but the umpire's looking in real time. And if they have doubt, the director is, if you have doubt, then you're meant to call it. So that's why you shouldn't be bowling those kind of balls. Been a lot better since, though. Batter takes off a run in there, sent back just in time. But yeah, Fateh, 3 wickets on the score sheet already. But, I mean, again, they've got guys there that if they get going, they're very capable of chasing this down. And it's not like chasing 140, 150 minutes. It's a very manageable target.
This has been smashed in the air, and this is just to the left of the cube. Will be one bounce and over the fence it goes. A good hit, and this is what we expect from Waqas Mirza. He's a man who goes waka waka, and this is a good shot straight down the ground.
It's easier to hit Hiramahe offside, I think, just because you're hitting with the spin. It's not impossible to slog sweep him, but it's a difficult one because he does really turn the ball. That's a good shot. Ground rule double, bouncing over the wall.
Yeah, lovely hit. Mirza trying to get Fateh back into this. He'll go for another, slides up in the air, and he's going to depart. It's 6 and out for the dangerous Waqas Mirza. A simple catch taken by the fielder. And, well, if there was any hope with that wicket, I think that's all been distinguished. And Hiramahe, the captain, not deterred after being hit for a big 6, loses his shape, goes for the big, powerful hit. And then no mistakes at all from the fielder who comes in and takes a catch. That means that we know he's capable of hitting the ball big, but the thing is, he's got to be capable of getting a bit of a partnership together and spending some time out in the middle. If he can get his team to the winning finishing post. This time round, he's not going to be able to. That's the 4th wicket that falls inside the second over. So we've only seen 10 deliveries in the match and 4 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Because he's one guy you do feel could have swung them to victory, as it is a 6 and out situation. So, yeah, it's the turn that beats him, I think. Grathia had a lacklustre start to this cricket match, but the second half of the first innings are now, the first half of the second innings belonging to the ECL representatives. 4 down now. Here comes Lakvir Singh at number 6.
Lakvir gets his wide and the chase is on, and the Kookaburra is going to win the battle. And a good chase here by, I think that's Paramjit, but I think because Simranjit comes across, he's not able maybe to be
get
honest, the dive you wanted. I think Simranjit's in the way.
Yeah, well, I think if he dives early, then at least Simranjit can see what's happening and can jump over him. I think by staying upright, it was more likely that they would collide. But anyway.
Goes right back on top of his fronts, does Lakvir, and plays this away. Dot ball.
So I think once you go to ground, I know they teach that in baseball as well. If you dive in, if you get to the ground, then you're not going to collide kind of like, shoulder to shoulder or hip to hip with somebody. You can kind of protect yourself a little bit. Having a look at this, if Grathia win this, then they're 5 points up on Fateh. I'm just trying to think of who Fateh could catch, or Hawks, or Tigers. I think Tigers already could probably see with 4 games to go, they're out of the running. But yeah, it does seem to be that they're starting to settle as a top 5 and the rest. Now, even if we know who the 3 teams that are going to be eliminated are early, there's still plenty to play for because the teams in the middle then are trying to get 2nd or 3rd, which means they get the double chance on Saturday, which could be important as well. Obviously, top team is straight through to Sunday.
And one thing with the ball now, it's somebody who's doesn't try to do too much, just focuses on getting the ball outside the off stump. So things are not going to get easier here. Randeep Singh, when he's wondering what's going on, he's seeing wickets fall all around him. Wants the single, but no, says Lakvir. Haven't seen too much of Lakvir Singh, but do remember him from previous performances from Fateh. He's more than capable.
He's captaining the side earlier in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes has the gloves, does whatever's required, really, Lakvir.
And this has been whipped away nice. It's a good shot. Intelligent shot as well. Not trying to hit it too hard. And he knows that fielder's inside the 30-yard circle. You get enough under this, and it's a safe shot, and he whips it away quite intelligently. It's a nice shot from Randeep Singh. So the captain, he's certainly not giving up hope here just yet. Circle one will want to reply back. First runs off his bowling. And he goes back to outside the off. Chase is on here for the fielder. Hira Mahey will get the foot on this. He does. And, well, gets a little touch and allowing Kuldeep Lal.
So you reminded me of something that I had heard, but I kind of forgot about. We're talking about Kuldeep in the ECL. Is it possible that he's actually has another commitment that may clash with it? Maybe you can give us the inside scoop on that, Rico.
Yeah. Absolutely true, as this one just catches the inside edge. No run there from the captain. Randeep. Yeah, I mean, talking to the boys, and well, they seem to believe, well, I've been told that Kuldeep Lal may not be at the ECL because he may be tying a knot. He may be out in India, I believe, getting married. So,
oh, wow.
I don't know if anybody can shed some more light on that.
Well, you got 3 days you got to get free. I know the Indian weddings can drag on a bit.
He may be back. I mean, depending how if they progress, he may be back for Championship week.
Right.
So,
but they're pretty close together for Grathia. Anyway, takes it to the end of 3 overs. The score is 25 for 4.
25 for 4. And it's the 4, that's the issue, the 4 wickets. You see that the power play is not a bad one. And look, once
Speaking
again,
of things to celebrate.
Yeah, congratulations to you. And well, you had a nice curry to celebrate with. How was that?
I did, yeah. Lunch coming at a good time for once as well. So, yeah, thanks everyone for your nice messages. I really appreciate it. And once again, like to share the accolades with the entire team, both on and off the camera. So, yeah, to you and to Corey and everyone I've worked with and on camera, but also all the Spin Productions crew, the SI crew, and all of our partners and all the players and officials. I mean, they've made me feel very welcome. I think we feel very lucky because we come from cricket backgrounds, obviously playing a lot. And so we know that as a team, normally you kind of, it's a bit of a closed shop sometimes. In the air, this one is going to be a keeper's ball. Chowan will take it.
Yeah.
And so things going from bad to worse. And Fateh, they might be even a bit worse than worse now. They're 26 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, Chauhan, the keeper. I mean, the fielder looks like he sees cat, but Chauhan's after it. He says, no, leave it to me. Takes one glove off as well, so I don't know what that's about. Maybe you can talk us through that. He gets rid of one glove to take the catch.
Oh, that's just panic. There's no reason to take a glove off. What are you expecting to drop it so you have to throw it? No, but it doesn't really matter. He catches it in the end.
Yeah, captain.
So, yeah, captain goes, yeah.
Has to depart, and he's going to, well, depart with the 11 on the board. That was ball number 10 for him. So he's going to be very disappointed, isn't he? Because I think he genuinely would have believed there was an opportunity here, but for it to happen, they needed the perfect start, but they got the disastrous start, didn't they? And it hasn't gotten any better.
3 weeks in the first over. This is the thing. Yeah, ditches the glove. Don't know why, but takes it, so it doesn't really matter. He's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, tries to hit that across the line, skies it. We saw Wakas earlier, tried to go over cover, got an outside edge, beaten by the turn. I mean, when it comes down to it, you just got to say, Hira Mahey is a pretty good bowler.
Yeah, he is. He doesn't get, I mean, it's the same with his batting. He just never looks like he's in any sort of bother, any sort of hurry when he's batting. He's quite happy to play dot balls away. When he's bowling, he doesn't mind being hit. And now he's full of confidence. He gets a slip in play.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Balwinda up in the air, could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. And well, Hira Mahey, he has his own little celebration. Not sure what that's about, but he gets a wicket. Well, he's the man with the burnt head. You can't say he's got the golden head, because when he was having his hair done, everybody could smell something burning underneath the fall he had on top of his head because they left him too long. He got overcooked, but it's done no damage to his cricket. As we see, would you believe, another first baller. And there's been, I mean, I don't know if there is any sort of record here. That is 4 golden ducks. Balwinder Singh goes for his first ball. So though it was a good return for him with the ball, not with the bat.
Well, if he was a battery, he'd be a Duracell, wouldn't he? Because you can't top the copper top. And he's powering through this innings, Hira Mahey. And so, yeah, a few debates about whether Fateh's still in this contest. I've got to say, it's more like, it reminds me actually of the game against Ravel Sporting where they ended up getting bowled out for 34 and Goring took a hat-trick.
Yeah, well, speaking of hat-tricks, we've got another hat-trick ball here. And it's Hira Mahey. Can he add to this? Remember, we saw a fine one from Naveed Riaz the other day. It was a pure hat-trick. when he hit the stumps twice and the LBW as well. So here we go. Slip in place. Hat-trick ball. Floats it up. Oh, wow. It's an absolute beauty. He's probably thinking, why did I put any spin on this? If it went straight, it probably would have clipped the top of off stump. Both by the bowling. Hit him a hair. Nick it there, captain there. Almost gets his hat-trick.
Can't get much closer than that.
Are you trying to set yourself on fire? What do you do there? Go back to this one. You tell us in a minute if this one just drops the bat on it. It's well, Gangandeep who comes in. I still think he bats too low for me, Gangandeep. He's shown plenty of times that he's more than capable. And now trying to get something going here with Lakveer Singh. Maybe trying to make this respectable. The win could be out of the equation. Hits this pretty well. It will be fielded with ease there by Vibha Yadav. And that will be the end of a fine smell of bowling. Hugh Mahay picks up 3 for 13. And, well, this match is all looking grassy at the moment. But look, one thing, just focus on that rate. As you see, it's 27 for 6. 4 overs gone. There's still plenty of time. The rate is around about 13. Yeah, I know I'm sounding very optimistic. And a lot of people are saying, come on, Rico, you know it's not going to happen. But it can happen. They've got the time here to do it. Not going to get any easier with Vinod Kumar. He's going to come on to bowl here now. Once again, he'll be very much just wicket to wicket. No pace on. Starts with one just outside the off, and you can see there Gangandeep off balance as he tries to hit this one. It's a dot ball. Vinod Kumar, he's probably one man thinking, well, at least I don't have any here, so couldn't do anything with my here. This one's a little bit closer. He'll take the single. Hiro Mahay is right on the edge of the ring, and of course he knows that his boundaries that they want to be stopping here, so he's not going to be too focused and trying to stop the singles.
Yeah, it's just been one of those innings. Got me thinking about the duck record. I think Gozo have the duck record as a team.
I think it was, yeah, off memory, 8 or 9?
I'm going to say 8, but I'm not sure, and I will tell you very shortly. It's the beauty of having so much cricket. You can look up all kinds of records. So actually, 2 teams have had 8 ducks in an innings. Yeah, one is Gozo when they got bowled out for 6. The other one is Zayton Benazaffa versus Pressure.
Yeah.
CC in the ECL. They had 8 ducks as well. But as far as Goldens, I don't think either one of those. Well, I think there were a few Goldens in there. I'm going to check that out.
Another swing and a miss, and well, Chauhan, tries for the cheeky stumping, when I think the batter was easily back in his crease, but just joining up the dots here at the moment. Vinod Kumar, just the 1 run come off the over so far. So Fateh, if there was a chance, they need something to happen in this one.
You'll like this.
Go on, tell me.
10 a second.
In the air, but drops short off Guldeep Lal. The single will be taken. So 2 off the over from Kumar. The score moves on to 29 for 6 at the end of 5.
Now, here we go. I don't think we'll get the golden ball this time around, but we want to welcome you into the Cube here at the Montreal Olympic Round. Many Sounder here, Mr. Maximum here with Rico Ford. I'm thoroughly enjoying my Game 2000. Another milestone coming up with Game 100 of this tournament coming up. So what I was going to say is I looked up the Gozo scorecard. They had 6 golden ducks.
6 golden ducks.
6 golden ducks when they were bowled out for 6. So to be honest, Fateh, I've got a bit of catching up to do. I don't think that's a record they want to part of.
Fateh were the team that set all the records, remember, when we started.
Of course.
I mean, they held the lowest score for a while.
Yeah, 34 against Raval Sporting.
Mahay has a shy, and if he had hit, would have been out. Now they're taking 2, and good throw from a man who's got a good arm. Could be Yadav, but I think the batters had got themselves in comfortably. So
6 golden ducks. Yeah. I mean, they'd be upset there wasn't the rule you can't get out first ball.
Well, mind you, they only did score 6, so you would expecting the duck count to be high.
And the other thing is, this is called dead ball, and I wonder why.
There must have been
the
some
square
movement.
leg called dead ball before that play developed. Maybe someone was still moving. That's probably what it was. So that won't count. That'll be re-bowled. Not that anything really happened on that ball anyway. This is Paramjit Singh. So
if I'm Paramjit, I'll be quite happy with that. Just another delivery to try and get a wicket. And talking of wickets, he'll get one with a filthy wide delivery. It's hit straight to the fielder. I think that's Rathod that is well, enjoying the rays of the sunshine. They're high up here in the Montjuic hill. This has been hit pretty well, but look, if you're going to chase a wide ball, make sure you hit it with plenty of might to clear the fielder. It's not to be. So that will be the end of Lakhvir Singh. He will go for 8. That was ball number 10 for him. It's another wicket, and it's Paramjit Singh that picks up one. So really, new batters coming in now. We go back to keeping an eye on how many ducks there'll be.
Well, Keanu says, do you think we'll ever have a 10-duck innings? Oh, look, never say never. It's not so much these things aren't possible. It's just they're so rare. I mean, 10 ducks is probably like a 1 in a 50-year event. You know, I'm not saying it would never happen, but it's pretty infrequent. I mean, I still think 8 ducks is a lot. The other thing about Goes, I was going to say, is they were bowled out in 4.3 overs. So they bowled out in 27 balls. That probably tells you that they weren't facing a lot of them. I think there were 2 wides in that as well. And yeah, Bishnoi, Ashok Bishnoi, yeah, he was just swinging the ball stump to stump. They didn't really have any answers.
Yeah, get into Yorker lengths delivery. But in fairness to Gozo, they were playing first time in the European Cricket Series. They were a team that a lot of those players, I think 6 or 7 of them, had never played hardball cricket before. But
they weren't
boy,
queuing
did
up
they
to do it again after game 1.
but boy, did they improve.
They really did.
Just literally a game after that, they went on and won the first match against Suhi United. This one has been negotiated away, so batter will get off the mark.
Been pretty ruthless stuff from Gracia, though. They keep taking the chances, don't they? They're not really missing any in the field. And again, the scoreboard pressure just building. Yeah, so just to clarify a couple of things, Pate, they have won the toss. They're batting first in the next game as well. So, I mean, they'll obviously get a fresh start. They won't have any target pressure, but I think they need the top order to fire. Otherwise, could be a bit ugly. And you can see, for 2 teams that are so close together on the ladder, it doesn't look that way at the moment. But we know Gracia had a pretty rough start. They only had 1 point out of their first 4 games. I think the rain cost them a point as well against Ali Young Stars after they put 150 on the board. Well, you never know with Ali Young Stars. They might have chased it down.
But this is the way to be. Look, I mean, they've got this game in the bag. But Rathod here, who's taking some good catches, he's frying himself around to stop it. You just saw the corner of your screen. Diana was there as well. So that's going to be a nice shot on the social media. I hope you're enjoying those pictures of the day as well. It's ECN photographer Diana Oro's just taken a few interviews as well there. So doing a grand job, Diana. Yeah, Diana, she must be in a fair number of matches as well, you know, by now.
Yeah, she'll be getting up there since Romania last year.
Yeah, nicely played, nice shot, but in comes the throw, direct hit. No, I think he would have just got in. I don't know how that, yeah, it must have clipped. It was a direct hit because the bails do come off. So I don't know if they're having a look at this. Just keep an eye on this. I saw the chalk fly, but at what point? And
oh, he could be gone here.
It could be really close. Just have to go back here and see. Does he have the bat down in time?
I'm going to say it definitely hits and he's out.
He's gone.
He is out.
He's out. That is amazing. Just listen out for the roar here from Gracia, because they don't know at the moment. They're thinking, oh, we'll ask the question. And there it is. They've got another. And it's an unfortunate one. The batter who's coming in, he's not able to. What a great bit of fielding that is. I'm not sure who that is. Is that Rathod again? I'm not sure. But look, here we go. He's on his way back. And, it's unfortunate, you'd have to say. That's Deepak. He comes in. He did get off the mark straight away. But then, trying to get himself back in. He's going to go. Great bit of fielding. I think that surprised everybody. I mean, I didn't notice the bails coming off straight away, so there's me thinking it was a direct hit. It would be close, and in fact, it was a direct hit, knocking the bails off. Let's watch this again. I mean, he's running pretty well. He slides the bat in, but not able to beat the throw. Great bit of fielding. The deeper will be the guy that goes. He's run out, unfortunately. Nothing going Fate's way. Can't take a break, can they? It's, Deepak will go. And the new batter has come in, and it won't be a first baller, so they're pretty. I think they may be safe with this, the Golden Duck record. Let's have a look. Who was that? It was Vinod Kumar. Now got the throw in. We know that he is a gun. Vinod in the field. And, these direct hitters. We see this one, just a little bit of late movement from the bowler, Paramjit. Also was the end of the over, so 34 for 8. And question here is, will they survive the 10 overs? As Vibha Yadav has probably been screaming to his captain, give me another, give me another. Of course he wants another. He wants to finish things off here and pick up a few more wickets. Just wondering if there was probably a smarter move here. The captain here could have looked around at one or two other people that having the ball. And one guy that comes to mind is Karandeep Singh. He's somebody that's probably played all the matches for them most of the time. He's just been their top gun fielder. So probably has an opportunity to get a bowl as well. But they will go with Yadav. This has been hit cleanly. Good throw, and he's in trouble. And it's going to be another, well, this is a case, I think, of Gagandeep hitting the ball so cleanly he thinks this is a run. I don't know if the non-striker is slow getting there, but whatever, he's going to be gone. And Yadwinder Sandhu, any relation of yours, is going to be go for a duck. Is another one. He's well short.
Yeah, well, maybe speed isn't in my genes, looking at that. But, yeah, unfortunate, but that's just been a sign of the times, hasn't it, for Fateh in this game.
Yeah, run out without scoring. He did face one ball though, so it will be another el pato número 5 en este partido por Fateh. Not being a good one, and really, well, if they're going to be batting first in the next one, like you say, Vinny, you just get the feeling that it could be a repeat again unless they get their act together. Gracia are, well, they're on a high. They're going to make it 5 out of 5 here. 5 out of their 5 wins on the spin, I should say, after losing the first 3 and 1 no result. And they're looking to make it 6 wins on the spin. Yadav in the air. Where's this one going? I think safe, and it will be all the way. So Manos arriba from Rathod, and the captain just has a look at the bowler and says, hey, I didn't get you to come on to be hit for 6. And it's a nice shot. Well, I'm liking that. Well, Amritpal Singh says, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it shakka style. He hits one straight out of here. Nice shot. And I'm not sure why they're just having a look. Well, looking at the ball, maybe knew, oh, it did bounce all the way over. There you go. So, Amritpal says, bring it on. Give me another. He gets another. Plays this nicely. Nice little stroke, but this time can't get it past Hira. 40 on the board, but it is 9 wickets down. And I tell you what, I don't think Yadav was expecting number 11 to smack him over extra cover for a 6. And he backs away here. Maybe says, hey, I'm not ready. Gagandeep, here's the batter. And see, this is why I think Gagandeep, having him come in so late is no good. He's 4 of 8 deliveries, but he's run out of partners here. And that 4 is wasted. This one he gets to go the other way, Yadav.
Between a rock and a hard place though, isn't he? Tough situation. Yeah, Gracia had the slow start. Fateh had a slow start themselves, lost their first 2, then they won the next 2, and then had kind of haven't had a lot of success apart from that second double header.
Yadav just making an adjustment to his field. I think he's moving. Looks like Vinod Kumar to an area where the last one was hit. Goes for a similar delivery. This has been driven down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, he's moved the field around. He's got to Vinod to go to extra cover boundary. Hiro Mahey goes wider, and then he bowls this one pitched right up. This is a nice shot. So number 11, I tell you what, get him up the order.
It's an unusual field. I mean, it's got a straight. They're like hedging their bets between a long on, long off. Probably think there hasn't been a lot that's disappeared straight. So that just went to a normal long off, and there was nobody there. There you go, drive that.
Well, if he steps inside of it, it probably would have been a wide, but it goes through him. End of the over, so, well, Vibha Yadav said, give me the ball, captain. I want to add to the 3 wickets I picked up in my first over. Didn't quite go to plan, as we saw some nice shots played by number 11, Amritpal Singh. He's on 10 of 4 deliveries, up there with Gagandeep. Gagandeep will be on strike. And, they're not going to win the match, but at least they're starting to make it look a little bit respectable.
Hey,
44
Rico,
for 9.
Time to raise the bat. match number 100 is on the way. Gracia versus Fate, and I just want to be super clear. Fate have won the toss. They will bat first in match number 100. It's coming up in around about half an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network. So join us, and let's hope they can offer a bit more fight with the bat. I mean, they just never recovered from those early wickets, but we know that a lot can change in the course of a double header. Here's cool one, trying to finish things off.
It's another one that's going towards the boundary. Simranjit Singh, somehow.
He's so lucky there. He never missed Fields balls, and he's completely air swung on this, but his feet have fielded it for him. Watch this one.
Yeah, somehow he gets there.
Italians are good with their football skills.
Oh, look at that. It hits his right foot. He knew nothing about it.
He's just feeling the ball.
He's gone grey. He's gone grey. I tell you what, he spent a bit of time with the Gracia boys, and that golden head has turned grey already. Nice looking shot, and it's going to be 4 more. And liking this, well, this is probably the best partnership that Fateh put together, I'm thinking.
Well, I think you're probably right.
I'm sure it is. Well, don't forget, we've got the number 11 who's got 10 on the board already. Gangadeep now, he's in that partnership. I think he's probably made now 6. So this partnership probably
best partnership was
16.
11, yeah, before this.
Okay.
So yeah, it's worth 16. And it's possible that you could have the number 11 top scoring here.
Well, he gives him the strike back, so not afraid to allow Amritpal Singh.
Randip's got 11 in this innings, batting at number 3, the captain.
Okay. Come on, Amritpal. Shows what you can do. Kulwant will be teasing him outside the off, but he's played some nice shots. Maybe looking to go over extra cover again, but now he goes on the leg side. He's going to get another boundary. Well, how about that? Well, you're looking at the top scorer in the Fateh batting lineup, and it's Amritpal Singh. Little shuffle across and wallops this away. 1 bounce 4. He moves to a very healthy 14 of 6 deliveries. Take note, Capitan Randeep Singh, or maybe we found a new opener here. Kulwant gets the Yorker in, watches as well, gets bat onto it. Hira Mahay will do the fielding. 1 more, and this partnership, well, there you go, it's worth 22 now.
I'm looking at the high score by number 11, which actually Zoheb Hussain in Belgium earlier this year. You'll love this.
Go on.
So he was batting for the Austin Exiles that pretty much fallen off in a chase. They were chasing 168. He came out, the score was 47 for 9. He hit 49 not out of 13 balls.
What?
And he wasn't number 11 at all. It's the end of the over here. It's 57 for 9. So, and then he actually caused the run out trying to steal the strike back. And he ran out his partner. It was Zadran Farhad. So, yeah, he hit 5 6s and 4 4s. He scored 49 off 13. But the one thing, we still haven't seen a number 11 score a 50. Before that, I think the highest score was about 20.
Okay.
So there's a long way to go for Amrit to get those kind of numbers. Here's Paramjit trying to finish things off in the 9th.
This is up in the air, and it's going to be, well, what about the footwork here? Does he keep this in play? We're going to have to look at this again. You know, he said, no, I didn't. It's a good catch. He's saying he's denying all knowledge of this current deep.
He's claiming it.
Let's have a look. There's
check the feet. Fine. Next one. Fine. Probably
how close is it there? How close?
It's close, but the rope doesn't move, and if there's doubt, it'll go to the fielder.
Well, Gagandeep is still waiting there, saying,
but that's right in front of the officials. So the thing is, you can suspect he's touched rope or grazed the rope here, but you definitely can't conclusively.
It's a great catch, you know.
Oh yeah.
And this is why I was saying before that Karandeep, give him a bowl because he's sensational for you in the field.
But there's no rope movement. The camera makes it look like he's closer than he is as well because the camera's shooting from here. I think this is out. The officials have a better view than the camera, even though, because they're over there.
Well, so you've done 2,000 matches. If you don't get this right, well, I tell you what.
Well, I mean, time to break out the champagne, maybe, if it is the 10th wicket.
Here we go. Is Mr. 2000 right?
Unless they've seen with their own eyes, then they've got to give it out, and that does get given out.
There you go. Right.
Good effort, though, from Amrit Pal. It almost goes for 6. But Fateh, they're going to be bowled out for 57, Rico.
Yeah, bowled out for 57, and, bowled out in this the 9th over as well. But what a good catch that is. I tell you what, I mean, Karandeep's in. That's why I was crying out for him to have a bowl. He always shows up. He's always on that boundary. He's made some outstanding stops, taken some great catches as well. And that's another great one. Well done to him. And also, you've got to say, well done to Gracia, that they make easy work of Fateh here. Didn't quite get the desired runs on the board. When they bat first, they normally go big. Only 108 they set Fateh, but they did it convincingly, winning this one by 51 runs. Fateh will be 57 all out. It all started in that first over with Vibha Yadav, the man with the golden head, was the man with the golden arm, as he took 3 wickets in the first. Well, then there was a little bit of rearguard action, I suppose. Mirza came out, we know what he can do, but he's got to bat deep. Hitting 1-6 and getting out just won't do. Well, there were some valuable runs there. Sparumjit got that one wrong. And this was a lovely shot. And that was I think Lakvir Singh came out, placed a nice one. But then, yeah, well, he hit it in the air. He throws his bat away in disgust as well.
If you're going to throw one glove away, I'd like to see him throw both gloves away. But anyway.
No, forget that. The batter throws his bat. The wicketkeeper throws his glove. Watch that again. The batter also throws his bat away. I never noticed that first time round.
It's all toys out of the cot, sounds like. Oh, here's the thing. You said a little rearguard action. Yeah, it was a little. And you can't take anything away from Hira Mahe. No doubt he's the player of the match here in match number 99. That was an extraordinary run out late in the piece. And just did seem to hit the base. And then another run out to boot. 9 out. And it's a matter of time. Fateh couldn't even manage to bat out the 10 overs. They end up getting bowled out for 57 in 8.1. A nice little mini cameo from Amrit. Simran didn't know too much about this one. Ended up knocking him on the back door. But in the end, despite the late heroics, it was this dramatic finish. And I think the fielder was pretty confident that he caught it. Just was pretty casual about it, but it was a good catch, wasn't it? But
it was a good catch. Gagandeep just being caught on the boundary. But what a great knot. Amritpal Singh, take note, 15 not out of 7 balls.
And you know what I will say about that as well is that don't judge a game too early. These games are longer than you think. People saying Gracia, they're batting really slowly at the beginning and they're having a bad game. Well, guess what? They end up winning easily. I mean, the margin of victory in the end is 50 runs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Amritpal, 15 off 7. He's not out at the end. It's a good effort from him, but yeah, not a lot of good moments for Fateh in that innings. 3 firsts for Yadav, took 3 in the first over, but Mahe, for me, he was outstanding. Bowled with good control, a bit of a loosener, but after that, he was really tight. 3 for 13 for him. 2 wickets at the end for Paramjit Singh, well bowled from him, and yeah, Kumar didn't do a lot wrong. Good team effort. We are going to take a break. Well, that's my first 2,000 game. I'm looking forward to the next 2,000. I'm really looking forward to match number 100. It's coming up after the break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Take you into that one. Until then, thanks again for all the lovely messages. We'll see you round the corner for some food chats, some random questions, and some more cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona, Spain. Well, the milestones just keep on coming here on day 25 because now it's time for match number 100. Yes, we're raising the bat in Barcelona. A century of cricket matches and still 24 more to come after this one as the season comes to a conclusion on Sunday. So it is a rematch between Gracia and Fate. Let's see what happens at the coin toss in match number 100. So Rob Kemming is with two teams. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. It's just called. It is tails.
Bad pass. Choose bad.
So it is Fate that win the toss and their captain Randeep Singh decides that he wants to bat. Yeah, don't mind that. I think maybe try and build some pressure on Gracia. We know that Gracia like batting first. They didn't quite go their way, go to plan, let's put it that way, with a couple of early wickets in the last game. But they do have a strong batting lineup, a really strong top 6 or 7, so it's hard. You might get a couple of them, but other players seem to step up. And in that last game it was Hiramahe and then Kuldeep with a little cameo at the end. Simranjit Singh, he's another one. I think he's not quite in touch, but he's very, very capable of launching at any moment. Let's see where he bats in this one. Vinod Kumar, he's another one. I think he is short of a few runs and would like to make a score to gain some confidence. I'm not sure he'll get bat ahead of someone like Kuldeep Lal, though, who I think will open the batting. I just have a suspicion in this game. Fate, though, I mean, it's all about them not losing touch, so it becomes a really important game for them. Let's see how it goes. They have been competitive today, and, well, more than competitive, you might say. Let's go over to Rico Full. Well, happy 100th, Rico, because it is game number 100. Fate winning the toss and batting in the last game of the day. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. 100 not out because, yeah, we carry on tomorrow. But this is match number 100. It's the final one of the day. Match number 4 in this day. And it's 100. And Fate, well, will they make it a memorable one? As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Gracia, well, they won the last one quite convincingly, winning by 50 runs. And with Fate batting first, well, that's where the frailties were. We didn't really see any fight from Fate until the end of the innings, and it was the number 11 batter, Amritpal Singh, that got the highest one. Gracia, 112 to 91 favourites to go on to win this. Well, Fate, if they're going to get to that 91 sort of score, they've got to make a much better start. It was a dreadful one last time round. Interesting enough that this time round, they're not going to go with Vibha Yadav to open the bowling. He took 3 wickets in the first over, only gave 8 runs away. It's going to be another man that took 3 wickets in the innings as well. Player of the match in the last one, Hiramahe, going to bowl the first as we wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant from Geneva, to give us the heads up. Umpires for this one at the bowler's end, Asif Zia Mughal and umpire Safwan, as we get ready to go on a nice sunny afternoon here in Barcelona. Gurgadeep Singh gets promoted up the order. He's ready to face the first ball from Hiramahe. Floated up, and Gurgadeep reaching, but manages to get bat on the ball, and the first runs. So already it's a better start from Fate. As this man though, Bilal Hassan, he was the first batter to go. He went very first ball, didn't he, when he was the batter on strike. This time he thinks that maybe being the non-striker will help his cause. Drops the bat on this one, just drifting slightly onto the leg stick. Hira floating it up. Bilal looking to get his first runs of the day, and well, he'll hit this pretty well, but straight to the hands of Vibha Yadav. So it's going to be back-to-back ducks for Bilal Hassan. Well, he did last one ball longer this time round. Yadav not bowling the first, gets the wicket. He tries to hit it hard, but it goes more aerial than distance, and Vibha Yadav gives us the thumbs up. So match number 100 starts with Fate losing a wicket, and well, Bilal Hassan is not going to be, well, not just match number 100, but 99 and 100. Not going to be matches that he's going to remember. He goes for a 2-ball duck. So that's duck number 100 in maybe match number 100. Well, it isn't really, but it's the first duck of match number 100. Let's say it this way. As Ranjot Singh comes out, he also didn't have a good time. He was another first bowler in the last one. It was LBW. So round the wicket. Hirumahe will come to Ranjot Singh. Ranjot gets a bit of bat onto this, but once again, not the most authentic piece of footwork. Hira moving his field around. He wants to, to the left-hander. He wants Yadav at long on, leaving the long off boundary open. And, it will go to Yadav, who comes in after, I think Hira just got into a little bit of a tangle with Gangandeep. Wasn't able to field it himself. So Ranjot, he does at least one better than the last match. Gets his first runs. 4 on the leg side, 2 on the boundary. Gangandeep thinks about the single. Ranjot Singh starts and stops, and I think in the end it's pretty good that they don't take it. Kuldeep Lal there doing the fielding. It's nice to see him out in the middle with Vinny and Sir Rob Kemin doing the coin toss. Of course, Kuldeep has captained grass here many times as well before Hira came into the framework. Remember, a number of ways that you can get in touch with us at Mr. Maximo or at Rika 4, and we thank you very much for all your lovely comments and suggestions and supporting the European Cricket Network. And of course, remember, you can get in touch and see what's happening by going onto the website as well, europeancricket.com. All the information about the remaining fixtures, the standings, if you wanted to know how Group A finished, and the top run scorers in Group A, just go onto the website. And, remember to click on to European Cricket Series Barcelona, and you can get all of the information there. Kulwant Singh to bowl the second. First over was just 2 runs from it from Hirumahe, and the wicket off the unlucky Hassan once more. Ranjot, nice looking shot. He should get a single. Off the fielder's not able to pick this one up cleanly. Ricochets out of his hands. But like always, Karandeep Singh is there to tidy up. Garcia, having lost their first 3 matches, then had that no result. A match that they looked odds on to win after posting 150 on the board against the early young stars, but that got abandoned because the rain came in. But they have now gone 5 on the spin, looking to make it 6 and continue their climb to the top of the table. And you have to say, it's starting to look like the Spanish champions, team that have booked their place in the European Cricket League 2023, and also they were the winners of the EC10 at Khartoum as well. Well hit, but straight to the fielder, no run. Good call also from Ranjot Singh. Hit firmly, plays his shot really well, going deep, and he's unfortunate to pick the fielder. Rathod out there, who had a very good game first time round. Made some good stops and took some good catches as well. Doesn't get past him. This one goes down the ground, it's in the air, and Simranjit Singh leaps to the air as he takes a catch. Nothing gets past this man. Well, he may be going great, but he's still got the golden touch as he takes another catch and he sends his love our way. And of course to, well, I suppose all of his Italian fans. He is the Italian stallion after all. And Gangandeep going straight down the ground. He thinks it's a safe shot, but Simranjit, he is so quick, so nimble. Takes a really good catch. Come on, show us some love. There you go. Simranjit Singh. Nice catch from an outstanding fielder. We told you about him before he even stepped onto the field of play last week. And he's continuing to show us what a good fielder he is. The second wicket goes down. And Kulwant Singh takes the wicket of Gangandeep. And Gangandeep will go for 1 of the 5 balls that he faces. And Simranjit taking the catch. So the issues for Fateh at the moment continue. 3 for 2. Good delivery, pitch right up. But look who it is. Number 11 gets promoted to number 4. And Amritpal Singh gets the nod from the captain. This one will be a wide. and rightly so. Batted very well. He was the highest scorer, coming in at number 11. 15 he got in the last match. Of the 7 balls that he faced, 15 not out as well. Let's wish him well for this one as well. Oh, well, I suppose that's the commentator's curse. And he's been absolutely done by Kulwant Singh. It's a good delivery. It's straight through his defences. And Amritpal, he's can't produce the same sort of form that he did in the first match. Look, he decides to come forward and then tries to rock back, and that was the error. Look, if he continued going down the pitch, he would have got to this. Shuffle across, then starts to go backwards. Kulwant Singh gets it through the gate, knocks him over. Jagade, what a style. Don Kulwant Singh, he picks up his second. And unfortunately, it's going to be another for Fateh. And this time, Amritpal Singh, who showed much promise in the first match, coming in at number 11, gets promoted. But I suppose this is an opportunity for the batters who are batting above him to turn around and say, you see, it's not that easy. He'll go for a 2-ball duck. And they've been in this position before, haven't they? In the last match, Fateh, at the end of 2 overs, they moved to 19 for 4. But in this one, as the captain comes out, they are 4 for 3. Narendip Singh coming out now, so they've got a lot of work here to do. They're just holding back on Waqas Mirza, I think. It was also the end of the over. Finished with 4 for 3, a good over from Kulwant. He picked up 2 wickets in the over, as Hiro Mahey continues to deceive the batters with the combination of his flight. And Chukrasi asking the question, and he's going to go, so not for the first time. It's a soft dismissal from Ranjot. Well, he's punching his bat with aggression and with, frustration. And Hiro Mahey, well, gives us a celebration that we need to find out a little bit more about. But all smiles on his face as Ranjot, well, he tries to get a big shot in here. But is that trickery, and it's a spin? He's able to spin it both ways. Gets this turning away from the left-handed Ranjot and caught behind. No mistakes by Chauhan, who's slipped into that position behind the stumps quite nicely. We're taking over from Kuldeep Lal. Just gives Hiro Mahey a few more options with the ball. Didn't use Kuldeep in the last match. Pretty sure they may do in this one. The catch is taken, and Ranjot, he has to depart, and he will go for 2 of the 5 deliveries that he faces. And we see that the hat-tricks that have been taken here, and 4 for 4 they are. Hiro Mahey gets a slip back in place. So floats it right up there, and ooh, almost carrying to that slip. He drops the bat on it. Hiro saying, hey, I put you there for a reason. I don't think he would have expected it to come in his way, as Ravinder Singh blocks out his first delivery. Flights is up. And Bawinder just defensively pushes this away. Fateh just can't get the start that they need. Gracia. Oh, and what they're going to say here, I don't know if I heard a bit of bat on this, but there's nothing from the umpire. Maybe now he's saying there was, and he goes across. I reckon he may have just got a bit of bat. The batter, well, Balwinder Singh, you can see his heart is in his mouth as he's looking back at the umpire. Well, he gets contact on this one, and this time it goes over the fielder, and he will get 4 runs. So he didn't succeed first time, but he didn't shy away from it and says, well, this time was a better shot because it is outside the leg stick. So the LBW goes out of the equation. So a boundary to finish the over. It's the first one as well. And at the end of the power play, Fateh are 8 on the board. But the issue is They are 4 wickets down, 8 for 4. They won't get any easier because now they're holding, going to want back. Vinod Kumar gets set to bowl. Let's have a look at this field. They're sticking with the 2 men on the leg side out. They've got 2 out on the off. Sticking to just 4 men at the moment outside the circle. 2 in the offside, 2 in the leg, mid-wicket and long on back. Want the single, they'll take it as the man at point does the fielding. So can the captain, Mandeep Singh and Balwinder Singh, the 2 Singhs, get some partnership together here? Balwinder Singh, we saw him, wants to take on the sweep shot. Got lucky once, but it was pretty effective second time round. And that's well played. Slightly quicker delivery from Vinod Kumar. Defensively played, so cautiously watched and played. Fateh under the kosh. This one slightly shorter, makes good contact. That Simranjit comes in, keeps it to 1. Mandeep Singh. Can he start a bit of a fight back here from Fateh? Clips this away. Will they go for 2? They certainly don't look like they're wanting it. They take a very easy laid-back single. Have a look at this. I mean, even the field is so far away, there's no intent there at all. And yeah, just skips gingerly for the single. A wide delivery and gets called a wide. Draws Balwinder Singh into the shot. So just trying to sneak that one in to end the over, I think. Kumar. 5 from it with that wide. And this one's played away. Fielder should get there and get down and keep it to 1. He will. And that will be the end of the over. So the score moves on to 13. And it's a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position for his match 2001. Our match 100. It's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
2001, A Space Odyssey. Good movie. 2001, remember when that used to be the future? And you'd remember that. I remember that. There used to be a show called Beyond 2000 in Australia, and it was where it was all the futuristic gadgets and stuff. And they would show them. It was around kind of the 80s and 90s kind of a show. It's always really interesting. Some of them panned out, some of them didn't. Yeah, but it's great to be back.
I don't remember it and you do, though. There's the question.
Oh, that'll do. A few runs, and they'll take what they can get at the moment. Welcome boundary. That's Fateh. Early wickets. Tumbling again, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's just the second boundary. First this over, obviously, first ball, but yeah, second boundary. Both have come off the bat of Balwinder Singh.
Yeah, well, I mean, be brave, maybe get some good fortune, a bit of luck, a bit of suerte for Balwinder. Not so much for Paramveer, but this one, well, I tell you what. This is Paramjit Singh, and this had nothing on it at all. This ball just died on Balwinder.
Good variation.
Yeah, just have a look at this. It's just it had no pace on it at all.
I just don't think the batter picks it at all. Again, slowish ball, skied away. Simran's hunting it, and he catches it. Oh, he's been good to his left, he's been good to his right. He's doing it all. And he's got a little bit of a message there. He said he might be turning grey. Well, that is a young man's catch. He's got a long way to get there. And Fateh, they lose another one, 4 and out. And now 17 for 5, and you've got to worry about where this innings is heading.
Oh, what a catch. What a catch. I mean, you just have to just admire. Say nothing, just watch. It's pure class. It really is. I mean, you'd have to watch where he started from and say he's got no right really to get there. He's a sensational fielder, isn't he, Simranjit Singh? And, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe he's the best thing to come out of Italy. What a catch. And I'll tell you what, Gracia, are pleased to have him inside because he's starting to click with the bat as well. Sensational catch.
Some of the Australian viewers remembering Beyond 2000 with Amanda Keller. Very good. She's still on TV, I think. That's what I'm told. Hello to Neville. Hello to Mandrake, who's asking, should he return after the break as Tatman as his name? Well, he is about to have an ECN tattoo. We believe it's the first one. Well, that's fantastic, Dave. You can be whoever you want to be. This is off the back foot here up. Has to get down and dirty. I suppose you shouldn't get too dirty on an artificial surface, but good fielding. Good to see them keeping their standards up. And look, Granthia, we know they had a slow start to this tournament, but you know, this is this kind of stuff that's going to have to become standard if they're going to compete at the ECL level. I mean, they're going to be competing against the champion clubs of other countries, including Roma CC that we saw earlier in the year. It's that slower ball again. It just never arrives. Mirza, see that he watches from the other end. And don't know if he would have played that differently, but Rundip misses out.
Yeah, Paramjit beats in Rundip Singh. Rundip Singh now has to try to find a way to get Waqas Mirza to stay there with him for some time. And they'll have, after this, about 5 overs to do it in. And, well, if Waqas Mirza can get going and he sticks around for those 5 overs, well, if he's there and he faces, say, 20 of those 30 balls, they could get themselves to a decent score here, but it's so important that he hangs around for them.
18 for 5 after 5. Not looking great, but always a great time to welcome you into the Cube. Last game of the day. We do like to talk food chat. We like to have random questions as well. Give us some questions we haven't gotten before. So I think we got one of the questions was, what's the weirdest thing we've ever eaten? I think we talked about this one before.
Yeah.
I had a witchetty grub, if you look that up, and that's probably the weirdest thing I've eaten in Australia. It's basically like a slug.
Yeah, okay. You
but
must have eaten worse than
give
that.
us some interesting.
Hey, listen,
Give us some interesting ones.
we haven't done this today.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is number
okay.
100. We've got to do it.
Okay, after this ball then, shall we?
Oh, it's a very good delivery. Is there any bat on this at all? I tell you what, there's no bat on this. I can't see why the umpire wouldn't give this.
Must have hit this.
Has to get bat on this.
He must have hit this. I mean, the bat's close to it. Might have just snuck a little edge on the bat. If it didn't, I think he's a dead man walking there, like us. So it must have been a little inside edge or a little toe of the bat on that. Shot, and this is what he can do. I like to see him opening up that offside. He goes Maximo, bangs into the wall. Here's the rear guard action. Care of Waqas Mirza.
Big hit, and like I say, he's got to stay there. We've seen him 6 and out too many times. He needs to go big. He needs to join them up. So he's one man that he can. And, well, Kalon Singh comes back to bowl his second. He probably didn't think he was going to be hit over the offside for a 6. Well, this is more. His shot is in the air, and he will go all the way. Ball, well, Simranjit Singh catches it. Of course he does. But, well, the ball you see here is several metres past the boundary rope already.
Good practice, though. Doesn't look like dropping one, does he? And Mirza survives a close shave. Now gets this one to Simran's right, and he misses it. So this is 4 more. I wasn't expecting that. Simran had a good jump on it, but he couldn't quite get there. Couldn't get off his feet.
Yeah, it's a powerful hitter, isn't he? Yeah, you'd back Simran to get something on it, but he's not able to get any hand onto this. So it's the pace of the ball that beats him. So, another boundary. This is what he can do. This is why I said if he faces a majority of the remaining balls to come, they will get to some sort of score, but he's got to stay there.
Yeah, cool one. It's gone journey this over, hasn't he? Fateh fighting back. This is better up in the block hole. They won't get a run here. All right, so we said we're going to do it. Let's do it. You ready? If you're lurking, we want you to come at us. Come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us.
Look.
Right here, right now. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. If you have been lurking, I know there's a few people out there, they can't really chat all the time. They might be lurking while they're working or something like that. Totally understand. I'm kind of doing that as well. Get in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from and let us say hello to you and thanks for supporting European cricket. Anyway, last ball of the over. And it's skied. And this really should be out. Here, Hayes. Oh, he's dropped that.
Would you believe it?
Too casual. And here, even worse, it comes up and hits him below the chin. I mean, I thought he probably could have caught this with his eyes closed. Maybe they were closed. I just don't understand how we can drop this.
Oh, well, he's dropped it because he's trying to take it too close. I didn't have to drop it. Can I catch him? He shot it. Oh, Ball ऊपर आके मैंने बूटी दे थप्पड़ मार के पुंजे डिगी. Well, yeah, it gives him a slap on the face as well. Well, Hiro Mahei likes to do some celebrations when he's doing something with his face. Well, I tell you what, the Kookaburra gives him a little slap as it goes down. Well, that, for a man of that stature, is an absolute dolly.
Cricket is a great leveler. So they took them 5 overs to get 18, then they get 17 off that 6th over. And no, this isn't out,
Outside
but
the line.
it'll be a dot. So let's go with random questions and also some lurkers. Let's see. Tarek's got one. If I could be on any TV show, what would it be? I've always thought I'd like to host a game show.
Would you?
Like The Price is Right or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
I think you'd be good. Like, is that the one that says, come on down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you doing that.
This is up, and it's flying, and it is out. So no such problems for Yadav. He's got the cowboy out on. He gallops to his left, and so once again, Fate just struggling to clear the boundaries, and that's Wakas Mirza who has to go. He swings away, as we know he likes to do, but he is the 6th man to fall. It's 35 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one there for a moment. He got lucky, didn't he, when Hiro Mahei dropped him on 17. It was an absolute dolly, but he isn't able to capitalise on it because when he tries to get the next scoring shot, Kane, it's a very good catch taken by Yadav. Look, the key here is get your hat on, get your shades on, because this time of the day, it's pretty tricky to be fielding out there.
Yeah.
That is such a good catch.
That's true.
Under those circumstances.
Hello to Tim Reedman as well. Good to have you with us. He was asking, what's the scariest fun thing we've ever done? I think we talked about this the other day a little bit. I said, did bungee jumping. That was scary and fun. I'll give you that. Do you have one that you...
Yeah, well,
something scary / fun?
it was scary, and it ended up being fun, but it wasn't at the time. I'll tell you more after this ball.
There's Paramjit's back. Got a good first over. This one sneaks down the leg side.
Yeah, it was in there. When we were in Yorkshire, used to go to Yorkshire like
That sounds pretty
once a
scary.
year, and we went to, no, that wasn't the scary bit. Went to a theme park, and we went on this ride called a Terrorizer. And it's one of these a long way up.
Good name.
And it's, you know, you're high up, and it's one that gets you coming down upwards, and you get upside down and all sorts of things. Well, this ride got stuck with us on it upside down.
Oh,
And we were
really?
stuck on it for about half an hour upside down. That was frightening.
Wow.
Just put it this way, by the time we came back down, it was me and my good friend Eddie. We came down, we walked to the nearest pub, and we sat there for about 45 minutes. And he doesn't normally go on rides. I forced him to go on the ride. He was not, well, he was my best buddy, but he wasn't for about an hour and a half. So, yeah, the Terrorizer in Yorkshire. And this is 4
shot.
runs. Well,
Yeah, that
this
is 4.
was terrorising the fielder, I thought. He's normally pretty good out there. But this was absolutely whacked. What a good shot this is.
It's all bat speed here. Looking just unleashes those wrists. That one bangs into the wall as well. Yeah, that sounds quite frightening, actually.
Yeah,
So the ride's scary enough, and the fact you get stuck
it
on
got
it.
stuck upside
It's
down.
all good if that was all part of the show as well. They should do that once a day just to make it super scary for people. They should leave you up the internal lights off and think that everyone's gone home for the day.
This is when you were talking about bungee jumping the other day. And anything like that now.
Some of the scariest rides I've been on, as we get to the end of the 7th over, his score is 42 for 6, so run a ball pace. At least I got that high. Hey, let's have a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. We're into the triple digits now, match 101. We'll see the Catalunya Tigers. They're undefeated 10 for 10. They've got the Ripoll Warriors, who might be a handful, you know. Tigers will want to really try and solve that top spot in automatic qualification for Sunday. They can skip Saturday if they're top of the table. In the afternoon, Ravel Sporting, they've been hot at their heels, but they did have a kind of off day the other day. They're talking the Yada Tigers, and what a challenge for the Tigers. But we know Ravel Sporting just lost a little bit of form. Join us same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. This is a good shot, square of the wicket, and Randip Singh. Well, we know that when he's on, he can be very good. There's Andy House. He's joined us, by the way, for week 5. Nice to see Andy here. He does a good bit of fielding. 4 runs.
Yeah, house heat. Look, that's the way to do it.
One hand pickup.
One hand pickup. Clipboard in one hand. Stops the ball in the other.
So I'm going to come back to this in a second. Kuldeep's on with the ball. Goes for a boundary first ball. This one is just a single. You know those rides, sometimes they crank you up and you don't go upside down or anything, but you just sit there and then you hear it and then they just drop you. And you don't know when they're going to drop you. That's the thing. You sit there and it might be 10 seconds, it might be 30 seconds. You know it's coming and then you just hear a little click and you almost hang in the air for a second, then
yeah, I know what you. Yeah.
Gravity takes over.
Something tower, don't they call it?
Yeah. then I actually think that they're quite fun. I never really was a huge fan of Scary Riders growing up, but I'm a bit of a thrill seeker now. It's well bowled, just inside. Siddharth asking, do I think T10 matches should be 2 innings like Test has played for a change? Well, it's an interesting one. I'll tell you my opinion in a second. This will be 4 though. This is good batting by Luckviz. There's no third man. It's a smart shot. It's a fairly safe shot. And it's 4 more runs to Fate.
Yeah,
brings up to 50 as well.
Preferring the pace. I'd say there haven't not been too much pace on there. Kulip does vary his line and let very well, including his pace. Every time he's gone for a bit of a pace, well, it's been pasted to the boundary. So I think everybody's saying to Lyle, hey, pace off, slow it down.
So my short answer is I prefer T10 matches being independent of each other, not like a test match. And the reason is that when you have one-sided matches, and it can, at least at the moment, you can have a one-sided match. At least they get to reset the scores, and the supposedly weaker team gets to start on even footing again, right? This is cut away. This will be 4 as well. The placement's been good. Really like Luckvir's bat position here. He's just holding back. It's very simple. He releases the wrist at the right time and gets another boundary.
Good shot. Luckvir, I liked what he did when he came out in the last match. He plays the 9 shots, and he's done the same here. Made 8 of 10 in the last, so he was able to stick around. And this time, though, he's not just sticking around. He's playing some lovely shots. So Kulip Lal is forced to make a change. He's got one of the players that was on the leg side to come across onto the offside. Brings up the square leg to give him some protection on that offside now as the man at backward point goes in the boundary.
He really pins his ears back on this and misses. So trying to make something of this innings right now after 8. It's 54 for 6. Yeah, so that's why I know it's an interesting idea to do the 2 innings, and it sounds good in theory, but I think what I like about having the matches independent of each other is that it resets the scores and it resets the contest to even. So you get 2 unrelated contests. And so, yeah, I just think it would be a bit more boring if you carried over the results because, take this one, for example. I mean, Fate, they got outplayed in the first game. They lost by 50 runs. Imagine if they had to start 50 runs behind in this game.
Yeah.
I just don't think it would really work. And some things seem like cool ideas to explore, but then, yeah, in practice, they may not really work. So, again, going through some random questions. Looks like we got Chris Schinkel lurking. Hello to you. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Sam Downs as well. Seemed very casual. Probably that catch he's talking about. This is whacked away, yeah. Simran does it again. Well, it's not a fluke anymore. This guy is such a good fielder. And he knows exactly where the cameras are as well, Simranjit Singh. So, yeah, shame for Fate. They're trying to attack. Vinod Kumar comes out. Kind of a slot ball. Hits it hard enough, just doesn't get the elevation. And Simran, quick round to his right. That was all anticipation. He's flat out tired, and why not? And he blows the camera kiss. Another wonderful catch by the Italian.
Absolutely superb. You know what? I'll tell you something. You could put together the 3 catches that he's taken in this match, and all 3 have been absolutely quality. The one they took before this, I said he had no right to get. He did. But this one, again, look at the amount of work he's got to do here. He's literally flying through the air to take the catch. Well, that is a Superman catch from, well, he's almost superhuman, isn't he? What a great catch. And Simranjit Singh, he's turning on the style here for us. 3 superb catches. We need to clip all 3 of them together, Vinny. That was outstanding.
Yeah, he's been absolutely on fire today, Simran. They've always been good with their catching in this series. Thanks, Neville, for your lovely comment, and hello to Ramesh Satheesan. He's wishing me a happy 2K. Thank you very much, Ramesh. I'm looking forward to seeing you. His club, United, have qualified for from the Romanian region, from Romanian country, to be in ECL 23. Of course, Ramesh himself is the Romanian national team captain. Long chase this time. Well, there's some football skills for you. Rathod passes it on, but he can't prevent it too. Yeah, so thank you, Neville. Emily is watching from the USA. Oh, they're going to get an overthrow here. Go and throw it. Yep. 3. Any advances? No, just 3. Rare 3. Keanu said he bought some cheese and bacon flavoured crickets to review. I think he's bought some insect. Is that true, Keanu?
From where?
And I do want to watch that. And where do you even get them? Cheese and bacon flavoured crickets to review. All right, that is food chat.
This is played away and take the single.
Some of the fielding, though, has been outstanding, hasn't it, Rico? Probably come back to that in a second. Sam's got an interesting one. I want to come back to that. Again, running out of time this innings, but there's plenty more time after the break in the second half to go through some random questions as well. Here's Vinod.
Swing and a miss. And listen, I just want to focus on the catching of Simranjit Singh. I think we've got them lined up here for you at the end of the over, 60 for 7. How about these? These are all three together. This is the first.
Yeah, and this was brilliant because it required a bit of rope management. He just jumped at the right time. And tell you what, each time the celebration, he's got something else keyed up. But yeah, these are all in the anticipation, Rico. Doesn't he do it well?
This is the second. Look at how far he is to come. Takes the catch. Well, once again, he takes it and sending some more love our way. Well, this is the unusual one, he says, yeah. And this one, well, sensational. Superman catch, flying through the air, takes the catch and, well, sending more love our way. As we go back to the action, the single take. And Simranjit Singh, he's been on form. There he is again. Absolute class. Well, he
Brilliant
definitely
stuff.
is. The Italian stallion, isn't it? Last overtime, called it La, bowling it again.
Yeah, 5 to come. Scores up to 61. And this is hit reasonably well. It'll go into the gap. Again, Simran's got a powerful arm as well. Make sure that's just one. I like this one from Sam. It's a different kind of a question. He says, what do you hate the most about cricket? That's a good question. My instinctive answers are, okay, there's one cricket-related one and one kind of broader one. Uh-oh, there's no run here. And this is going to be out. He knew straight away that there wasn't a run there. Kuldeep in his follow-through cleans it up, and that's the 8th wicket to fall, 62 for 8.
Yeah, Yadwinder Sandhu is going to get himself run out. You can see he's trying to get his captain back on strike. And, well, Kuldeep Lal, he's not going to miss from here. He gets a sniff, and he says, you're on your way. Not in the picture there. It's Yadwinder Sandhu. So that is the 8th wicket that goes down.
Yep, Kuldeep's not going to miss. We saw a pretty comical miss from about that range from the keeper, Umar Mohammed from Yada Tigers last week. Okay, what do I hate the most about cricket? Okay, I'll be honest with you. One thing I hate about it is that you only get one chance with the bat. And I know that's part of the game, but personally, as someone that was prone to making mistakes or bad decisions in the moment, that's the one thing that I wish was different. But I mean, that's also what makes it. Probably my other thing I hate about cricket, hate's a strong word. I sometimes hate how cricket and some cricket fans can forget it's meant to be fun and take it too seriously. Like, yes, it's it's one thing to really love something. We all do. This is a pretty nice cut, actually. Deepak comes out and gets 4. Still a ball to go, 66. So yeah, I think that sometimes cricket takes itself a bit too seriously, and yeah, it should be fun. It's, life has lots of things which are really serious things, and yeah, so that's it. I think some of the stuff you see, some of the negative stuff, I think just sometimes people need to just gain a little bit of perspective. Here's the last ball of the first innings. It's a slower ball. They're not going anywhere. So 66 will be the final total. That innings never really got going, did it? I mean, it was 18 in the first half. Okay, sure. They get, 48 off the second half, so something a bit more respectable. But I think Grathia really did the damage with those early wickets. And once again, we're seeing that the ECL representatives are flexing their muscles. I mean, they're right down the bottom of the table, and they are putting together somewhat of a challenge as we go to some of the highlights. Keep the random questions coming in. Food chat just around the corner as well. But Rico, take us through the highlights for the first innings of this one.
Well, you need a good power play, don't you, against a team like Gracia if you're going to get to anywhere near that 100 score. But once again, for Fateh, it wasn't a good one. Well, there you see the man pouncing into action. Simranjit Singh, the power play was 8 runs and 4 wickets. And, well, this time round, it was the man who made all the runs. Amritpal Singh at number 11 was given another opportunity. He may have scored 15 at number 11, but he wasn't able to do anything at number 4. He went for a second ball duck, and then Ranjit Singh, his bad form continues as well. He wasn't able to get anything going. And, well, I tell you what, if things are not going your way, you don't want somebody like Simranjit Singh out there, because he snatches up everything that comes his way. What a catcher he is. And once again, you saw a good, solid performance from Gracia. Well, we saw that Wakas Mirza, he came out, and at least this time around, he did make a bit more of a contribution. 18 of the 9 balls that he faced, but he needed to stick around there and a bit longer. And after a dolly was dropped by Hiram Mahey, it was, well, Yadav that took the catch, that removed Mirza, and once he went really, though there was some, look, I've got to say, there was still some nice shots to play. I like the innings of Lakbir Singh. He played some nice shots, and you saw one or two other batters find the boundary, but you see, against other teams, you probably think the 3 catches that Simranjit Singh took would have been 3 boundaries maybe in other sides, but it's not to be. He's the one who's making catching a work of art. And Kuldeep Singh, now he follows through, Kuldeep Lal I should say, follows through and knocks the stumps over there with the run out. So though it was better from Pate, it was still good from Gracia. They're picking up wickets, which I think other teams probably only dream of. And having someone like Simranjit Singh in their side, well, just absolute class performance from him once more. Look at that batting order. Once again, the top batters did nothing. Randeep Singh, the captain, 30, not out-batted almost practically through the innings because he was in pretty early. And contributions there from Bulwinder Singh, Waqas Mirza, and also Lakbir Singh. But it all came too late once more. You don't get going in the power play, then you're going to struggle to get runs. Bowling-wise, everyone apart from Gurlit Lal, funny enough, picked up wickets. Lal went for 19. He was expensive. Once again, good bowling, though, from Hiru Mahey, 2 for 6. Kulwant Singh was outstanding, keeping the ball notoriously outside the off stump as well. And also well done to Paramjit Singh. He bowled nicely as well for his 2 for 10. Going to be a quick change round in this last match of the day. It is our match number 4 of the day. It's also match number 100. And the way it's looking now at the moment, it's going to be Gracia that are going to look to finish it off pretty quickly, to finish it off in style, unless Pate can produce something outstanding. And well, they've had a hard day's work out there so far this afternoon against Gracia. Gracia showing the class that they are, and they'll be looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly. I reckon they'll be looking to do it inside the 7-over mark. Well, stay with us to see how it pans out. Rico Full here, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to match number 100. And coming to probably a rapido close, maybe, if Gracia have their way. Chasing 67 for victory once again. They've kept Fate down to a low score. Fate, it's the earlier batting, the openers that can't get going. Ranjit Singh trying to see if he can produce something sensational for them. Starts with a wide. He can't afford to be giving any extras away. The only way that they can produce something magical if they do the same thing that Gracia on 2 occasions have done to them, and that's to pick up wickets, quick wickets, and a handful of wickets in the first few overs. Better line from Ranjog. They take the single as Vinod Kumar runs to the danger end. Kuldeep Lal off the mark, didn't quite get things going his way with the ball. He was the most expensive of the bowlers and wicketless as well, but trying to make amends with the batting. Ranjit Singh, see if he can get the breakthrough and have the likes of well, this is a shot straight to the fielder, and well, I say straight to the fielder, he's not able to stop it, and that's another issue. Standards are very important. This one's been hit pretty well, but Yawinder Sandhu is not able to stop it. So Vinod Kumar gets a boundary to his name. The bowler is extremely disappointed that was gone through. It was well struck, but you need to stop those. No excuses on this outfield. So this one will be a single. So Vinod Kumar comes down the wicket, goes to Gangadeep, who's patrolling the boundary, gets a good throw in the other side. Yeah, I think it's very important that the likes of Ranjit Singh and also the man who's probably going to bowl the next over, who bowled brilliantly in the first match, Ranjit Singh, get a good performance in here. But it's wickets that they need. Lal, well, big swing here. I wonder if there's anything on this, but certainly an opportunity for the stumping. He's not trying to, yeah, if that hits, he's out. He's not trying to run there, so that would have gone down, I think, for the stumping. So a bit of luck for Kuldeep, but Waqas Mirza missing the opportunity. And that's what makes the difference. We've already seen a misfield that went for 4, and then that one that you could have sent Kuldeep Lal back with Fateh. Well, they would have had something to be positive about. 1 wicket down. And then the next batter hits this one away. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So after getting the life, Kuldeep Lal then hits the next ball for his first boundary, and he moves on to 5. And that is the end of the over, and it finishes on double figures, 11 without loss. Fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here on a nice sunny afternoon. 36 matches without a golden ball, and it's the golden man himself who did, well, completed over 2,000 matches. Welcome back to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be back. Let's have a look at some of the best defences. We have seen 66 defended before by the Miranda Dragons in Portugal against their kind of related club, Coimbra Knights, but yeah, not seen very often. And we did see Men in Blue defend 63 on this ground once against 11 Stars. That was last year, but yeah, as our friend Corey would say, wow, never mind that. How about this? This is a proper in-swinger, and I'll tell you who's having a good day with the ball, better than good, is Barwinder Singh. That one swings back and bowls Vinod neck and crop. Not his day with the bat. 11 for 1. What a ball.
Absolute beauty. This is an absolute gem. What a Jaffa. Just comes in, and Vinod gets caught inside his crease, doesn't move, allows it to come back. I think it just clips him on the top of the pads on the way onto the stumps. But yeah, a corker of a delivery.
Just to get good players out, you've got to bowl good balls, and you've got to move the ball off the straight, really. And that's exactly what Barwinder does there. Fantastic bowling. And poor Vinod just got a ball with his name on it, 11 for 1. But it's so funny, I was actually just mentioning Corey. I was saying, as Corey would say, there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way than Gracia messing this up. And then he's just popped into the chat. Hello, Corey. He said congratulations. He's calling me his love and life partner. Well, didn't consent to that. But he said, congratulations on 2,000 games. It's been a pleasure to annoy you live on air every opportunity I get to the next 2,000. Hooray. Thank you, Corey. I knew you'd be on at some point. hopefully you're enjoying yourself. How did you recover from Saturday night? I forgot to check. He was okay after the Socceroos lost, the Australian football team. But yeah, Corey, thank you, and look forward to you being a big part of the coverage again in 2023, which starts right here in Barcelona. We're just finalising a few things, and that's the other thing. Exciting things in the works, and nothing I can really reveal at the moment, but I know there are some plans to make ECN even bigger and better in 2023, and that's off the back of all the support we've had from really all around the world. Here Mahe comes out, gets an in-swinger, can't score. Yeah, so Fate, I mean, for pride, really, they just need to make Gracia work as much as possible, make him work as hard as possible. Hope maybe they can get a collapse and turn this into a contest. But even so, they just want to give as good an account of themselves as possible.
Barwinder Singh was outstanding in the first match. 1 wicket, just 3 runs conceded. And here at the moment, you can see he's got that wicket. No run so far, just moving his fielders around. Mahe, he's been in good form this series.
A bit of a loose one. It's a good shot by Mahe. It was kind of uppish. It was probably catchable height, but he picked the gap. And it's the fielder. It's the Adwinder. And has to pick that off the fence. 4 runs.
Yeah, it was uppish. They got a little bit excited. But as it gets past the field, Adwinder, this time he's pointing fingers at the other fielder saying, it wasn't me. But, well, yeah, it's going to be 4 more runs. Just gave Mahe a little bit of width, and he wasn't shying away from it. 4 runs, gets his campaign off and running.
Oh, well, rinse and repeat. This time he goes the other side of point. Chases on. He'll come back for 2. Mahe, once he does get up ahead of steam, he can be pretty quick, He gets a couple there.
Yeah, nice shot. So this one is probably even better than the shot before. Doesn't quite go to the boundary. Gets chased down. But yeah, he's a lovely timer of the ball. He's a sort of batter which you don't see too many of his calibre in this format, because he's quite happy to play the defensive shots as well. Never gets bothered. This one's down the leg side and will be called a wide. So a rare loose delivery.
So a few people in the chat are trying to crunch some numbers about how many games I could do and how long it would take and all that. Hey, look, I've been going on about 1,000 games a year, so I haven't been doing all of them, I've been doing most of them. I haven't quite got 1,000 this year, but I had slightly over 1,000 last year. But I will say, I'll tell you a bit about my plans going forward. Too short, pulled away, and that's gone miles. Maximo! Here Mahe. Well, he can make any ground look small when he gets going. I like his fairly simple setup, and then just reacts to what comes at him. He rarely premeditates. Then we talked about his patience, and he's willing to accept not scoring off a few good balls and then hope to catch him on the bad one. And that's exactly what he does there.
Yeah, cracking shot. Barwinder Singh just thinking he'll try him out with a short ball. Mahe says, let me have him.
Good comeback though, pitches up. Barwinder doesn't have it all his own way that time in the second. He goes for 13, does pick up a wicket though. 24 for 1 after 2. So I'm just going to have a quick look at this table before we go back to that. And you can see there's a little bit of a gap that's opening up, especially when you consider that Fate, after this, I can't see them winning this one. They'll only have 2 games to go, which means that at best they could get 10 points. And the Ripple Warriors still have 4 games in hand. So, yeah, I just think it's looking unlikely that we'll see any of those bottom 3 teams make it. This is gone. So Kuldeep has just patted a full toss straight to mid-off, and yeah, Barwinder can't keep out of the action at the moment. So a bit of a soft dismissal. Kuldeep couldn't decide if he was going up or is going down. Now he's going to have to just go. And the score, 24 for 2.
Yeah, so not been a good day for Kuldeep Lal. Hasn't been able to really do anything with the ball, and then with the bat he gets his opportunity to open up and he gives his wicket away. One man who like that, I reckon, is the likes of someone like Vibhu Yadav. Him and Kuldeep Lal have sort of been sharing who opens and who doesn't. We've seen them both out there together at times as well, but disappointment for Kuldeep. Yes, I think they're going to stick with Simranjit, who's going to come in at number 4. He did last time and did pretty well, so Vibhu Yadav will take Kuldeep Lal's place at coming in at number 5. So look, Fate here, 24 for 2 the score. Gracia, Fate will believe that they're just a couple of wickets away for causing, well, a few scares in the Gracia camps. They've just got to stick with it. And they've still got, remember, it's 5 deliveries to go in this one from Ranjot. And Balwinder Singh, I'm sure they'll call him straight back to bowl the 4th over.
Yeah,
so
you got to.
they've got hope, but they need more wickets. And Ranjot, he'll be fired up after that one.
Yeah, do we have some late drama in match number 100? Here's Ranjot. Oh, he hits this. And if he didn't, he was gone. I just heard a double noise there.
Yeah, there was a nervy long stare back at the umpire though from Simranjit here.
Credit to Simranjit, he doesn't wave the bat at the umpire that like you normally see. Yeah, he sees a big deflection. So he just trusts the umpire sees it, and he does. Maybe he did point back a little bit, but yeah, I could hear the double noise. Gets full toss, punches this into the gap, and this is going to run away for 4. Cuatro carreras. Simran, orthodox kind of shot. Good shot, really, with just 2 outfielders. There's no one guarding that section of the outfield, and that one runs away easily for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. Plays it into the deck, makes sure the ball stays along the ground, and he gets the placement as well wide of Balwinder. So 4 runs.
So I'll wait for this ball from Ranjot. Short. Run, plays it back and runs. Takes it on and gets there. Just settle for 1. Yeah, so I mean, I've been running on about 1,000 games a year at the moment, but my plan is obviously I'm pretty committed about trying to grow the commentary team as well, and we love doing it, and we are going to continue to do it. And that's our plan anyway. Obviously, Corey's been great taking on more and more. I mean, also, something maybe people don't realise. I think there's a bit of bat in this as well. Let's see what the umpire says here.
Yeah, definite.
Yeah, definitely got some bat on that. So, I mean, people also don't realise that probably the endurance level of the kind of commentary we're doing, it's not for everybody. So, that's why sometimes people may, want to try it out or, but sometimes, it's not for everybody because it's a bit different to any other gig in commentary, I think. This time he tries to sneak a stumping, but I don't think there's any chance this will be out. It'll be the end of the over. The score 30 for 2 off 3. You can see what the keeper's thinking. He's thinking, hey, if he's not paying attention, I might be able to sneak one past him here. But that's alert work from the batter. 30 for 2 after 3. So, having it all their own way. We see consistent wickets. We haven't really gone more than 1 wicket free over in this whole game, which is pretty rare. No partnership developing at all. Yeah, so, I mean, next year, who knows how many I'll do. I'll probably do maybe a few less. I know that it's been a big couple of years, for sure. But then the other thing is, I may do less kind of days at the ground, but we're trying to work out ways we can get more cricket in. I don't quite know how that'll look, but I know there's a demand for more, and it's hard to believe that we could even do more. But yeah, we will do what we can. So who knows? Anything's possible, and yeah, as soon as we have some confirmation of how next year might look, we'll let you know. But I know it will start here in Barcelona on the 30th of January. So that's a given. The ECLs are given, and I'm sure that over the break more will come to light. So yeah, I think it's important. I think that that we try and get a few more commentators and give them a few more chances to get behind the mic and see if they like it. And see if our community likes them as well. I think it's super important.
Balwinder Singh back to Boldy's second. 1 for 13. It's in a habit of taking wickets. They need another. Needs really to see the back of these two. Still got Tivibiadov to come in as well. Fateh, make it a bit more of a fight.
Some good random questions here. This will be a wide because he's here to the pitch. They won't take an extra. Neville saying, does Corey still owe me a dinner? Yes, he does. Of course he does. Do you think he would have paid me? No, he didn't. Anyway, I'll remember that, Corey. Thanks for reminding me. Chris Shingle has a question for Rico. Rico, do you cook? And what is your speciality? Well, I'm going to guess yes, because of course, you don't just cook. You're a professional.
I love cooking. Yeah, I do cook. I've got a small family-run restaurant back in the Alicante region of Spain, in Torrevieja. And my speciality, well, I think somebody asked the question the other day, what dish do I would say is my speciality? Well, I do a nice creamy garlic mushrooms, but I think any type of curry. Curry is always at the top of the list. Most requests that I have For Curries, this is down the ground, and well, Ranjot, he jumps right past this one. That's not a good look. You've got to stop these, and it's these little things that they do wrong in key moments. This one has to be stopped.
Yeah.
Sort of kangaroo jumps past it.
I get what he was trying to do there. He's trying to turn it into a catch. He doesn't get there, and then it's in a funny position. If he'd gone around, he probably covers the line of it, but he probably doesn't get in. We wouldn't have got as close to it. So, yeah, Ranjot's fielded pretty well in this series, but even he couldn't stop that one. Seems like a matter of time here. Santosh asking where's Vibor Yadav. Well, he did open the last game. I think they keep trying to mix up their order a bit. And that's a pretty good ball.
Ooh,
I think this is missing leg stump.
Such a good delivery. I mean, it's so good. I mean, he's so unlucky not to get anything here.
I think this is missing. Oh, I'm not so sure after that. Probably because he's so far out here.
A really good ball, though. And you can see that they're saying, I'm asking for the LBW. Is it LBW? Is it not? Well, they decide not.
He's a long way down.
I wonder if he gets lucky with the height as well.
Yeah, it's a long way from the stumps where the impact point. So for me, there's too much doubt. Look at the way it darts back.
It's on the up.
For me, that's missing. It's a good decision. Well bowled, though.
Yeah, it was well bowled.
Not well bowled because he didn't bowl it. I hope he's all right there. Just maybe a bit of cramp or something. Corey's got a good random question. Good to see something from you, Corey. What's your most useless talent? Good question. I got a few that are pretty useless. All right, do you want to know the one that comes to mind for me?
Go on.
I'm great at doubling numbers. I'm unbelievable. Okay, are you ready?
Go.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1,024, 2,048, 4,096, 8,192, 16,384, 33,768.
Exactly. Useless talent. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Is that your reckon?
Anyone else? Okay. Oh, well, just
another useless talent. I can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. SUPERCLAFRAGILASTICEXPALADSAUS. End of the fourth over. It's 37 for 2. Well, there's 2 useless talents.
Yeah, well, Chris is saying you love to taste the Vindaloo from me. Yeah, I make a good Vindaloo. But listen, I'm one of those, when you tell me you like it hot, it'll be hot.
Yeah, go on.
There's no messing around. Don't come to my place and want a hot curry and then complain it's too hot. Because,
what's your useless talent then? Go
all
on.
right, okay, here you go. I'll show you.
Rico okay, come on, get a camera on that. That was weird.
What? Okay, here you go.
How just look me straight in the eye and do that? Go, show everyone your useless talent. Go. Wow.
Touch.
Wow, okay.
There's a few people that can do that.
I cannot do that.
There you go. That's useless. It could be useful for some things, I suppose.
That is a useless talent.
If you're having your dinner,
I've been challenged to double
into
numbers starting at 101, which I don't know off by heart, but I'll give it a go.
Why are we having a useless challenge? There's no point. This one's being whacked. Just trying to get it in the gap. Well done to Belinda.
Okay, I'll see how far I get before the next ball. 101, 202, 404, 808, 1,616, 3,232, 6,464. Now it gets tricky, right?
Come on, tick tock, tick
12,000.
Tick tock.
928.
Yeah, but nobody's checking. You could be saying any number. Anybody checking these?
All right, 12,928.
I don't know.
Now I'm starting to get lost. 15,856. 15,856. Am I still on?
Right. What else?
15,856. 37,712. Enough of that for now. Let's get on with the game. Welcome to Number Chat. Hey, so I've discovered this game. My American friend here. You know how there's Wordle? Have you heard of Wordle?
I haven't, no. Wordle?
It's like a one-a-day challenge where you got to unscramble a 5-letter word. There's one with numbers called Nerdle. So it means N-E-R-D-L-E. And I've been kind of hooked on. If you want to know how I spent my Sunday, I was doing a few Nerdles. Which is a kind of stroke. It's like a little wristy nothing shot.
In between eating, I'm sure.
Yeah, we can come to that as well. We haven't done enough food chat yet.
Going deep. He's giving that ball a nice. Well, we're talking about food. He's probably feeling hungry. He's rubbing that ball around and around on his belly. So I think it must be food time. Well, they need it to be chucked their foot this time and go short. Big swing from Simranjit. He wants a single and says no. And Gangadeep says, well, here you go. and he's going to get a single. It's the second time that Simranjit in both these matches has been aimed at and hit. And Gaggandeep says, well, you want to take me a look at this for action. Simranjit wants it. Gaggandeep's got him. He says, right, I'll have you. Throws it in. Simranjit gets clocked.
It's the edge of the pitch, I think, and that's why it takes a weird bounce. That's why the keeper was behind where he thought the ball was going to end up, and then it didn't end up there. What else have we got here? Mikey asking, have I planned to do my 2020 second match as the last match of this year? And then 2023, starting with 2023? No, not like that. I think it might be a couple extra in that anyway. This one would have been close. Simran living dangerously again.
I think this would have been out, if you ask me. I mean, he gets lucky once, he gets lucky twice, and Gaggandeep, oh, it would have been really close, you know. End of the over. And, well, it's going along nicely. Lovely afternoon now. Look,
beautiful. This is the time that I like. The sun actually comes and hits me. Yeah, I've got pretty colourful today. What else have we got? Now, people are hooked on the numbers thing. We won't overdo it because numbers aren't everyone's thing. Some people aren't big on numbers.
No.
Do I know the prime number's up to 100? I could probably tell you if a number was prime or not. You know that 1 isn't prime, but 2 is. Primes have exactly 2 factors. So I don't know. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 23. 29,
Who started this?
31, I'm going to say.
Boring.
37, 41. This is quite fun. 43, 47, 53, 59, 61, 6. Oh, I'm going to say 67. I can't think of anything on 67.
Yeah.
2 hours later, that's what I said.
I'm with you, Elvira. This has been hit pretty hard, but
71, 73.
Are you still
79?
Give it a rest now. It's done.
83, I'm going to say. 87 isn't because it's a multiple of 3. I'm going to say 91 isn't because it's a matter of 7. 93.
Which is your button? This one. Hang on. I'll put you out your misery.
There you go.
There you go. He's gone. Done. You can all thank me later.
I was done. I was finished. Anyway, this one might be done soon, the way things are going. This one's going to fly for 4. So, Simranjit Singh, I mean, you can learn plenty. You can learn a bit from his stroke play. You can learn something from our mathematical chat. But this is the thing about random questions. It can take you in strange directions.
Yeah, it certainly
89,
can.
97, I think I said those.
Corey, look what you started. Cool. Anyway, back to the action here. And, pulsing.
That was top of my head as well. So, okay, no more. I used to know pi to a fair few digits as well.
The early pies I know, the ones you stuff down your throat. I like a good pie, good pucker pie.
3.1415965357.
Food chat, pucker pies. What's your favourite pucker pie or any pie? Now for me, it's got to be chicken and mushroom is probably pretty good. Steak and ale.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
Now we're getting on an area that people will want to listen to, if there is anyone left.
What's that?
Okay, so food chat. Yesterday, I tried 2 different brunch places.
That's
pretty much back to back. Coming up in a second. First, straight pull, powerful pull. And it wasn't that far from the fielder, but it was just too spicy. Couldn't handle that one. Brings up the 50 for Grathia. And it's 52 for 2 after 6. This is more like the Simran we know. This is powerful. All power, all the wrists, the arms, everything coming together nicely. Cracks that one down the ground.
Yeah, good effort there from Gaggandeep. I mean, he's somebody who tries all the time for his side. Diving and sliding, trying to stop it. But he can't.
So my thing, so I decided to try a new brunch place, and then I decided to try 2 new brunch places. The first place was called Gringas. It's a Californian diner, and I was lucky to get in, actually. My strategy is to go when they're open, because Spanish people aren't a huge fan of getting up early, and you were asking me why am I getting so early. I don't think 10 o'clock's that early, but that's the time I was there, 10 to 10:30. And they specialise in fried chicken and waffles. I had that. It was very good. Came with, like, cabbage, came with a little bit of butter on the top as well, and some sort of, like, honey glaze, or maybe maple honey glaze.
Yeah, nice.
It was nice. This is going to be in the gap as well. This is 4 more. Who knows? We might not see the end of the 7th over this rate, I should say. Hiramahe gets 4. Shot by the captain.
Yeah, good hit. Firmly struck and dissects the field beautifully.
So, and I had it with my Bloody Mary. That's my Sunday tradition now. right? Not big Saturday night, so I have a Bloody Mary.
So what time so this is, so before 10:30 you were having Bloody
10:30, 11
Marys.
o'clock, I had a Bloody Mary. I only have 2 with my breakfast because that helps me nap in the afternoon, right? So that I'm thinking ahead. This is sliced up. It's a long way for Ranjot to go. Almost gets there. And then gets it between the legs. But it's a really good effort by Ranjot.
Yeah, I'm still liking this from Fateh. Look, I mean, they know they're into a hiding here, but they're still finding themselves around. You saw Gungadip trying to stop one earlier. Now, Ranjot, when he does stop it.
He lays that one, doesn't he, basically, in the end. This is a bit of respect. Yeah, so then I end up chatting to a few people. People always, when I tell them my job, they have more questions. So, you know, I was talking to this really nice American couple sitting next to me, and they left, and then the girl who was Argentinian actually asked, did I want another one? I wouldn't normally go a third Bloody Mary, but I said, you know what? I'm going to toss a coin. And on your phone, you can just Google toss a coin, and it'll toss a coin for you. We said, heads, I'll have another one. Tails, I won't. And I wasn't in a rush. It was Sunday. Had nothing planned. So it was heads. So I had another one. I got talking to her a little bit. 20, 30 minutes goes past. Do you want another one? Well, you know, now we've got to toss the coin again. It's heads again. So I had a 4th. Again.
Yeah.
You know, not the strongest. They are making them with tequila now, by the way. Anyway.
Making it with tequila. Really?
Yeah, so then a 5th one comes, and it's heads again. And I'm like, okay. She's like, you sure? I'm like, I'm fine. I wasn't like downing them in a couple of minutes. And then the 6th one, now it's getting to like 1:30, and I'm thinking there's another thing on the menu I want to try, because my food is long gone by now. And there's a Nashville chicken Sammy that looked really, really good. And I said, well, if I get another one, then I'm basically now committing to stay for another meal. They seemed happy with that. Anyway, this is laced through the offside. Hiramahe will get 4. And that takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 62 for 2. There's 5 runs required. Could be headed for a bit of an early finish here. Yeah, so turns out the one when I said if it's heads again, I'm going to stay for a second meal. It was tails, and she couldn't believe it. I was like, okay, Bill, please. And off I went. She's like, oh, okay, what a strange guy. But then I remember that someone on Saturday night told me about a place called Dr. Beer and Mr. Fried, okay,
Right.
which also does chicken and waffles.
I like
and
that
then
play
I
on word,
went,
actually. I like that.
and by now it was about 2 to 3 o'clock. I had my first chicken and waffles about 11. And I decided I would try chicken and waffles again. And they had 3 different types of chicken and waffles. I had the type that had like blue cheese and provolone, so it was quite cheesy. It's a bit different, but I had that. And I also found out about something called a Michelada, which I'd never heard of before. It's like a beer cocktail. Oh, I think this could be gone, you know. It was quick work from the keeper, but to be fair, Hiramahe turned around pretty quick as well. Let's have a look here. This is Wakas Mears behind the stump. And does he encroach? No. Good one-hander. And out.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
gone.
hold on a second. Where'd the ball go?
Well,
the ball escapes. But let's just try and work out what's going on with this ball. Is the stump that knocks it out, or did it fall out before the stump?
Well, I reckon it might have just slipped out of his hand before he hits it. Keep an eye on it.
To me, it's the stumps that knock it out. It's a tough one. He may have a loose grip on it, and
I don't know. Ooh.
So really, there's certainly an element of doubt to it, isn't there?
It looks like they may have given it now, and having looked at it a few times.
That was a really good replay we got the last one. If he's holding it even loosely at the moment, the stumps are broken, then I suppose it's out. Because it's actually the impact on the stumps which knocks the ball out of his hand. But if it falls out first, see what we get from this angle.
Let's have a look at this.
It does seem to still kind of be in his glove when he hits the stump. But I will say this. If I was keeping and that wasn't given out, I couldn't really have a complaint because I think there's a doubt element to it in real time. But yeah, I think it's the right decision. And this could be game over, or it could be another wicket. Wow, Rathod goes for a golden. And Gungadip says, well, sit the fat lady down because we've still got a contest on here. And look how about this from Gurdeep Nath has come on. He's bowled 2 balls. He's got 2 wickets. He's on a hat trick. Is there a bit of a late personal highlight on the cards here?
Well, Gagandeep gets the wicket. Rathod. Rathod was the man who got out first ball last time round. And, well, he's going to go first ball this time. So it's not been a good day for Rathod. He's made a pair. And it's a golden pair.
Tim Reedman's got one that I've been pondering. Said, if you could have one thing in the entire world for free, what would you choose to have and why? I'm just say things like world peace, but that's a very... That's a Miss Universe type answer, isn't it?
There's one thing you could have, though. So I don't
For
think,
free.
Yeah, okay. Interesting one, isn't it? Interesting one. Anyway.
Wouldn't mind my own like cricket stadium. Go on.
Okay.
No.
I mean,
I'm not very materialistic, right? I'm a bit
I
minimalist
tell you
because I
what
have
would
to.
be a good one.
Yeah.
This is not the best. Free parking anywhere you go.
Oh yeah. But then
Free
again, I'm trying
parking
to
anywhere
transition
you
away
go.
from a car. Anyway, here's Nath, and he's on a hat trick. Oh, what a delivery! Wow, is that Shane Warne that's come out of the woodwork? I mean, have a look at this rip across him out of the foot marks.
Well, Johan gets sent out there to captain says, go out there, have a bash.
Did everything.
Does it with the beauty. Well, where they've been hiding now?
Field's up now. Oh, it's edged. Where's the slip? Oh, how about this? I mean, look, Fateh, let's give him some credit. They've had a hard afternoon at the office. And now suddenly, it looks like we've got day 5 of a test match that's just broken out.
They're going wild out there. Look at
This is a brilliant over.
Look at the field. Can we see the field here? Wide shot. They're on the prowl here. Oh, yeah, liking it. Pressure on Chauhan.
Yeah, look at the field here. They're all everywhere. Anyway.
I'm loving the way Fateh. Well, look, credit to Fateh. That's the end of the over. But what a great over it was.
Everyone was in there.
What's a great over?
I didn't think we were going to a 9th, but now we are. Now that was some real rippers in that over.
Just a run from it, and a couple of wickets from Gurdeep Nath.
Problem for Nath is I got a feeling ain't going to be a 10th over, which is when he could bowl another one. I want to say a big thank you to everyone, though. I hope you've had a great day with us on ECN. We've reached 100 matches in this series. It's been a fun day. We'll be back to do it tomorrow again. Now, just 4 to win. This could be it if it reaches the boundary line, and it does. So Simran finishes the sideshow, and unfortunately for Fateh, they don't take any points out of day 25. You can see there a little bit short, a little bit wide. Simran does the rest, and Grathia, well, maybe takes a bit longer than they might have hoped, but they still get there in the end. And they continue their charge up the ladder, Rico. I think they've got their eyes on that double chance. Maybe it's going to be a bit tough for them to get top, but they could certainly get 2nd or 3rd if they keep winning. And yeah, some pretty good matchups ahead, I think, here in Group B. But it's Grathia. They get the job done in match number 100.
Yeah, they're doing that, man, who takes the Kurangats off the Valley side. He's been instrumental, hasn't he? Good in the field, Simranjit. He's taken 3 brilliant catches in this match. And then once again with the bat, he was very useful. It's a very fine knock from him, 27 off 20. And that follows up 22 of 13 in the first match. So he certainly has had a good day. But one man who can't get anything right at the moment, especially with the batting, is Gunnar Kuma. Things are just not happening for him. Maybe he could do with maybe taking another couple of steps down the order. Simranjit comes a little bit higher up, and Vinod goes back to coming in. Maybe not so high, maybe that will work for him. But look, got to hand it to Fateh. They never gave up. I like the way that they fought all the way through this one. I mean, even when they knew they were up against it, they were still throwing themselves around. This one, though, that was not a good one from Ranjot. Winder Singh, though, he was showing you how it should be done. This was a great effort from Gagandeep as well. But the shot, the back foot hit there from Simranjit, just a little bit too powerful. And maybe in the end, he made a difference. Another great stop here. Ranjot Singh this time making amends for the one that got through him last time. You see, once again, lovely shots from Hiro Mahey. He once again was very good, but he was the first victim to go here.
Yeah, this is where it all just turned. I mean, yeah, that was dicey, but
yeah,
I mean, when we really slowed it down, I think he still had the ball at the moment the stumps were impacted. And then this, which I thought could have been game over, it was just unfortunately game over for the batter, as Rathod went for a golden. And then look at this, I was doing everything. What a hat trick they would have been. Good Nath. I'd like to see a bit more of him.
Yeah,
he showed he can turn it sideways, but then, unfortunately, Randip came on, only lasted 1 ball, and it was the end of that.
Yeah, game done, but credit to Fateh, they took it pretty deep, didn't they? They took it into the 9th. It was the first ball of the 9th. That was hit away by Simranjit for the 4 runs, so they did it with 11 balls to go. So Gracia keep their good winning run going now. That's 6 out of 6 after making a shaky start. Starting to look like the national champions here in Spain, the team that will be representing Spain in the European Cricket League next year. And just have a look at the bowling performances. But they never gave up, did they? 2 wickets from Arthur at the end. Well, he certainly was a surprise package. Just the 1 run from it. And Ranjot and Bhawinder Singh, well, they continued to do well. Bhawinder a little bit more expensive this time around, but still kept it nice, kept it tidy. And but hey, they'll be saying that if only they could get their batting to click, they could be, be a little bit more challenging for some of the other sides.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe Simranjit Singh, top scores there. They get some runs out of him. I know he's been looking to score a few runs. But also maybe player of the match, not just for his batting, for his fielding. I mean, his 3 catches he took were outstanding. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone for your support. Once again, I said it in the chat, I'll say it here. Thank you so much for getting behind ECN. Tell your family, tell your friends. Again, we just have a few days left in the season. We will be back in 2023, and we just want that community to keep growing. Big thanks to you, Rico, once again, for all the kind words, and also to Corey, who popped in the chat as well. But yeah, on behalf of everyone here at ECN, I just wanted to shine a light on all the people from SI, Sports Interactive, from Spring Productions, all the Blue crew, the ECN crew, all the ECN kind of corporate crew back in the office as well, that make things work. And it's a real collaborative effort. It's exciting. We love to bring it to you. Now, more cricket tomorrow. We might be able to show you what's coming up tomorrow, starting with match 101. The Catalonia Tigers, I mean, they're 10 in a row. They're trying to make it 11 and 12 in a row, and that'll be a great way to start the day. So that all starts tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India. Go to our social media if you haven't already at European Cricket. There's some great highlights there. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already on the YouTube channel. And don't forget to thumbs up the video if you haven't done that already. Finally, our website, europeancricket.com. That is a great place to go to get your fix of European cricket. But for now, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Productions. On behalf of everyone here at ECN, we hope you have a happy and safe evening. We will see you tomorrow right here in Barcelona for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Enjoy these highlights of the day.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.